Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Crucial first hour. Yeah, guerrilla cricket. Crucial first hour. This ain't no TMS. Batsmen nervous, bowlers with the tails up. Is it a tornado or a storm in a teacup? Momentum, which way will it swing? Either way, gorillas are gonna bring crucial first hour.
And so we come to one of the most eagerly anticipated final days of Test cricket of the century. India need 381 runs. England need 9 wickets. By the end, we shall probably all, Indian and English cricket supporter alike, need a stiff drink. Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and it is my privilege to be at the helm as we steer you through the hopefully thrilling climax to this game from Chennai. With me this morning is a cast of many. Not necessarily chief among them, but first among them, we have Anindo Dutta and Tony Bishop. Anindo, you have been working the Oracle overnight. You've been looking on your tweet line for historical precedents. 381 runs in the final day. Can it be done?
Good morning, Hendo. Good morning, everyone. Delighted to be here this morning. As you said, a very, very crucial first session here. I did tweet overnight because I was looking at the fact that it is a wearing pitch. There's 381 runs to get, which actually what got me going on the tweet was somebody who tweeted to me to say it's too many runs to score on a 5th day. And I was like, no, it's not too many runs to score on a 5th day. Let me prove that to you. And I found that 2001 Australia, New Zealand at Brisbane, 459. Australia, West Indies, Sydney, 1969, 458. These are all fifth-day scores. However, the 1969, as someone pointed out to me, was a 6-day test. So this is the fifth day of a 6-day. It's still the fifth day. And England, Australia, which you will remember at the Oval 2013, 447 runs that day, the final day of the match.
So it can be done.
Can be done. And India's got a captain at the helm who, if you take your mind back to 2014, the first time he was captaining the side in place of MS Dhoni, even before he was anointed captain for the formally. Yeah. He went for the chase. He went for the win. And that's the way he plays the game. So he is going to go for the win. Now, at some stage, if they're going to falter and maybe they're going to climb up and try and draw it, but his first instinct will be to win.
Well, if India are going to win, Tony, people are going to say that actually Joe Root should have batted for longer, aren't they? I mean, there was that really weird session after tea where we saw Ollie Pope was playing a few shots, and Joss Buttler came in and hit a six very early on, and then he went back into their shells. A lot of criticism on Twitter and social media in the press about that as well. What's your feeling if 381 can be chased down in a day?
I think it can. I think Dom Bess really got himself into, I don't know, a weird state yesterday where he... By
the way, sorry to interrupt you, but I heard from someone in Chennai that there was a drizzle in Chennai overnight a little bit.
What?
So I don't know how that's going to work on the
drizzle in Chennai?
Which is not supposed to happen at this time of the year.
Extraordinary. Well, we'll come back to that as time goes on. But does that make any difference to the way you foresee the day unfolding, Tony?
Are we asking about the drizzle or about the size of the chase?
Well, both, really. Both.
The size of the chase, I thought yesterday was interesting, given that Dom Bess seemed to get rather stuck in a sort of weird sort of limbo, didn't he? He didn't know where he was going. I think in Joe Root's mind was the combination of batting time as well as putting runs on the board. If you do draw this test, you go into the next one at the same ground, 0-0. Any test in India, it's a long way back if you're one down, and I think he will have had that. So I think there was a degree of caution there. Can India do it? Yes.
Can England do it?
Can England do it? Absolutely. Fifth day wicket. We've already seen it's turning dramatically. Leach, the ball that got rid of Rohit was just magnificent.
It was perfect.
But can he do it frequently enough? And can that England pair? So England can win. India can win. A draw is fully possible. Don't know about the rain in Chennai. It'll be interesting.
It's bright and sunny right now.
We are in for an intriguing day.
Well, let's get going because they're already out there. We can stop wiggling for now. Root has led his troops onto the field. Shubman Gill is out there with Pujara. Bear, would you like to jingle us up?
There are plenty of guys who talk like they know what they're doing. Liars and frauds. Shubman Gill is the real deal. He doesn't talk, he does it, shows them how.
Say you don't need no IPL, and I'll be satisfied. Tell me that you want to do well inside of the test side. I don't care too much for run rate of Pujara, Pujara,
And first up with the ball this morning will be the man with the magic left arm. It's this man.
Coming up, here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. Oh, Jack Leach.
Into Pujara, first ball, which is slightly misdirected, maybe trying to get it to turn back from leg stump. It's just outside leg stump, and Pujara tickles it round the corner and gets the first run of the morning. Only 380 more to win, and India are 40 for 1.
Well, there's hope in life. yesterday Rohit got a peach from Leach.
A peach from Leach?
I'm hoping there are no more peaches from any Leaches.
Oh, right. Okay, well, we don't want any more. Well, I wouldn't mind the odd
You want
peach
some
from
peaches
Leach.
from
I
Leach.
want some peaches from Leach. And, yes, I think so. Let's see what he does when he bowls to Shubman Gill for the first time. He bowls a short piece of filth, and Shubman Gill goes back and carts that through mid-wicket. And the run chase is well and truly on. It's the first 4 of the morning.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Now Ruti's standing there and thinking, oh dear, this is not a very good start, is it? 5 runs off 2 balls, could be done by lunch, the way we're going. We're going to get onto your tweets, Sam, because I'm sure loads of you are joining us for this fantastic, potentially final day. And we should also say that GPL is open, £34 in the pot.
How much was it yesterday? The
25, I think, something like that.
No, and the final score yesterday? How many runs?
Oh, 39 for what? Oh, in total. Good question. Leach in too short again, although it keeps a little bit low, and Gill has to adjust, but he adjusts well and then tucks it away for Burns to chase at mid-wicket, and they get back for 2. 3 balls bowled, 7 runs scored. My God, England are doomed. Let me be the first to say it. How many runs scored yesterday? Exactly, good point. Don't know off the top of my head. If anyone else can do the arithmetic for me, that'd be great. I can't commentate and do mental arithmetic at the same time. Totally impossible. Leach needs to find his length and line pretty darn soon. Slip and silly point. He hasn't found it this time, but as Gill tries to turn it away, it strikes him high on the thigh pad. Did we have a no ball there? Is there a no ball included there? We're having a look at a replay. And I guess we must have done. Yes, 47 for once. It was even worse for England. 8 runs scored in 3 balls.
295 or 297 was what we reckon. We don't know why we're not sure.
Okay.
Better ball from Leach. And,
so my 253 didn't win. That's
no. Oh, no. No, I'm afraid not. Gill defends the next delivery, and there is no run. The first runless ball of the morning as India go absolutely crazy chasing this, left alone by Gill, who is a very elegant, upstanding batsman, a bit in the style of Greg Chappell. Do you want to see a bit of Greg Chappell in him? He's so upright and so neat looking. Anyway, 1 ball remaining in the first over of the morning. India are 47 for 1. Stokes goes down at slip. Who's the man in at silly point? I think it's Ollie Pope. And Leach is coming around the wicket again to bowl to Gill. He throws this one up and he drives hard and he drives firm, and he finds the man at extra cover, and he's annoyed that he didn't put that away. That's the end of the first over. 8 runs from it. India 47 for 1. Let's have some tweets and say hello to people.
Well, certainly I'll go to Hot Mike first, actually. Milan had said India can never really do well against England. Cares every day, he says, starts with such an important first hour or session. It will be a great game. Michael was saying, what an incredible advertisement for Test match cricket. This past week has been a wonderful rebuke to those who want to shorten this format. Well said, Michael. We are with you, brother, on that one. Few people already on YouTube. Diana Craddock, good morning, Diana. Awesome Fact says, let's go England. Also, do you think Stokes will bowl more today? Oh, you think he'll be used as before, sporadically? I think that's their stated intent for the series. Tim Nasuk T says, England expects every man to do his duty. Getting to be rather Lord Nelson is Tim Nasuk. And William Day says, getting ready to go deep into the night as I can from Baton Rouge in Louisiana.
Well, we will jingle up the new bowler in a minute. Don't do it yet. Hold that thumb. Hold that glorious thumb there while the first ball is delivered. It's going to be pace, so that's a clue. It's going to be pace from the Anna Pavilion end. And Pace is going to be bowling to a man of not great pace in terms of how he scores his runs. Pujara, slip in a gully, backward point, mid-off, and 1 or 2 others, which I'll tell you about in a moment. Here he is. He's in to bowl the first ball of the morning, or his first ball of the morning. It's a full one. It's defended back to him, and there is no run. This is the man who has the ball in his hands.
He will break your helmet, break your heart, hotter than lava, cooler than Bogart, in your face, at your stumps, on your toes, on your mum.
In again. bowls outside the off stump, good length, defended into the covers, and there is no run. Now, I like looking up Indian players because they almost all have incredibly interesting backstories. And Shubman Gill, I learned, has a father who was an agriculturist. Now, is that not just a fancy word for farmer? Can anyone tell me that? No? Agriculturist. I don't know what an agriculturist
It does sound very...
I don't know what it is.
Why would he not say farmer?
Is it
Exactly.
potentially more theoretical and academic, as in the study of
he could be.
agriculture, as
Yeah, he
opposed
could be
to
study
the
of agriculture.
practice?
Exactly. I mean, that's...
Right. Okay, this is a better length from Archer. It's defended on the front foot by Pujara into the mid-wicket region, and there is no run. You might be able to race through a couple of tweets while we're waiting for Joffrey to amble his way back to the his bowling mark.
I can. I was actually just going to reply to Mog, who said was talking about crucial first hour jingles, and I said, funny enough, we were just talking about that, and
Wow.
second hour and third hour, because that's pretty much what Mog was saying. That every hour is going to be crucial today, and he's not wrong.
Archer in again, and forward comes Pujara, places that neatly between extra and backward point, or certainly to the left of Jimmy Anderson at extra. They'll hurry through for a run, and the score moves on to 48 for 1.
Shesho Dasgupta was saying, so is Hendo all gloom and doom and predicting imminent England defeat yet?
It won't take long.
No?
It won't take me long. It'll be fairly soon. If they start scoring, if they keep scoring at 8 runs and over, as they did in the first over, I will be putting on the doom-laden face within the hour, I would say.
Not the DLF. Oh no.
Yeah, indeed. The
Shubman Gill's
doom-laden
father
face.
was a farmer.
He was a farmer. Thank you very much. A bouncer bowled by Joffrey Archer, which Shubman Gill, son of the farmer, ducks underneath, and through to Butler it goes. Tony,
Big farmer.
a
He
pig
wants
farmer.
more. Yes.
He's a pig farmer.
Salopian COYS says, we'll be tuning in when I get off work in a couple of hours for the post-lunch session. Hopefully India will be at least 3 or 4 down by then. And then, yes, Mog, as I was saying, hello, crucial first, second, third, fourth, extra hour. And that Mog is literally, we were talking about that.
Yeah,
before we went on air, saying, wouldn't it be great if we had hourly jingles?
We want hourly jingles for that. Outside your stomach's first hint of swing and seam from Archer there, but it started far too wide. That is the end of the over. Just the 1 run from it, so 9 from 2 overs. That's 4.5. Is it time to get the doom-laden face on? Not quite. And India, what do you make of it so far?
Well, so far so good. I'm glad they're not taking any big chances against Joffrey. I think they're going to get opportunities against Leach anyway. So
Yes, that's the problem, isn't it? England need to have someone keeping it tight, at least, which would enable the quicker bowlers to really let themselves go. Certainly Arthur is that man, maybe Stokes, and of course Anderson. Of course, although he's not express pace. We're just looking at the beach at Chennai. Apparently it's one of the I did see someone tweet last night about this beach, and I'm trying to remember what it was they said. We were
Second longest urban beach in the world.
the longest urban beach in the world. That was it.
Marina Beach.
Leach bowls to Pujara, and Pujara's looking full of beans this morning. He drives towards Anderson at mid-off, hits it quite hard, but Anderson goes to his left to field, and Pujara has picked up another single. There's definite intent from a man not renowned for his attacking prowess, but certainly showing that he's going to go after Leach if he gets the opportunity. Gill comes forward to the next delivery. It's a bit too full, not giving itself a chance to turn on this pitch. And
I can tell you that's a lovely beach. I grew up in Madras for a few years.
Oh, right. Okay.
Very, very nice.
Yeah, it does. It looks really nice. It's massive, isn't it? Onto the front foot comes Gill again. The ball bobbles down the pitch back to Leach, and there is no run. We're doing well for beaches near cricket grounds this winter. We've had Gill, we've had Chennai. Have we got any more? Where's Ahmedabad in India?
No, it's there's no beach anywhere near Ahmedabad.
No beach near. This is
Ahmedabad's kind of northeast, isn't it?
In Gujarat, so it's west.
Oh, northwest. Sorry, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So Leach again on for 30 in his 8th over. He's in again. Oh, now that kept low. It turned, and Gill had to go right down, but played it well into the onside. He does have a really lovely technique. It's a very straight pickup, as I alluded to before. He's very neat. He's slim. He's. I think I may be slightly in love. He is. I mean, I watched a bit of him in Australia. And oh goodness me, he doesn't half pull the ball well as well. Pujara defends the next delivery. That's the end of the over. India's 50 came up with that latest single. They are 50 for 1. Tony.
Well, our own Nigel Walker had been on Cricket Tracker India saying, "Can India do this?" And he's immediately got a reply from Haram Derdar, who says, "Nigel Walker, yes, 100%." So there you go, Bear. There's your answer to that question. And we're already getting some likes from loads and loads and loads of people on Cricket Tracker. I will just pick out 2 or 3. Pintu Saik, Mukesh Soni, Sonosthroa, Ravi Badgujar, Janagath Panda, Anil Singh, and Panchu Kunwar, and Nandal Kumar, and Arpit Singh, and Nicole Chandpura. And I'm sorry if I haven't read all of you. Thank you for liking us. We are delighted you're with us.
Archer starts new over, bowls to Gill, and Gill leaves the ball that dies on its way through to Joss Butler. So we've seen a little bit of low bounce already in Indo. What do we make to that?
Well, I think it's only to be expected, right, on this pitch. And Archer isn't bowling that fast, even though the ball's relatively new. It's still relatively new. So I think it's just par for the course. You're going to see uneven bounce, especially staying low.
I'm getting worried by the incredible confidence of Indian supporters. In comes Jofra Archer again outside the off stump, feeling for it a little bit there, but he times it nonetheless through extra, and they'll pick up at least 2. In fact, they're going to settle for that. They jogged the second one really. Dominic Bess was the man after that. So India moved to 52 for 1. Gill moves on to 24. Pujara has 15. Tony,
you have to understand. Sorry, please go.
That's right. Messages was saying morning troops, and he was telling us about the air quality, which is not great apparently. He likes a Pujara jingle too. My ex is a little bit too long to read. I'll do it after the next ball.
Too long didn't read.
No, too long to read.
Oh, too long to read. Forward comes Gill to a good length ball, probing around that off stump, and it's defended into the offside. Who was it saying the other day that I think it might have been Sam, going on about you can always tell a class batsman when he hasn't got any marks or any insignia on his bat. He's got a perfectly beautifully planed blade out there, and
speaking of beautifully planed blades, remember you can get beautifully planed blades.
Onto the back foot he goes, defends the ball down into the ground, it leaps up into the air and then runs towards mid-on. Yes, Tony?
Go to our website, find Woodstock Cricket on our website, 15% discount on the highest quality, handcrafted, magnificent cricket gear anywhere in the world. If you see a price on the website for Woodstock, you can see lots of their stock on our site. 15% off if you're a Gorilla listener.
Why was that not around when I was playing? Why was there no one giving money off bats and cricket equipment when I was around? Anyway, here comes Archer again in full on leg stump. Poor ball really clipped away, but he has got cover out there at square leg. It's Dominic Sibley, so just a 1. It could have been worse. India moved to 53 for 1. Final ball of the over will be bowled to Pujara, and 3 runs off the over so far.
Hendo, I was just telling you. Sorry, I was telling you at that time that you're talking about Indian supporters making you nervous with their optimism, right? So Indian supporters are essentially of 2 kinds. They're either like me, eternally optimistic, or like you, eternally pessimistic. There's nothing.
Right. So it's a bit like me and the Bear, basically, in Gorilla Cricket. Now, that jumped a little bit on Pujara, and he looked a little bit concerned by that. Has a little look down at the pitch. Anyway, he's played it well enough, and at the end of the over, 17 bowled. India 53 for 1.
Mayank, right, says, evening all, not going to lie, I want India to either win or lose by tea. I've slept less than 5 hours throughout this test match and my body is saying it can't take any more. No matter how hard, my mind is determined to stay awake and watch the match live.
Well, the thing about those, I mean, I'm exactly the same. I've only had 2.5 hours sleep last night. Yesterday, I was going to lie in, but the cricket was so exciting, I had to get up, put it on at 4 o'clock, fell asleep on my sofa for a couple of hours, woke up, England were batting again. And then I had to stay up for the rest of the day. Then I had to write some articles. Then I had to sub some articles.
Magnificent articles too.
I mean, they had to be done because they were so good and they were so deserving of a wider audience. So I understand that. But do you ever get that thing where you kept yourself awake for so long, when you try to go to sleep, every time you almost drop off, you suddenly jerk awake again? Anyone
yes.
else?
You know you've got to be up early anyway.
Yes.
All the time.
Oh, it's horrible. It does it to me all the time when I've had not had enough sleep, and it's
A man, by the way, says, good evening from San Jose, California.
hello.
Let's see what happens for first India all out, or I complete. Oh, let's see what happens first: India all out, or I complete my political science 4-page essay, both due by tomorrow morning. Well, man, we're glad to keep you company.
Well, India has less time.
Tackle that.
Yeah, it just sounds like they don't actually. India don't have till tomorrow. But in fact, I mean, that would be more interesting if there was a sixth day, like there was in Sydney in 1969. Would we make Indian obvious favourites? It's a curious one, isn't it? I think we should make a claim for 6-day tests. 5 days just isn't enough, is it? You just got into it, and then it's all over.
Go back to timeless tests, Sende.
Yeah, that's what I'd love. I'd love timeless tests. So that one test could blend into another. Jack Leach starts the over bowls to Shubman Gill, who plays a delicate, elegant shot. It won't bring him a run, but it goes to mid-on, and looks
then you'd
very
have
nice.
The World Test Championships happening in heaven, because the normal test would never end.
This is true. That would be heaven, wouldn't it? That's my idea of heaven. Defended on the front foot by Gill, straight back to the bowler. When I do shuffle off this multiple coil, which hopefully will not be for at least another 5 Ashes series, maybe more than that, I want to go to a place where the day is just a brilliant day of Test cricket, like the second session we had the other day. Turned to mid-wicket. Anderson feels there is no run.
A timeless Test cricket and a bottomless picnic hamper.
That sounds amazing.
I'll see you there,
go.
Tony.
Heaven,
I'll see you there,
I'll
Tony.
see you there in our little corner of the celestial world. No.
And Guerrilla Cricket is always commentating. That's
Of course.
Perfect. Forward again comes Gill. There doesn't seem to be a lot of turn for Jack Leach at the moment. Will be a little bit of a worry to England. They're probing away. They're continuing. We might see Bess on before too long. And Leach is in again. He's only got the slip. Oh, beautiful! Talk about not turning. Suddenly one has turned and it's leapt. And it's leapt past the outside edge. It's a defeated Stokes diving away at slip. And it's gone away for 4 buys. Yes, 4 buys. Yeah. Are we getting a jingle? Yes, indeed. Oh, so there you go. That's the way to do it. Say it's not turning, and then suddenly it will. I've got the hang of it now. Right, here we go. It's really not turning out there
Another
today.
not turning delivery.
It's not going to turn at all, this delivery. It's too full, actually, and it's just pushed back to Leach. It wasn't going to turn in a million years. That's the end of the over. First moment of alarm for India, who are now 57 for 1. Tony.
El Chopanos, who's changed his name, of course, now to MCG SCG Gabba 2021, says, can't get over how fantastic a typical Indian pitch is for 5-day Test cricket. Small quibbles about the first 2 days for this one, as I think an Indo might have mentioned a few times, are admissible, but 9 wickets left on day 5 is a very good pitch for sure. I think you have to say that ultimately has proven to be true, hasn't it, an Indo?
Yeah, I agree. I would still have preferred a little bit of movement on the first 2 days, just because England was batting. But
yeah,
a man likes. I think it's the Pujara jingle. Is it the Pujara jingle? A man should make his jingle his mobile ringtone. It's so awesome.
Archer into Pujara. Pujara angles this out into the offside. He's looking for a single, but Anderson is alive to the prospect and scampers very quickly to his left for a man of 38 and prevents any thought of that. We're going to look at the ball that turned and leapt. The worrying thing is, of course, if it does that and it gets an edge, I'm not sure Jos Buttler's going to hold it. And I'm not saying that as a criticism of Jos Buttler.
Yes, I'm not sure anyone's going to hold it.
Indeed. So the best he can do is get a bit of a finger on it and maybe divert it to the slip. That would probably be the best thing. Slow it down at the same time. Pushed to Anderson at mid-off. He's now moved quite close. He's very tight on that single. So there is again no run.
I mean, honestly, if Stokes doesn't get that kind of a catch, nobody else can.
Well, no, that's true.
They've got amazing reflexes, right?
I didn't see that catch that he took for the final wicket of India's.
It was amazing.
Oh, what a catch! It's enough to make me feel like those 2 men selling suits in the Fast Show. You made me go, Anyway,
Thank you, sir.
yes, indeed. Here is Archer again, looking for the Yorker, but a slower ball, cleverly bowled, waited for by Pujara, though he spotted it and just blocked it back to Archer. No run. And we got any more tweets for us, Tony?
Yeah, we do. Ravi Nair, hello Ravi, was saying, isn't a student of agriculture called an agronomist? No, I think that's a student of agro.
Football hooligans.
But there we go. I'll wait until the next ball. All I can tell you about the next ball, I'll wait till I've told it.
Archer in again, tries to bowl him a bouncer this time, but it's down the arse, as Ian O'Brien would say. That's what the professionals say when the ball goes in that direction. Yeah, it was a knuckle ball, the ball before, which of course is very much utilised in the IPL, which Jofra Archer has played a lot of in India, and of course in the UAE this particular season, or last particular season. Now we're into 2021, and another IPL is almost upon us. Some early shots of Ravi Shastri and his backroom staff looking at the pitch this morning. I'm not sure what they're actually. It'd be worth hearing what
Some
they
serious
have to say
bow
about
legs
that.
on the chap on the left.
Tremendous.
Arun.
Oh, is that right?
That's the bowling coach.
Oh, the bowling coach. Okay.
He's
Defended?
the one who's changed the entire pace bowling.
Wow.
He's responsible for what's happened with the Indian pace bowlers. Basically.
Okay, brilliant. Defended to extra cover, and there is no run for dropped balls from Archer so far this morning. Now you may have heard an Indo saying that there was some drizzle. There was some drizzle in Chennai overnight, which is we weren't expecting, but it doesn't seem to have made any difference, does it?
No,
I don't think.
no.
Just a bit of drizzle. Anyway, here comes Archer again in back of a length. Pujara feeling for it a little bit without too much foot movement, perhaps surprised by the pace of that one.
Or the lack thereof.
Defends it into the offside, or the lack thereof maybe. 57 for 1, a maiden apparently, and Tony has more tweets.
I do. Gary Naylor. I actually, as I scrolled down, I knew who this tweet was from before I looked at the name. It says, one slip for Archer, really? I have more faith in England's bowlers than Root does. He went on to add, always need a second slip. Messi Jez says, there's no purer form of love than falling for someone simply because of their beautiful cricket strokes. Hendo is polyamorous in that respect.
Is that such a word?
Knuckle,
Cricky amorous? Cricky amorous. We've just invented a new word.
could
There
be.
you go.
Knuckle Pandy wants
sorry.
me to adopt a Richie voice. Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Says Shubman Gill's dad has become a phenomenon in India for his comments after Shubman's 91 that helped win the Brisbane Test. No praise for the knock. Instead, I don't know why all of a sudden he played away from his body.
Quite right. Leach bowls to him. It's right up in, almost right up in the block hole, and it's pleasantly driven with a puff of dust up to mid-on, and there is no run. England just putting the brake on for the time being, as Leach is in again, looking for that little spot where it turned and leapt in the last over, but it's eased into the offside and out to deep cover, and they take a single. You're getting excited there, didn't realise?
I did, and then I realised it was.
As we look at the wonderful ball that got, that's where it's going from, isn't it? It's going from middle stump. He's just got to find that spot on middle stump, and it's just all about getting the length right, isn't it? We've got a man at slip. That's Ben Stokes. We did have a short leg, but he's now just skipped across to the other side of the wicket, presumably to go in at silly point or silly mid off. Yes, indeed. Between the two, really. And now he's
Again.
got him, has he? Or has that come off the pad? I think that's come off the pad. No, it's been given. Pujara goes, Leach has struck, and India are 58 for 2. Is he going to review that?
Just completely unplayable. No, he's not going to review.
No, he's not going to review that. I just thought it went so slowly to slip that I thought for a moment that it had come off the pad. But no, England have struck. Leach has struck. He's found that little spot. Now he's found it. Don't let it go. And it's the end of Pujara.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
Now I have to say to you, Indo, and are you now nervous?
I just think Leach is going to take 10 wickets if he just keep putting the ball on that spot.
Well, we know
Because this is not Leach. That's the spot on the pitch.
It's the spot. It's nothing to do with Leach.
No, nothing to do with Leach. But of course, you got to put it there. But
Yeah, but it's the spot.
It's impossible to play, right? I mean, it's just.
Yeah, I mean, you get a ball like that, yes, you're absolutely right. And it's got a good batsman like Pujara out, a good defensive batsman like Pujara out, playing a defensive shot. You have to say that. Well, the captain has come to the crease. We'll jingle him up in a minute. Shall we do it at the end of the over? Because it's quite a long jingle, and we don't want to miss any action. So while he marks out his guard, we'll just hang fire with that. As well, now he's going to take ages.
That's the problem with the last day pitch, right? I mean, you're trying to chase 381. Of course, this is going to happen. So
yes. I mean, the only thing about this is that, in terms of getting runs, you can get runs on this pitch even now. You get value for your shots still. It's quite
as long as you have wickets left.
Yeah, exactly. Well, if you're not, I'm going to wickets left. Pretty tricky. Anyway, what can Leach produce first up to the Indian captain? He's coming round the wicket. He's in. He bowls outside the stump. He's right forward, killing the spin on that one. Butler fields as it just runs out slightly into the offside, and there is no run. Virat Kohli in his 88th Test match, averaging 53.11. Leach in again as he found that spot. No, this one goes straight on, and Kohli's got in behind this one rather than coming forward, and defends it with the minimum fuss. And again, no run. India 58 for 2. The very stickable Pujara has been unstuck. He's come unstuck at the hands of Leach. And England have their first wicket of the morning. Here he is again, Leach, round the wicket to Kohli. Kohli's forward, defends, down into the ground, the hands of the man at silly mid-off stroke silly point. And that is the end of a successful over for Warjack. India 58 for 2.
There, do you want to play the jingle, or shall I run out jingle?
Oh yes, go for the jingle. Go for the jingle.
The pitches are prepared without a sign of grass. The score is mounting quickly and they've got a talking lead. We don't mind the challenges of being we don't need. He lets loose all his shots when the bowlers are fatigued. And we wait to find the match is dead and our doom is Virat. And Davey Warner rides around and says, Kohli's the cat, Kohli's the cat.
Kohli's the cat.
Love the jingle.
Oh, it's fantastic. Now, talking of jingles, we have an extra special treat for you because we are so good to you. We love you so much. We are now producing a news and opinion section on our site. There are stories and opinions going up on a daily basis. And just for fun, those lovers of jingles will find in one of those articles every day, on the bottom, there will be one of our world-beating jingles. Go and have a look, see if you can find it. And while you're there, have a damn good read of the stuff that we've put together for you. GorillaCricket.com/news. Don't forget the GPL, of course. £34 in the pot. £1 stake for you. Could win you £34 or more. The more people that take part, obviously, the pot goes up. You have until lunch to estimate how many runs you think will be scored in the day. Which I guess one of those will be 381 and others will be 73. It's going to be Dom Bess. We'll jingle him up in a moment as well. He's going to be bowling to Shubman Gill. He's got a short square leg and a slip, and he's in. He's given it air, and down the wicket comes Gill and drives very straight indeed and very well indeed. That's gone for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That was a welcome. That Dominic Bess would have preferred he had not greeted him with, but he has. Gill moves on to 30 from 61 deliveries into 62 for 2. We've got a short. We've also got 2 short mid wickets, 1 straighter, 1 squarer. In comes Bess and defended. He was worried about the turn. You could tell there, Shubman Gill. He got much more side on than normal. He does get side on pretty well in general, and then to angle the face of the bat into the offside to play against that turn. So maybe a little bit of concern amongst the Indian batsmen. They're aware of what the ball can do on this pitch. Bess in again. Oh, it's a horrible, filthy full toss which he has smashed. Oh, and my goodness me! Suddenly down there at long on, Jimmy Anderson came into view, dived away to his left, couldn't quite get there. I think it's gone for 4.
2 + 2 is our man. 2 + 2 is our man.
No, it wasn't Jimmy Anderson. Jimmy Anderson goes and retrieves the ball. It was Dominic Sibley If it had been Jimmy Anton, he'd have caught it.
Playing fridge.
the fridge toppled over, but could do nothing to prevent that going to the boundary, I'm afraid to say. If you're an England supporter, good effort. But yeah, he didn't actually get a hand on it. He had a long way to come, and it couldn't be done. Although it looks like one or two people in the India dressing room.
That was Jeetan Patel.
Oh, that was
Yeah,
Patel.
Jeetan
Sorry.
Patel, yeah.
Oh, flicked up to deep mid on, and they'll take a single. So Gill has rapidly moved up to 35. And now a couple of boundaries from Bess's first over. I don't think it's so much that they've targeted him, but if you bowl rubbish like that and you've got a good batsman like Gill and Kohli, you're going to get the treatment. Kohli will face Bess for the first time, a man who conquered him in the first innings. Here he is again looking for him, and he whips that away with that bottom hand, brings that bottom hand through to try and give it a little bit of extra oomph, but only goes as far as short mid-wicket at the straighter of those two mid-wickets, and there is no run. Final ball of Bess's over. Final ball of my spell will have a change. The Bears going into ball by ball in a minute. Forward comes Kohli. He's going to take an easy single into the offside. There's plenty of room for that because they want to try and tempt him into the drive. That is the end of the over. 21 overs bowled. India 68 for 2. Kohli has a single now. Gill has 35. It'll be the Bear, it'll be Gary, and it'll be Jack.
Gary, Ravi now 17 minutes ago, I'm afraid, and we're lots of action on all of our channels, so you might want to have a little run at those as early as you can. See you later.
Morning, good morning. Morning, Jack. Morning, Gary.
Good morning.
How are we feeling today? Hopeful?
Well, I'm feeling hopeful. I do think England need to attack a little more. Jofra should have had a second slip, for sure, because if the Indians are on the drive and they're looking to hit the ball, obviously, the ball will carry. I think Jack Leach has bowled absolutely beautifully, took first over just to find his line and length, but then has bowled beautifully. He needs support with more fielders around the bat. And I've made one other observation.
Leach in, driven by Kohli out to... there's a umbrella off field, there is a man behind square point, there is a deep set cover, an extra cover and a mid off, so they've got the offside covered. Kohli's won, and the skipper needs to do a skipper's innings, I suppose, and bat as long as he can. What I will say is that is guided behind square to the man behind point. I think that there's probably at least 20 to 40 totally misbehaving balls here on this final day wicket, and they'll be the ones that get the wicket, and England just will have to take their chances when they happen.
Well, the wicket was got with a ball that did not misbehave, it just turned.
Yeah, that's true. Defended up to mid-wicket where Rory Burns is fielding, and there's no run.
Which was good bowling. The other point that I have, which I'll just make before I go on to tweets, is that after 4 overs, India took an impromptu drinks break and took 3 minutes out of the game.
Well, I'm sure they'll be doing quite a lot of that all day. That's just played square on the offside. It's hurled at the non-striker's end, but Kohli gets through for another run. Go, Jack, what were you going to say?
Well, I was going to say, on the topic of misbehaving balls, I think it will depend on where they misbehave from. If they're spinning big off the flat, as it were, from the line of the stumps, then I think England are in the game. If they're having to bowl into the rough, I think India could probably see this game out even from here reasonably comfortably.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? I mean, the pitch doesn't have any pace really. That's defended back down the track and there's no run. I'm not sure that the seamers do need a second slip, Gary. I just think that not many balls are going to go there. I think the seamers are more likely to get... I mean, if you look at the way that Bumrah and Ishant bowled, that's left alone outside Gill's off stump, ends that over. The balls they got wickets with were tailing in, reverse swing, generally getting LBWs and bowled. I don't think there's a lot of call for bowling in the channel outside the off stump trying to ball them out. I think it's the ones that keep low on the stumps, or you get reverse swing, and toe crushers are the ones that are going to get wickets. The
other way the ball goes to second slip, and Ashwin hit one there yesterday, is where you're trying to drive slightly across the line through mid-wicket, and the ball goes off a leading edge through second slip. There's more than just the traditional outswinger going there. You've got to have it there just to show you've got some belief in the bowlers. I think I've got more belief in the bowlers than Joe Root has, which I'm not sure should be the way it...
You could be right, but I just think that they think that the wickets are going to fall in different ways. I don't think that it's going to be the slips that take the catches necessarily. Maybe first. That's clipped out into the deep where the fridge is patrolling on the boundary, Sibley, and they'll get a single.
Well, Daniel Capel Music on YouTube, he's with you. He says, "Come on, England, let's start knocking over these wickets and breaking some Indian hearts."
Well, it'd be nice to see. I'm with everyone who wants this over by sort of mid-afternoon session. Gill comes down the track, smashes it long, hard, and over long on. They're not going to let Best settle. That's gone all the way for one of these. England won't mind that, I don't think.
Not yet.
Not yet. I think it'll be a big ask for them to get 308. I mean, the most runs scored was in the whole test was yesterday, when England struggled, let's be honest, to set 178, but 297 runs were scored yesterday, and that was the biggest day's score of the entire test. They need to add an extra 80 onto that. There's no extra time at the end of the game. The light goes pretty quick. They're only going to have whatever there is during the day.
I think it's more that they'll want a lot of overs out of Bess, and if he's going for 6 or 7 and over, he becomes difficult to use for 25 overs today.
Yeah, that's true, but I'm sure Rooty will bring himself on instead. Flat pies. They may well misbehave as well, because it'll be slinging action. Well, Bess is going to continue. He's gone for 20 in 3 overs so far. 6 and over. That one has turned, but it leaps. Oh dear, I think that was hit at Pope. There's no chance of catching it, but I think it went into his midriff, probably on the full.
It was almost vintage Bess, wasn't it? A half tracker smacked into short leg. If that had gone up, it would have been a replica of Pujara's dismissal from the first innings.
That's true. This is the one problem about Best. I think he tries sometimes too many different deliveries. Yeah, it was full. Ooh, and it did hit the pad. If it had hit the upper side of his knee, it had just ballooned up in the air. Full toss, driven down to long on, where Jimmy is fielding. He'll have a go soon, no doubt. And that'll be a single. I think England also need to, if something's not working, constantly be changing the bowlers, giving different options and different things to think about for the batsman. I'd like to see a bit more Stokes today. A lot of people have said that. I think he is a good man for your in-swinger. If you're going to get reverse swing, he's definitely a man for that. That one turns into Kohli. He just guides it down towards long leg. He wants to come back for 2. I'm not sure he'll make it. No, he decides 1 is enough. The score moves on to 78 for 2.
Stokes is a handy bowler to have around when the pitch is a little bit up and down as well.
Exactly.
It's not been too bad on that front, but you would think later in the day that might come into it.
I mean, the old one has still squatted, isn't it? And there was one from Archer early on that did. The question I did ask, actually, that no one answered, is that one does keep a little bit low, but it's a bit short, and Gill just gets back and defends it down on the leg side, and there's no run. Do they get the roller on the pitch overnight, or is it just at the beginning of the innings? Anybody?
Well,
I think they get the option in the morning
of
light or heavy, so I think they'll probably go with the light roller to stop it breaking up.
Okay.
Yeah. So we've got some tweets coming in. Marg is complaining that I'm complaining. What I will say is there was a question on an Only Connect that we watched last night, and the last sequence, you were looking for something that happens once every 10 years, and we were trying to think of one, Jesper and I, because not many things come round once every 10 years, but one of those things that might come round once a decade is a chance to win a test match in India. So you've got to get on it straight away. You've got to be looking to win the match with every ball that you bowl. You can't just let 2 hours drift by when you're seeking to make good on a chance to win a test in India.
No, I agree with you on that. I don't know if England's bowlers, our spin bowlers may not be consistent enough. Bit of a misfield out at extra cover. I think that was Sibley again. Driving across, they'll get back for 2.
They've got 420. They don't need to be consistent. They need to be attacking. Consistency helps. But I'll get through some tweets. Neymar Butland says it's 8:40 p.m. in LA and a school night. Can England win in the next hour and a half, please?
Well, probably not. Leach around the wicket. Decent line, decent length, just defended out to the covers, and there is... Oh, they went for a single, I think. Did they go for a single? Yeah. They did. Well done, good running.
Yeah. Messi Jess says, special mention for Virat doing a Roger, batting in a cap as officially mandated by @Rog Pineapple. Well, we'll see a lot of caps and helmets being exchanged to take time out of the game, I promise you that.
Well, yeah, there'll be a bit of that too. Leach bowls, and Shubman Gill goes back on his stumps and just defends back down the track, and there is no run. You just want a grubber that goes straight on and beats the inside edge of the bat, crashes into the pads for an LBW would be quite nice. But Gill's on 42 or 71. He's batted pretty nicely so far. That one is cut out, doesn't beat Sibley, who's at cover, but they'll get through for another single. England certainly bowling reasonably quickly, whilst it's not going over the boundary.
I think patience will really be the name of the game for England here.
Yeah.
You have to remember as well that India's tail is long. The last 3 batters really aren't up to much.
That's very true. Leach tosses that up, driven nicely by Kohli, but straight to mid-off. They have gone for a single. Well, Kohli's not hanging about. He's doing his Kohli thing and going for those quick singles. He's a good runner between the wickets. Gets himself another single. He's 8 or 14 now.
So I think even if England have got 6 wickets to take in the final session, they will still fancy themselves as having a chance of winning this.
Well, the new ball will come with about 15, 16 overs to go in the day as well. Well, potentially, if they get the whole of the amount of overs in the day, there's supposed to be 90 in a day. We could potentially have, we bowled 13, 14 overs yesterday. So if you take that off of 80, it gives you 66 overs before the new ball is due. With 90 in a day, that gives you 24 overs with the new ball supposedly. I don't think you'll get 90 overs in a day. I don't think we've got 90 overs in any day so far. Might get 86, 87 if we're lucky. That's 2 leg side by Leach, and it's clipped to Archer, back to square leg, and there is no run.
Yeah, well, if England are going for a win, they'll be able to bowl 18 overs an hour, no problem. Nakul Pandey says England really shouldn't be worrying about the target unless India are no more than 4 down at tea. More practically, India's best chance of saving the game is to take their scoring opportunities and have half an eye on winning it. I'm not sure about the new ball. I think that it's the old ball reversing which has been more of a problem than the new ball in most of this match so far. Well, Jeff Perkins asked me what was the answer to that only connect question, Rog 8 census. Well, you could just pick anything that happens once in 10 years. So I went for the Sydney fireworks in 2000 and the Sydney fireworks in 2010.
Full driven, good stop by mid-wicket. Is a skipper route. Well, awesome facts like, would you like to see Stuart Broad or Moeen Ali bowling in this test? Well, neither are there. I think Broady would be quite interesting. I don't know if Mo's going to get a go. If Bess continues to take wickets, Mo's going to remain on the sidelines, I think. Clipped into the leg side again to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
The trouble with that is that Bess does look like he tires early on in a spell. He hasn't played much 4-day cricket because not much 4-day cricket is played. So this is taking him deep into new territory. Absolutely.
He's got to get deep into his reserves of energy and make sure he concentrates all day. Kohli goes back in the crease, clips it square on the leg side out into the deep. He'll get himself a single. The new ball doesn't. The new ball when it's new doesn't seem to do much but as soon as the lacquer goes, I think it's harder. It's more likely to go through the surface. You saw Archer break the surface with new ball yesterday, and then it does start to reverse after about 10. Well, it certainly did yesterday when Isham was bowling.
I actually think it's the converse of what you'd expect in England, in that it brings the spinners back into the game when the ball's a little bit harder and the seam's a little bit firmer. We've seen pictures of some of the balls, or how severely some of them deteriorated on other days, and they basically stopped spinning after about 50 overs.
Yeah, they turn to rags. But then the pitch is really breaking up, so got to get the right spots on there. That's driven by Kohli once again down to Anderson. There's a deep set mid on, and there'll be another run.
Nakul has pointed out, it's a good one, that the final day is different. There's a minimum of 90 overs in the day, so the closure will come after 6 hours play, or 90 overs, whichever is the later, or it goes dark.
That's true, in which case England will get 24 overs with that new ball at some point. Gill plays that up to once more long on and gets himself another single. 4 singles at the end of the over. Jitten says the SG ball goes lifeless after 30 odd overs. That might take the sting out of this misbehaving pitch. I don't think so. I think the pitch will have a lot to say on this final day. It's still behaving reasonably well off the straight and off the main part of the pitch, but the ball that got Rohit and the ball that got Pujara were middle stump deliveries from Leach that turned enough to take the edge. And I don't think those edges, mind you, as a spinner, so you're not going to argue with me on that, are going to go second slip. They're always going to go first or keeper, and they're always going to be pretty thin.
Yeah, it's the attacking shot that goes to second slip from either the pacer or the spinner, because the energy that comes off the quick moving bat, the fast hands, is what makes the ball go that little wider.
Yeah, well, Leach is going to continue, and Gill plays it up to mid-on, no run.
I just think there are better catching positions than second slip on this pitch. I think short on the leg side, I even think long on for the two spinners. You're more likely to get a catch there than you are at second slip.
Quite possibly trying to go for a big shot. Gill is facing up. That's two leg side by Leach. He's looking for that wonder ball again. If he only has to get 10 of them in a day, that'd be fine. The others can go for 4, as that one does, which is clipped sweetly by Shubman Gill out to the mid-wicket boundary, and it's 4 more runs.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that there's probably at least one better catching position, and I would be bringing in the man who is at a kind of authentic backward square leg. I'd be bringing him into short backward square leg. This is the world record chase we're looking at here on a deteriorating pitch. That fielder should be attacking, not defending.
Yeah, too full again, dug out by Gill. He nearly yorks himself, really. Plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run. He's on 49 now. And he'll be looking for yet another 50. Averages, 85 in Test cricket so far? His third, fourth, fifth Test, or whatever it is. Leach at the end of his run. He's in now. Bowls. He's two leg side. He's looking for that. He's looking for that ball every time, isn't he? He's getting it quite a little bit wrong. That's two leg side. It's just defended on the leg side, and there is no run.
I think I'd probably answer that deep square leg is a more likely catching position than second slip. It's still in this game.
Oh well, there's drive.
That nearly goes to second slip.
It wouldn't have gone to second slip. It would have gone to a gully though. But there isn't a gully, and it squirts off to backward point, and there is.
I mean, even that though is it's come through at toe height at best.
Yeah. I'm not sure it would have even carried to there, to be honest. That one is guided down through second slip, but along the ground they got themselves a single. Not sure if it's carried either.
Yeah, well, I think that's my point made. Mayank says, if England somehow get Gill and Kohli out within the next 45 minutes, this game is done. India will be in survival / shutdown mode. No, they won't, because Rishabh Pant will be in, and Rishabh Pant will play his shots.
He will do, but if he gets in and plays his shots, I don't care how many he gets, he'll eventually get himself out. It'll be my bet.
I think he will, but he's not going to be in survival or shutdown mode. Rishabh Pant is not going to be making 40 off 184 deliveries.
No, he's not, and the thing is, he might well make 90 off of 81, but he'll get through his balls too quickly, and eventually he'll get out, and there'll still be time for England to win the game.
And people may be wondering, well, why are India, if they're not pursuing what is a notional target, why are they playing so many scoring shots? Well, at least part of that is to spread the field about a bit and make sure that the man who should be at short backward square is actually at backward square leg. The man who should be at second slip or gully is at backward point. But we can see India's attitude to the game, because so much time is being taken out already by India's batsmen. Okay, there's change in the bowling here, which has taken some time, but the helmet's been brought out for Kohli, because you're not allowed to have the helmets on the field. And now there's a conference going on. A lot of time it's been spent already not playing cricket.
Well, if they've got to have 90 overs, they've got to have 90 overs. Let's have a Jimmy jingle.
Jimmy, 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 oh, Jimmy, Jimmy, oh, little Jimmy, let go.
It'll be interesting to see what he does. I don't mind fielders out in the deep as well. I think, especially for Leach, if Leach wants to bowl that line on leg stump, he's occasionally going to get it wrong. It's always going to be clipped out into the deep. You might as well have someone out there if it allows him to bowl the line he wants to. Now that does tail in Jimmy was probably watching Ishant Sharma yesterday and Bumrah thinking that's the way to bowl.
Daniel Shepherd's got a point on this pitch. To the spinners, the more close fielders, the better the chances of a catch coming off a rebound, off fingers, knees or toes. But that's a different argument. A short leg side fielder or even a leg slip would be a better position for spin bowlers.
Well, we shall see. There's a long way to go yet. Jimmy is in. Bowls. That tails in. Oh my word. What an absolute fucking peach of a delivery. Has tailed in late. Gill has defended. It's gone between bat and pad in the gate and he's knocked the leg pole out of the ground. It's gone cartwheeling off towards Butler. That is an absolute peach of a delivery. Cannot argue with that. And Shubman Gill, having made his 50, is now gone. Well, he is the bowler with the most, well, certainly the pace bowler with the most amount of wickets in the world. That was an absolute delivery. Wow.
Unbelievable. Simon Jones ashes 2005 to Michael Clarke, but he plays a shot, is basically that.
And he got beaten. And it wasn't the leg stump, it was the off stump. But it went cartwheeling out the ground, which is always a really nice sight to see. You don't see it that often these days. But, wow, what a ball. India now 92 for 3.
Shubman Gill always gives you that chance because he does stay on the leg side of the ball. I said yesterday he goes at the ball with hands and an eye like
that was through the gate though, wasn't it?
But I mean, it was just a beautiful delivery and rather underpins the point that the new ball is less of a threat than the old ball, with it being with reverse very much being in play.
It's still reasonably new. It's only 26 overs old, but
it's old enough to reverse. You could see that Jimmy was holding the ball with his left hand over his right hand to ensure that the batsman did not see which would be the shiny side, and it swung very much to the shiny side. So I think I'm not absolutely certain, but I think that's reverse swing.
Oh, I think so. I mean, they were getting it very early yesterday, the Indian bowlers. Right, new batsman is this man.
You fat, and everybody comes running. Take a run, get down the other end.
And Jimmy is in, and he tries another booming in swinger, but sets it off too wide, and there's no need to play that. And so he doesn't, and it's through the keeper, and there's no run. But I mean, there's a gate there, and it's kept a little low as well. I suppose it's skidded on a bit. But it's just gone through between bat and pad, and it was absolutely stunning delivery. It went really late and it went quite far as well. I mean, can't fault Shubman Gill. I suppose you could because there's a gate, but really, that was an absolute.
It was vintage Anderson.
It was vintage Anderson, and he's in again. And that's a big appeal. That's got to be out, surely. Well, Jimmy, I was reviewing that. It's a question of whether he got outside the line or not. He certainly didn't get anything. It kept a bit low. It tailed in again to Rahane, exactly the same ball. And they are going to review it. And that's a question of whether it hit him in line. It might be umpire's call on line, but I mean, it was certainly going to take the stumps out. I don't think Jimmy can believe that the umpire didn't give that out. We will see on the review, I suppose, whether he got it right and hit him outside the line. But it was definitely going on to hit the stumps. An absolute peach.
Sorry, Ben. Not a dissimilar ball to the one that got Gill 2 balls ago. A big booming in swinger. Kept a little low, gone right through the surface of the pitch.
Oh, that's out.
Well, it all depends.
I think there will be questions about whether that's hit him outside the line. Though,
absolutely. And it's the only thing that can save him, really. I mean, he's certainly got no bat on it.
Yeah, umpire's call may be in play, but it's. I mean, I was a bowler, obviously, way below Jimmy Anderson's level. But when you see a ball like that that's hitting middle stump halfway up, you really want the LBW because you've done everything right. And if the batsman's got his pad onto the line, outside the line, well, fair enough. They'll say that's part of my job. But dear me, that looks out, doesn't it?
It did look out. It's certainly gone underneath the bat. There's no edge on that. If the umpire thought that was the reason for not giving him out. It's just a question of whether hit him in line, really. Let's have a look. He's got a long way across. Oh, umpire's call. Umpire's call. England retain their review. God, that's lucky. That's lucky for Rahane. I suppose you could say a stunning bit of umpiring, but if it had been given out, it would have remained out. I think that calls for Stokes to get on. He can do a similar sort of thing, doesn't he? And I think Joffre should be looking at this and going, I want to do that too.
Yeah, on that point, Shirso Dasgupta says, what does it say about the pitch that there are clouds of dust flying around, as there was from that delivery?
Well, indeed. Oh, wow. Oh, my God. Jimmy's on fire. He's done exactly the same to Rahane as he did to Shubman Gill. This could be the game all done and dusted here. Jesus Christ. He's taken out the off-pole of Rahane this time. He survived the LBW the ball before, but the next ball, I think it might have gone under the bat again. And it's knocked over the pole. Jimmy must be loving this. Christ. I mean, it's arcing like a good one. And it's done exactly the same to Shubman Gill. Gone between bat and pad. Rahane has gone. Jimmy has turned this game on its head within the space of an over. And, wow.
So get on your bike and take a hike right out of here.
It was an eventful 2-ball innings for Rahane.
Yeah. Well, what an over from Jimmy Anderson, though. Jesus.
He's virtually unplayable when the ball is going through the surface. It's kept low twice. And the wicket ball, we've not seen the replay, but could very well have kept low again. And it's swinging feet.
It is swinging feet. It's coming in a long, long way, and it's coming late as well. It's difficult to line it up, I suppose. Well, that's a pair for Rahane, wasn't he? Did he get naught in the first innings?
I believe he did. Yeah, caught by Root.
Yeah, that was a stunning catch as well.
Yeah, it's not often you get a lucky pair, but that was a lucky pair from Rahane. Adelaide Barmy says, bowl fullish on middle and off. The pitch will do enough. If they have to ever ball all day, India will lose. I'm not quite sure. I think there may be a misprint in that one. Marg, rather more succinctly, says, the collapse is on. Dave Barrett says he's going to carry on until he's 60, isn't he? Well, I was going to make that point. For all of getting a bit of help from a pitch, it is a fifth-day pitch on the subcontinent. There should be a bit of help. There's years and years of practice, of honing of skills, of understanding how to preserve a ball in order to make it reverse that goes into those two deliveries. And we shouldn't fail to acknowledge that. An immense amount of craft there. Jimmy Anderson is absolute best. And one of the things that's nice about it is that Ishant Sharma was bowling similar deliveries to England. So this is not any jiggery-pokery with the ball. This is just a craftsman at his absolute peak.
Well, absolutely. We're going to have a change at the end of the over. You're taking over ball by ball. And Tony's going to join you with a Nindo. I'm sure Nindo's very unhappy now. Kez on Hot Mic says, still got 4 to 6 overs left in Cheaton. Well, he says that 30 odd overs is when the ball goes soft. And Kez just says, ooh, Jimmy, what a beauty. Indeed.
Yeah, Mayank says, I said I wanted this game to be finished by tea. Looks more like 20 minutes before lunch. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. David Barrett follows up his tweet. He is, of course, our very own gorilla at Men with Ven UK, with just a picture of a fire. Jimmy being, of course, on fire. Aman says, I don't think I will be able to complete my essay if England keep bowling like that. And there's more tweets coming in. El Chopernos says, Jimmy, turn around to Menon and ask him that immortal Chandra question. I know he's bowled, but is he out? Well, bowled legend. Yes, lovely stuff. To the winners, the spoils, at least so far. But Pant's the man who's in, and he's never one to shirk a challenge, and he has King Kohli at the other end. For all of the brilliance of Jimmy Anderson's first over, there's still a lot of work for England here.
There is indeed. Now, Pant is something, if you're going to bowl this kind of delivery, it might be worth having a second slip, but I don't think the ball, if it's I mean, those two balls both went through the surface, big puffs of dust. I'm not sure they would carry even if he was driving. Well, Jimmy bowls and that one goes straight on. Coming around a wicket, he's probably not going to get the same movement in the air because he's come from wide up in the crease and the ball's got to do more. But Pant defends his first ball and there is no run. 92 for 4. I'm out of here. Jack's out of here. Gary's going to be joined by Tony and Anindo. And I will see you sometime after lunch if we get there.
Well, this is splendid stuff. We should say that the score is 92 for 4 after 27 overs. Virat Kohli has 10 off 18, and Rishabh Pant has just scored or defended 1 ball. Gentlemen, what do we think?
What can you say? What can you possibly say? I mean, those two deliveries, identical, really, weren't they? Sharp in-swingers, off-stump cartwheeling on both occasions, neck and crop. It was just a stunning piece of bowling.
Absolutely stunning piece of bowling, but I just think after Gill got out that way, Rahane, with the experience that he has, had no business falling for that one. I just have no sympathy whatsoever for Ajinkya Rahane. I mean, he's been except for that century at the MCG.
Very full from Jack Leach, and Kohli almost yorks himself, punching the ball to mid-off, and there is no run.
So he's been consistently inconsistent, as someone told me.
Well, if you get 2 balls like that first time you face, you're a bit unlucky as well as inconsistent, as Leach is full and defended by Kohli.
If I dare ask, Gary, where did you get to on tweets?
Mike Mihal Wood.
Marvellous.
Leach is in, and this is very full, and Kohli again punches to the man at a silly point. So
you could have driven a truck through that bat and pad, though.
Yeah, I did think that about both of them, but surely that's...
No, but for Gill, that's normal. I mean, that's how, he's just started, and that is a weakness, right?
But a bounce there from Jack Leach, but it was outside off stump. Well taken by Butler, who's kept well in this his 1 test match of the tour. He's in again as Leach, and this is defended to the man at backward point, who should surely be at leg gully. But Root has this way. It's the way of modern captains. You look at the field, you can't tell if the score is 292 for 4 or 92 for 4. I mean, every fielder should be in an attacking position here. And you can be in an attacking position at deep square. He goes back and cuts to the man at backward point, who sort of fumbles it. Dom Bess, he looks a tired man, Dom Bess, it has to be said, and the ball goes to cover and they scamper a single. Virat goes to 11. It's the end of the over. India 93 for 4. Your tweets?
There's a few. I'm going to look at Hot Mike quickly. Did you talk about Jitten, who said the SG ball goes lifeless after 30 overs? That might take the sting out of this misbehaving pitch. Kez just simply says, "Oh, Jimmy. Awesome facts over on YouTube." It says, "Would you like to see Stuart Broad or Moeen Ali bowling in this test?"
Done all those, Tone.
Possibly not. You done those, have you?
Yeah.
Right. I didn't appreciate that. Okay. I shall head us back to Twitter then.
Yeah, England got it right, really. Jimmy Anderson was held back from the new ball, knowing that the older reversing ball is more to his taste. And dear me, he's delivered in his 1 over so far. So he's back in. King Kohli on strike, very full, and get almost yorked Kohli, but it was outside off stump, so it wasn't going to bowl him. But what I thought was interesting there with Kohli, he's a flamboyant and charismatic player, but almost no backlift from Kohli there. There's going to be a lot of defence here from even India's most attacking batsmen. There's a little backlift, but there's no real intention to punch that ball. It's just keeping it out now.
He's a long way forward as well.
Yeah, he knows what the pitch is doing, right? So and he knows.
Need a short cover, but there isn't one. There is a man short on the leg side, though, and it's the captain. And Kohli does what experienced players do when the ball's doing plenty, which is take a single and watch from the other end. It went to mid-wicket, and the score advances by 1. What do you think of this technique of Shubman Gill? Because I think he's going to struggle particularly in away tests, because he's a beautiful player to watch, as Hendo said earlier, but he does stay on the leg side of the ball and then use his hands and his eye to locate the middle of the bat, and I just don't think he do that all day, every day.
I think Chappelli called that out in Australia as well.
As Anderson is in round the wicket to Rishabh Pant, who plays a textbook forward defensive.
Yeah, and that's a clear weakness that he needs to take care of. But remember, I mean, this is what his second series, right? First at home, and he didn't do too badly in Australia actually. So in England, I think before he goes to England, I think he needs to work on it a bit.
Yeah. I mean, he's a huge talent, and I'd love to see him batting for India for the next 10 years. It's just that the bowlers are always in the game. Rishabh Pant, who also keeps the bowlers in the game, gets a foolish ball outside off stump, and he does what Rishabh Pant does, which is put it away to the extra cover boundary for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
It wasn't even a full ball, really. It was full of length, but it certainly wasn't a half volley. But Rishabh Pant, he backs himself all the time. That's the way he plays, and it's brought him success, so why not? And he reached for it a little, but he got it to extra cover. Now it's Rishabh Pant who needs the second slip, because if you're going as hard as that at the ball, it will carry. There are some that won't carry, but if you're standing in a kind of Ian Botham, Mark Waugh type second slip, which is probably a yard closer than most second slips, you're in the game. But there is now a short extra gone in as a result of that shot. Root slightly chasing the field. Pant again likes to field bat on ball, although that was tailing in towards his off stump, just dribbles off into the offside, and it is no run. Come on, Jimmy, he's bowled 5 deliveries in this over, he hasn't taken a wicket.
Did you read Mike Mahill's Woods tweet?
No, that was the one.
Well, he did say, has anyone checked if Jimmy Anderson can bowl in Asia? Asking for a friend. Adelaide Barmes said, should have said play every ball. Sorry, chaps. Daniel Shepherd said, thinking events show that Root knows exactly what he's doing, and was quite right.
Little bit of the inside portion of the bat from Rishabh Pant, and that ends the over. There were 5 from it. India are 98 for 4. Rishabh Pant has 4. King Kohli has 12.
Daniel Shepherd, was saying, I think what we were all saying yesterday, don't enforce the follow-on, and it's basically saying Joe Root got that right. And I think we were all with him, Daniel, on that one. Anna Forsyth has joined us, awakening in her own pavilion, I'm sure. Saying hello all, just finished recording our podcast with some excellent guests. Yes, she does the Canucks ice hockey podcast. What an over to start watching. Oh, blimey, Anna. Well, yes, you did join at a good time, didn't you? Well done.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, Phil Withall says, I'm not sure if I'm fully behind the moral arguments regarding human cloning, but in the case of Jimmy Anderson, I fully endorse it. Celebration as well, by the way.
Here's Jack Leach, and that is defended right on the front foot by Kohli, stretching the full way. I want to ask Anindya where India go from here. What's their tactics? What's their objective for the next hour, the next session, the rest of the day?
I think they will continue.
As Leach is in on leg stump, and Kohli says, I'll have a little piece of that, please, and dabs it really into the leg side, but he's got excellent timing. It's a long chase for Jofra, and they're through for 3.
Yeah, I think they're just going to go the way they've gone. I mean, you've seen the intent from the moment Kohli's come in. It's been very clear that they're going for a win, and they're going to continue going for that until they're in a situation where maybe they've got 4 wickets left, and that's when I think they'll try and climb up.
You think they're going for a win? Not to me. I mean, it looks to me like they're looking to play positively and make sure there aren't close fielders, but I've seen nothing that suggests that they're going for a win. Although if Rishabh Pant...
Well, I mean, they're not going to go berserk, right? This is hardly the time to go berserk if you're going for a win. It is time to play positively, to keep scoring the runs.
Yes.
And then, then I guess if you are still...
Reaches in and over the wicket to the left-handed Pant, who pushes the ball against the spin into the offside, and they're through for a single.
I guess if you're still in a position near about tee, when you could possibly go for a win and you're not nearly all out, then you'd go and try and get it. But until then, we're just going to play positively. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, all 3 wickets were for defensive strokes. They weren't from attacking strokes. So this is outside off stump, and Rishabh Pant rocks back and cuts. And England, as they have done, Kohli, yes, as England have done throughout the day, the fielding is a bit scrappy, albeit the main objective, which was cutting off the boundary, was done. There's a laugh and a smile between Dom Bess and Dominic Sibley, and a strike rotating single. And these strike rotating singles are very important now for India, because with a left and right-handed combo, even though they fooled your ball-by-ball commentator there, it should be possible to see. And Jack Leach bowls a perfectly respectable ball that Rishabh Pant attempts to reverse sweep, and had he connected that, it would have gone straight to Ben Stokes at slip.
Why would you want to reverse sweep that?
Yes, I don't really know. I mean, one thing would be to say, look, I'm not frightened of that rough outside my off stump, so you can bowl it all day there, and I'm not going to be worried by it. This is very full and almost Yorker length, but Rishabh Pant just punches it into the open space on the offside. It's left there in order to tempt him to play against spin, or into the spin, which is a new way of saying it, but he helps himself to the single that's offered. India 104 for 4, 30 overs gone. Kohli has 16, Rishabh Pant has a busy 6.
Yes, Felix Stock says, "Hi team, nice to wake up for a wicket." Quite right too, Felix. Mog says, "Fucking hell, Tony's doing tweets and it's excellent." I think that's only, Gary, because he felt perhaps you were a tad on the tardy side. I'm sure
Mog always
justified.
Mog always does. It's a tweet show with the occasional delivery.
Neymar Butlin says, "I think Indian fans should be worried when the commentator says this session is pants." Get it?
Aha!
Yes. Oh, we get it, we get it, we get it. We get it indeed.
It was Pun Day yesterday, wasn't it? Not today.
It was National Pun Day, I'm sure. Every day is Pun Day on Gorilla Cricket.
Every day is Pun Day. We welcome them, we love them.
Nakul Pandey says, India aren't going for anything, they're just batting. Okay, Mog says, "Look, can we clear this up once and for all? How in the hell do you say an India's name?" I think it's an Indo, as if it has an O on the end, because I remember you telling me that, Gov.
An Indo.
Oh,
an Indo.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Thank you, Anindo, as Jimmy's in and Rishabh Pant just defends this. Anindo, I want to ask a specific question about Rishabh Pant. He's got every shot in the book, and as we've seen already, he has some shots which are not in the book. How does he go about his shot selection here, with kind of stick or twist? Sometimes you can have too many choices in life, too many choices in cricket. Has he got too many choices for each ball that comes his way?
I think actually he's far more sorted in his mind than he looks.
Round the wicket comes Jimmy Anderson, who drives does Rishabh Pant to a ball which just tailed in a little from round the wicket, but there's a man at mid-off who saves.
So he seems to know how he wants to play when a ball lands in a particular place. He seems to be like a very, very smart batsman actually. It's just that because he's the typical modern batsman, he's got all these strokes. So maybe it looks like he's all over the place. But I think last innings against Bess and Leach, he showed that.
Anderson round the wicket goes wider on the crease, and Rishabh covers up, and there is no run. I think there's something in that. He has this kind of happy-go-lucky demeanour. There was those lovely photos on the tour with Tim Payne's young child that were on the Instagram account of Tim Payne's wife with the sobriquet Best Babysitter, which was his response to Tim Payne's sledge last time round. And he has that sort of lovely humour about much that he does, as Anderson is in. And this ball is punched hard, but there's a man at short mid-wicket who saves. It's Joe Root, and there is no run. But I think underneath there's quite a serious cricketer who has immense talent and whose ceiling is very, very high, certainly with the bat, and whose wicket-keeping, I think, is improving, albeit coming from a low base. But I think he just has to work out shot selection and the rhythm of an innings and exactly how to play, as all Test cricketers do. He's young, he's got time on his side. As this ball, as if to make my point, Rishabh Pant just hangs the bat out to that one and could have taken an edge but didn't. It went through to the keeper. And I'm going to be writing about this on the Gorilla Cricket's news channel later today. I think what he needs to do is look at a career like Adam Gilchrist, and not many players can compare themselves to Gilchrist, but as a left-handed, hard-hitting wicketkeeper batsman, Rishabh Pant should be looking at the very best of those, and we can have Kumar Sangakkara, but he gave up the gloves a little, so Gilchrist is the model. This ball is defended, no run. And Gilchrist, I think, scored 17 Test centuries, and I think Rishabh Pant, because he's so attacking, will leave runs on the field, and if he can get the shot selection right, he won't be leaving those runs on the field, and if he wants to, he'll score 17 Test centuries as well. But we'll have your tweets.
We will. Salopian COIS says, came dangerously close to bellowing, "Get in there, Jimmy, you fucking beauty," there. Which wouldn't be the best, given I'm sat in the staff room at work pretending to be busy whilst surreptitiously listening through an earphone. Well, Salopian, we're glad you are with us, and it's exciting stuff. You would have been forgiven, I'm sure, if you'd have explained the situation to either your fellow teachers or pupils. I'm sure they would understand. Venkatesh says, Pants Gabba Chase tells me he has a good head on his shoulders. He does. We were huge admirers of that, as you know.
Round the wicket comes
sorry.
Leach, and this ball is punched back, and he sort of half fields off his own bowling. England have been a little scrappy in the field, not that it matters too much when you've got a world record chase to defend, but they need to make sure they take their catches. They can be as scrappy as they want in the ground fielding, but they must take their catches. As with just a silly point and a slip, the ball yet again goes through the vacant leg gully, and they take a single. Kohli has quietly moved on to 17 of 31.
El Chopanos says, an Indio soft D. Is that right, an Indio?
Sorry?
El Chopanos, MZ, SCG, etc. We're saying an Indio with a soft D.
Down the wicket comes Pant, and that's good because he's making his own length and he gets the reward from that. It was flighted and may well have been a full toss anyway, but he met it a couple of strides down the pitch, and all he needs to do is get enough bat on that into the offside, and it rolled away square of the wicket for one of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Yeah, I mean, that would not have been a full toss had he gone back in the crease, but Rishabh Pant is never one to shirk a challenge, and he'll always come down the wicket to the spinner if he feels he can make length. And this is a good knock so far from Rishabh Pant, particularly after the loss of 2 wickets.
Yeah, he took Leach on in the first innings, and I think he sees it his job this time around as well.
And he spots a slightly sleeping fielder there at short mid-wicket who was Dan Lawrence, and they pinched a single that really shouldn't have been there, which will annoy Leach because he wants to have a consistent opportunity to bowl at left or right-hander, but that's a strike rotating single. Leach is 2 for 56 in his 16th.
I'm not sure he actually wants to bowl at Rishabh Pant because his first innings was destroyed because of Rishabh Pant.
Yeah, but he'll want to bowl into that rough. Every spin bowler has been destroyed at some point in their career. This ball is defended and there is no run. If a left-arm spinner on a fifth-day wicket in Chennai with the score at 110 for 4 and a target of 420 doesn't want to bowl, then
well, he doesn't want to bowl at a particular batsman, let's put it this way.
Maybe so. Joe Root seemed to be signalling 6 there, but no, he sent both long on and long off out, so he's going to challenge Virat Kohli to hit a 6. Well, I don't think Kohli is a mug to do that, and absolutely doesn't. He just gives it the full forward defensive. No doubt there's a bit of chirp to Virat saying, "Go on, glory boy, hit a 6," but he doesn't.
He doesn't hit 6s, actually.
It's 110 for 4. Yeah, he doesn't hit 6s in Test cricket. He's not a 6-hitter. He is an immaculate player of the next ball on its merits. Your social media.
Yeah, Mog was saying now that Kohli is back in the India team and they aren't playing Australia, I'd be more than happy to see England win this, unless it somehow gets Australia into that Test Championship final thing. Lots of people chatting away. There's a few people chatting away on YouTube. Diana Craddock and Awesome Facts in a combination. Fabulous first hour, said Diana. Yes, it was. Awesome Facts is asking which bowler bowling combo do you prefer against Pant? Good question. One for an Indo, perhaps.
I would say Anderson and Bess.
There's the answer. John Perry says, quick stats question. How many times would a team have been 4 down at lunch and saved the game on the 5th day? Pretty common or rare as hen's teeth? Can't remember any examples offhand, but with my memory, that's not saying much. I think if Knuckles listening, he will be there like a shot to answer that question.
I think we were 4 down at Cardiff in 2009 with Monty and Jimmy's rear guard, because I think Colley batted most of that time, so he must have been in, and he was usually at 6. That would be my guess. Anderson goes wide on the crease round the wicket and attempts to do a flint-off to Gilchrist from 2005, but Rishabh Pant lets that one go through. And there's some good shot selection here from Rishabh Pant, because he's been positive but not reckless, and that's really, if you're going to have those inspirational quotes up on your toilet wall or whatever, that is something that Rishabh Pant should really be thinking about. Positive but not reckless. If he can do that for the next 10 years, he's got 6,000 test match runs at 45 for the taking. Round the wicket again, and this is a good ball from Anderson. It beats the defensive bat of Rishabh Pant. It just moved a little, but it bounced off the surface. And I don't want to keep going on about this, but you do need a second slip, because that ball would definitely have carried. It was taken by Joss Butler at around waist height, if not slightly higher. There's enough unpredictability in this pitch with the odd one gripping, and England simply cannot afford to have a batsman error go unpunished here. They have to have every catch taken, every run-out chance taken, and have the field in the right place to make those chances. There's only one real attacking fielder. Okay, there's a short mid-wicket and a short extra cover. And this ball goes in the air. It's caught! It's caught off the leading edge by Joe Root at that short extra cover. It went quite quickly to him. It came off a leading edge, which was always going to be in play on a pitch like this. And Rishabh Pant, perhaps a little spooked by being beaten on the outside edge, the previous delivery has gone. He's gone for 11 there. It was a loose stroke. He wasn't really trying to do much with it. In fact, if anything, he was attempting to turn it onto the leg side. But Anderson has bowled absolutely beautifully this morning. He's been much too good for Indians' much vaunted middle order. And King Kohli is standing alone in the field.
How's that? You messed about, I caught you out. How's that?
Well, you asked Gary what India's plan is from here down. There is nothing else. I mean, there's what, Sundar. That's it. There's Sundar and Kohli.
Well, Ashwin batted so beautifully.
Yeah, to
and
buckle
so
down is
bravely.
fine. I meant in terms of trying to get there, which I think this is the time in the buckle down.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very different wicket to the one that Ashwin so bravely batted out time with Vihari in an unforgettable series of matches. The draw, which led to the opportunity to win the series at Brisbane, but that's already in the history books.
Yeah, but at least the English pace bowlers are not trying to injure them as the Aussies were doing the entire series.
Yes, the Australian pace bowling, with the laudable exception of Patrick Cummins and occasionally Josh Hazlewood, got it completely wrong. And to England's credit, they've got it completely right, especially this morning. And Ben Stokes, we haven't even seen yet. You were asking, or it was asked, what combination of bowlers would you want Andio to Rishabh Pant? I would definitely have gone with Ben Stokes and Jimmy Anderson, because that's where his floor is at the moment. Slightly chasing wide balls outside off stump, going for scoring options where it's perhaps better to let the ball go through. But we have a new batsman, and he has impressed immensely with the bat in his brief test career to date. It is Washington Sundar, and I'm sure we've got a jingle for him.
He's named for his granddad or something with like that. So it turns out that you are looking at Washington Sundar.
Well, his party piece is the no-look 6, isn't it? Which is great to see. I don't think we'll be seeing that too much. Quite why England have only got one attacking fielder to a man playing his second test at 110 for 5. Again, is completely beyond me, but Root will say the proof of the pudding is in the eating. In India 110 for 5. Anderson is in, outside off stump. It tails away, but only after it had passed the bat and goes through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Leading edge, wasn't it?
Yeah, slightly looking to turn a ball into the leg side from outside the off stump, and the percentage.
Yeah, I think he was trying to drive it straight. Actually, what he was trying to do was drive it straight past Jimmy.
Yeah, I mean the percentages are so against you, even on a flat track at Ahmedabad.
Jimmy's cutter.
Yeah, this one keeps low, and Sundar, again to his credit there, not giving it the big backlift, and so he was able to jab the bat down on that with bat and pad quite close together. This is a real examination of Sundar's technique here. I think this lad is a number 6 batting at 7 in the way that Pant is a number 7 batting at 6. So although England will be pleased to get the wicket of Rishabh Pant, I think in some ways the wicket of Washington Sundar in these circumstances is even more important, as Anderson is in round the wicket hiding the ball, and Sundar again shows immaculate technique, front foot to the pitch, head over the ball, defended into the offside. There is no run. It's the end of the 33rd over. India 110 for 5. Jimmy Anderson is providing a masterclass in reverse swing bowling on the subcontinent.
Certainly is. Dan De Castro's with us. Says, I love the spinners were supposed to be the key, but 38-year-old quickie Jimmy has 3 massive wickets. What a legend, indeed. And Awesome Facts was saying they'll never doubt Joe Root again. I thought the decision not to follow on was the right one. Yes, it was. Mike Lee Hall Wood says plenty of folk on Twitter comparing Jimmy over to Flintoff versus Ponting Langer in 05. For those of us yet to see, how did it compare? And more importantly, did it include a no ball? No, it didn't include a no ball, I don't think.
No, I mean it was a little different because Flintoff was absolutely steaming in and beating Ponting for pace, which not many people did in his career, and absolutely sorted him out before dismissing him off the 6th ball. Just interesting on the replay there, Kohli as captain did barely acknowledge Pant as he was walking off there. I don't think he was best pleased to see a shot attempting to turn a ball.
Because just the ball before, once he missed outside the off stump, Kohli went across and gave him some specific instructions. So obviously they weren't followed.
Absolutely. It's Dom Bess into the attack, bowling off, breaks him over the wicket, and he starts off with his signature ball in lots of ways, the full toss. And Kohli says, "You're joking, aren't you?" And just says, "I'll hit that one to extra cover, I think," and does so.
It wasn't a great start, was it?
No, I was waiting for a jingle there, Bear, but maybe we haven't got it.
It's playing. You're fucking talking over the top of it.
We couldn't hear it.
Yeah, none of us could hear it. Bess learning on the job. This is a much better delivery, and Kohli comes forward, bat close to pad, and also closing the face to keep the ball down. Just dribbles into the leg side, no run. Bess quick in his work, is back to his mark, and Kohli faces up, and this ball is short. And Kohli says, "I'll tell you where I'll hit that. I'll hit that to long leg." Instead, Archer runs, feels like he's in the IPL, throws himself into the advertising boards, all to save 1 run. I wouldn't be doing that if I was a fast bowler, 117 for 5, chasing 420. But somehow they seem to think injury is less important than saving an entirely OTO single. But there you go. They're through for 3, I think.
Yeah,
it's a particular bugbear of mine. Oh, they've gone through for 2. It's a particular bugbear. No, it was 3. I do apologise.
It's 3. Yeah.
It's a particular bugbear of mine that players throw themselves into the advertising hoardings, which are these electronic ones, which are extremely hard, and they really shouldn't be doing it. You know, you may be doing it if it's a World Cup final and 1 run matters, but 1 run here matters not a jot. And let's face it, India will give it you back with a no ball as soon as they bowl, although not in these circumstances. Sundar just pushes the ball into the offside, and there is no run. I think we're due a change at the end of this over. There, you'll let me know, won't you?
Yeah, we are.
Yeah. So, I mean, I've taken my wickets. I don't know who's on ball by ball next.
It's me, I think.
Yeah, well, Tony, you've got an act to follow. As Bess is in, and that's a beautiful delivery, and Sundar is out, caught by Butler. It's not been given, but there's an instant referral upstairs. I think I could see the edge there. It's good work from Butler to make the catch. We're going to go to the referral, but I mean, this is out, isn't it?
And
I think Sundar is walking off.
Another one which just went off the pitch.
But beautifully bowled into exactly that length, which is neither forward nor back. Sundar is a good batsman. He's walking off. He's not waiting for the DRS. It did turn off the pitch, and there's a huge edge that goes through to Butler. Butler, whose wicket keeping I've criticised as much as I've criticised his batting in the past. His keeping has been pretty damn good in this match, and that's good technique to keep the hands in the right place there. There's always an element of fortune when you're taking a catch off an edge, and it's an enormous edge on ultra edge. There, the Howlers DRS was brought in for, and India lose another wicket.
Well, I'm just going to say something here, that in the next test match, I refuse to be on at the same time as Gary. I officially refuse. Whoever's making the bloody schedule, whether it's Nakul, whether it's Hendo, Gary and I do not stay here together. When India is batting, at least.
Hendo, you know your job. Well, I've got 2 more balls, and frankly, I'm about 50-50 for another wicket here, I think. But tremendous stuff.
With your record, that's probably 90-10.
Dom Bess, he's been very up and down. He's looked a bit tired in this today, especially, but also yesterday. But he just has a bit of a golden arm, and that was a good delivery. He did get some dip. He did get some turn. It was an outrageous turn. I mean, we're not seeing Nagpur in 2015 or whatever it was here, but there's just enough. And both England's spinners are the kind of spinners that need just enough in the pitch. If there's too much turn, then it changes the mindset of the batsman a little bit. But they both look innocuous enough on a flat track for when you give them one that offers you that little bit of turn, then you're always thinking the drive's on, or there's a long hop coming, or something like that. And of course, there's nothing spinners like more than a batsman who's trying to score runs off you, because that opens up so many forms of dismissal. But to be fair to England's spinners, and indeed all England's bowlers, it's not been the attacking shots that have got batsmen out in this innings so far. It's been defensive strokes that have led to wickets by being well and truly bowled out to date. So Ravichandran Ashwin, even bigger job than he had in the 3rd test of the previous series in Australia. Can he bat 2 sessions and a bit? It would be quite something, but he has King Kohli at the other end, but next to him is Dominic Bess, and it's very full, and Ashwin just dead bats it to the man at short mid-wicket. I've enjoyed that spell of commentating, and Dio perhaps not so much, but at the end of it, India are 117 for 6. England need 4 more wickets to secure a famous victory.
Well, I'll see you in the second test.
Yes, I'll see you in the second test.
But hopefully not together.
Hopefully not together. There'll be another day.
Well, thank you, Gary. What a spell from Gary Naylor. And thank you, Anindo.
Thank you.
A man who's worn considerable pain with a degree of fortitude, I have to say. So well done to you as well. I'm joined by Jack Hope. Hello, Jack.
Before I go, Tony,
yes, Anindo,
we had spoken before the series about the 6 losses India's had, of which Jimmy's been responsible for 3. Well, he's now responsible for 4. So
not yet, but yes. I think you're just trying to do the reverse curse. Thank you, Anindo.
See you then. Bye.
Interesting stuff. Jack Hope is with us, as is the voice of Guerrilla Cricket himself, Nigel Henderson. Hello to you both.
Yeah, I was just thinking of a moniker for myself the other day, talking of voice of cricket, voice of lockdown cricket. I want to be known as. Do you think that's possible?
I don't see why not.
Is that too egotistical?
The voice of lockdown cricket. Well, Jimmy Anderson, not surprisingly, who is the bowler of this match, certainly so far, as he's into Captain Kohli, who steers him to backward point, and there is no run If you haven't been with us, where have you been? But what have you missed? You've missed Shubman Gill being bowled magnificently by an in-swinger by Jimmy Anderson. You have missed Pujara being caught magnificently off the bowling of Jack Leach. Ajinkya Rahane went the same way just 2 or 3 balls later. Anderson's going to be in now to Kohli, who's forward and again just guides this to backward point. Ajinkya Rahane just 3 balls before he was cleaned up by another fantastic in-swinger. Joe Root has caught Rishabh Pant off the bowling of Anderson, and Washington Sundar has been caught behind of Dom Bess, and India are in a pickle. It would be fair to say, I think, wouldn't you, Jack?
It's been quite an incredible hour and a half, to be honest. I think beyond the wildest dreams of every England fan.
Indeed, Jimmy Anderson in again, disguising the shape of that ball, but that's pretty conventional, straight on off stump and tidily met. 1934 was the first test in Chennai. England won that by 202 runs. The estimable Alfred Bakewell making 85 on that occasion.
Know him well.
Indeed, fabulous cakes. As I'm sure. Oh, it was tarts. Mr. Bakewell and his tarts. As that one's left alone outside of the off stump by Kohli. Through it goes to Joss Butler. Sad end to his career in a car crash. And he survived, but his career never recovered. Did lose his passenger.
There is this. Well, I mean, there is that old
Reggie Northway. Sorry, go on.
There is that old book, Silence of the Hearts, was it, about all the suicides in cricket? And there are so many. Even I was doing a piece yesterday about Ravi Ashwin and the people who'd taken spinners that had taken wickets the first ball of the innings, and two of the other 2 guys had come to a rather grisly end.
In comes Jimmy Anderson. That one swings in again, but Kohli is made of different stuff, really, I think. And he can time that beautifully way down to long leg where Jack Leach does the fielding. No, Alfred Bakewell did survive that crash, but it was Reggie Northway, his colleague, who died in it. But it did for his cricket career, not surprisingly, despite all kinds of attempts to get him back on track, including electric shock treatment. Would you believe back in the day?
Well, I think it was Bobby Peel. Yeah, he didn't actually die or anything, but he apparently got very, very drunk, walked onto the pitch for a game for Yorkshire, and bowled in the wrong direction. And that basically was the end of his career. It was basically Yorkshire laid him off after that.
He was famous for a pint or 2. Bobby Peel.
He was indeed, yes.
Indeed. Ashwin's going to be facing Jimmy Anderson, and Ashwin is onto the back foot to steer it away into the offside. Steve Harmison famously bowled in the wrong direction as well, but not quite under the same circumstances.
Well, I mean, when I said the wrong direction, I meant he actually the wrong way round. He would have been bowling sort of from the stumps to the pavilion rather than to the batsman at the other end.
Did he just get confused as to which end he was supposed to be?
I don't know. Who knows? I mean, a lot of these stories, have been
apocryphal or embellished.
They've been embellished over the years, haven't they?
Well, that's the end of that Jimmy over anyway.
And let me get through some tweets then. I've lost where I was actually.
Anna
Forsyth, and then it's all come through in the last few minutes while we've been talking. So bear with me. Come back to me in an over or 2.
Well, I will. It's 118 for 6. We've had 35 overs. All hell has broken loose. Probably, if you're looking at this from an Indian perspective, Jimmy Anderson has been the bringer of fire with those 3 wickets. But he's been well supported by the Taunton Terrors of Leach and Bess, who have both picked up wickets as well. Captain Kohli is at the crease, and he's going to be facing Dom Bess, and that was onto the back foot, turned past backward square, and an easy single, 119 for 6.
Yes, sorry, we were talking about, I presume you were talking about inspirational quotes at one point. Anna Forsyth says, I've got one from Kanye West taped to my desk. How could you be me and want to be anyone else? Yeah, I think I'll adopt that. That sounds good.
That's right. Well, I remember Anna got her own pavilion, so
that's true.
She might as well have her own quote. 119 for 6. Ashwin will be facing Don Bess and Ashwin. Good use of the feet, nicely forward. And Jimmy Anderson, as if he hasn't done enough, has to skip across from mid-off, which he does, I have to say, with an extreme lightness of foot, as would befit a man who's probably feeling on top of the world at the moment, due to what was a stunning little period of bowling.
Well, I think as Jack just sort of intimated, it just came so unexpectedly, didn't it? Really,
it did. Don Bess stretches his arm. There's 3 men around the bat, and down the track comes Kohli and whips him to mid-wicket, and they will take a single. Still important, I think, for these two to keep the scoreboard turning. It shouldn't just be about, whenever we say if a side moves into, say defence mode rather than attack mode, sees a draw as an only option, you still need to keep the scoreboard turning from time to time. Don Bess, a leg slip, a forward short leg. None of them are needed because Ashwin, solid as you like, just drops the bat on that, and there is no run. Very thoughtful faces in that Indian dressing room.
I think that's a good point, if only to disturb the bowler's rhythm.
That one does hurry Ashwin a bit, and he ends up prodding at it a little bit as an afterthought almost.
I'm not just necessarily disagreeing with that, but I always think, well, if you're a good enough batsman technically, you feel that you could stay there all day. If you're not going to bore yourself.
Do we think Ravi Ashwin is a good enough batsman technically?
No.
Well, he was good enough there as he got nicely to the pitch, but the ball before was extraordinary. He'd taken a couple of steps down the track. It was as though he was setting himself to drive to the off, and then he ended up playing a very sort of jabbed defensive stroke. But then he followed that one up with a very textbook piece of defence. So maybe a bit of a mixed bag these days.
Well, he's
anyway, Hendo.
Yeah, he's a good player, but I mean, I think there are one or two technical deficiencies in his game. Matt Hardy says, "I've just got in from a swimming lessons, and Jimmy is on fire. This was 16 minutes ago. Bloody great to see. He's not on fire anymore. He's been taken off, hasn't he? Absolute class from Jimmy. He seems to look younger and fitter as he gets older. All right for some." Messi Jez says, "As ever the optimist, I'm working on the basis that Jimmy only has a divine allowance for a set number of career wickets, and each wicket he takes in India means one less available for him to take in the Ashes." And Mayak says, "At least India have passed 36 in this innings, and that's a good start." Yeah, I don't think we need to get too triumphalist at this point.
Very interesting bowling change. Jofra Archer back into the attack, and he gets the ball to swing in, and that was uppish and pitched just short of Rory Burns at mid-wicket. And there is no run. Interesting bowling change this, I think, Jack.
You have to say that England's plans all morning have been on point, as they say. I think everything they've done has been well thought through. They've bowled really good lines. They've got the ball moving. It's been practically perfect.
Indeed, there is the slip in place. And this one again, Kohli's put back over Archer's head again. I'm not sure he'd have full control of that shot. He's got a big smile on his face that suggests perhaps he didn't. We probably should jingle up the new bowler as well as the four. There.
The way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
He will break your helmet, break your heart. Hotter than lava, cooler than Bogart. In your face, at your stumps, on your toes, on your mum.
That strays onto leg stump and it's steered down to deep mid-wicket, where the fridge door was open and ready to field.
I think
Jack was.
Plans have been a sort of a feature of this Chris Silverwood side. My take on that is that he has brought the analysts into the game quite significantly more than Trevor Bayliss did when he was in charge. If you look at the way England set batsmen up, basically, it's very rare they're doing something that, as a viewer, doesn't make sense.
No, it does make perfect sense as Archer's in, and that one climbs on Ravi Ashwin. You were talking about his technique, Hendo. Jofra's got his hands on his hips and a huge smile on his face because whatever technique was employed to that was a bit lastminute.com because I'm not entirely sure that Ashwin knew, but he managed to somehow get enough on top of it. What a ball, though.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very good
delivery.
it was a very well directed bouncer, wasn't it? There wasn't really anywhere for Ashwin to go. I mean, I don't think that's the case necessarily
handle, wasn't it?
of a technical deficiency. That was just a darn good ball.
It was.
But also, the other worrying thing for Ashwin, and perhaps Kohli, is that that delivery was only 133 Ks. I mean, we know that he can get up to 145. So if he bowls one of those at that pace, it could be even more tricky for these batsmen. No, he's injured by the looks of things.
He took it on the fingers on the bat handle. It's a combination of finger and bat handle, I'm afraid. And yes, it would have hurt.
And it could be one of the mystery spinning fingers, which would be a terrible blow to injury, especially with all the injuries they've had in recent weeks. Let me get through some tweets while we're waiting for the physio to work out what's wrong with Ravi. Message says, of course, England in the next test will face the equivalent of the post-Adelaide resurgence. It's not impossible. I'm so gripped I just tried to sharpen my biro, says Neymar Butlins. Mike Mihal Wood says, I missed that the final dismissal was off the 7th ball. What are we if not pedants? Is that right? I didn't see that. Was that Jimmy's most recent dismissal? The
catch by Reed, wasn't it?
Rishab. That was the 7th ball of the over. Extraordinary.
Oh, wow.
Adelaide Barmies say they're trying to come up with a headline that has Root, Jimmy and taking pants down in it. Marvellous Custard Turnip says, how do you think the conversation with management will go when they want to rest him for the second test? Well, do you know, funnily enough, I was thinking about that. That's going to be a remarkably difficult decision to make, isn't it? And I wonder whether Stuart Broad's feeling a little bit nervy about that. Leah, outside context problem, says, I've said it before, winning a series on Australian roads means nothing. They are flat track bullies that were sure to collapse in a heap in India. Mayank says, this has been an amazing 90 minutes of Test cricket by Anderson and Co. Too bad Kohli has almost run out of partners because he's looking good now in the middle.
He is.
And Anna Forsyth says, not that I don't love hearing about drunk Yorkshiremen, but why are we talking about this?
Well, actually,
good question. Listen, we are nothing if not random at times. Josie Oak says on that point, you'd think that getting drunk and bowling in the wrong direction was a Yorkshire rite of passage. Absolutely.
Well, or insert any county name probably, but yes, that is true. 126 for 6. Poor old Ravi Ashwin has taken a real blow. Sharp climbing bouncer from Jofra Archer, and the fingers were smacked onto the bat handle. He was lucky that it didn't just pop up to one of the close fielders, but unlucky in that he's clearly in a fair amount of pain. He's okay to continue, though. The magic sponge has done its work, and I wonder what Jofra has got in store for him with the next delivery.
Exactly.
Probably think more of the same, wouldn't you?
Yes, absolutely.
I'd be very surprised if this is either going to be a very full Yorker or another short bouncer. There's a slip. There is the short mid wicket. It's another bouncer, and this one, Ashwin rocks back. Probably was fairly confident in his mind that he knew what was coming there, and I think we all did too. None for 22 for Jofra. I'm sure he would love to come to this England party in this innings.
Well, despite all the talk about this being, these pitches are going to be made for spinners, the pace bowlers have done pretty well, haven't they, in this test? On both sides, I think.
Absolutely, yes, they have. They absolutely have. It's been, we had many conversations about the wicket and how dead it seemed for a couple of days, but you've got to say the accidental groundsman, or whatever, the accidental curator as they call him, he's done a good job here. You've had runs, you've had something for bat and ball, and you had ideally a result wicket come day 5. In comes Archer as a heavy leg side field, so Ashwin just drops the ball to point to make sure he doesn't interfere with them in any capacity. 126 for 6. It's the end of Jofra's 7th over, and we'll go back to Hendo on social media messages.
Marvellous Custard Turnip, which is a fantastic handle, says, good point, cracking commentary, guys, thank you. El Chopanos says, it needs to be mentioned on the day of yet another fantastic Jimmy Anderson performance that Guerrilla Cricket has the absolute best jingle to honour his longevity and Legacy, and he says it's based on this song. Jimmy Anderson over the years has had a number of really good jingles. Actually,
we had the old walking up the hill.
Yeah,
that
was a classic
one
wasn't
for
it?
a while, didn't he?
Yeah, but he's had a few
on Twitter.
That's the one. Knuckle Poundy says Ashwin's got technical flaws, but he's bloody minded. Look what he did with the back so bad he couldn't sit down, partnering Vihari, who couldn't run in Sydney. That's a very good point.
Don Best is going to be bowling. That's a horrible full toss again to open his account, and Kohli literally can't believe his luck. Just swipes him over mid wicket for 4 runs.
Yeah, that wasn't a low full toss, was it? That was
no, it was just it was halfway shoulder height. It was horrible. I'm assuming the jingle played, Bear. Just give me a thumbs up, thank you.
We didn't hear it.
What a piece of filth that was. Now, Dom, come on. Don't get overexcited. 3 men around the bat. In comes Best. And it's nearly, well, it was a full toss. Kohli drives this straight through what would have been a very fine indeed mid-on, mid-off, and it's 4 more. So that's 2 really shocking deliveries from Don
It seems
Best,
rather obvious to say, but I'm not sure what Best is searching for bowling that foot, or even why would he be searching for such a full length that he might bowl a full toss here?
Well, in the words of the great Bono, he still hasn't found it, whatever he's looking for. Not with those 2 deliveries. Round the wicket he comes, and that's again very full, and Kohli says thank you very much and whips him away again through mid wicket, and it's 4 more. 3 consecutive 4s.
I don't like it.
Well, I don't think any of us are particularly liking it. It's Don Best certainly isn't. I'll tell you who is liking it, Virat Kohli. Virat Kohli must think it's his birthday and Christmas for those 3 balls, as Don Best has somehow served up 3 of the most hittable balls you're ever likely to see consecutively bowled in Test cricket. And Virat Kohli is not going to say no to it. Each one came beautifully wrapped with a lovely bow and a little message on it saying "hit me," which Virat Kohli duly did. So the score has raced on to 138 for 6. Come on now, Don Best. Sort yourself out. What have you got this time? And it is better, and it's turned to the man at forward short leg, and Don Best has finally got some control.
I was getting it
over
Sorry,
his
go
off there.
So after the 3rd ball of the over, Root came up to Best and read him Root's version of the Riot Act, and that seemed to sort him out.
Well, they did. Yes, it was. I wonder what he said. That was very interesting. And again, that's a much better ball. It's going to be a single, but England will take that. Don Best will take that after the bludgeoning he took off the 3 first 3 balls. I do wonder if Rory Burns is going to find himself a barber at some point. I'm just not sure. I'm not convinced by the flowing locks of on Burns' hair. Short, pulled by Ashwin. There is a man down at the deep square leg boundary. It's Jofra, and they will just take a single. End of that over from Best. An absolute horrible one. He pulled it back a bit towards the end, but bowled 3 absolute stinkers. Hendo.
I thought that was also a stinker as well. Actually, I mean that was just a half tracker, wasn't it?
Short and draggable.
You can bowl 1 4 ball in an over. You can bowl maybe 2 if you're being generous, but 4 makes you wonder whether he's got to. Certainly those 3 full tosses, whether he's gone a bit yippish for a while. Let's hope not. Anyway, a good point made by Ravinero. It's about the pitch, and also Knuckle comes in on the same subject. We talk about this being a good pitch, but is one which guarantees bat first and win really good pitch, or simply one that favours the toss winner? Well, I think that's absolutely true, and I have no doubt that if India had won the toss, they'd probably have won this game. But England still had to make those runs, and they did it very well. It's not quite. I know exactly where you're coming from, but I don't think it's exactly that.
Jofra Archer is going to be continuing from that Anna Pavilion end. He has a slip and a forward short leg, and he's not surprisingly dropped it in short again to poor old Ravi Ashwin. But it's through to Joss Butler, and there is no run. The equation here is fairly simple. 280 is the target that, in terms of number of runs, India need to achieve. 4 wickets is now what England need. Time shouldn't be an issue. So we're just approaching 10 minutes now to lunch, or 5 minutes to lunchtime. The short ball has got him out 16 times, Ravi Ashwin. That one kept a bit low. And again, there was that funny sort of stab of the ball that we saw off Bess. We saw one of those as well, didn't we, from Ashwin? That was off Jofra.
We did. Ashwin
definitely some variable bounce.
Ashwin as a batter's probably on the decline, I think, over his career. He's obviously got those 4 centuries against the West Indies to pad his stats a little bit, but in the last 3 years, I think going back to 2017, he only averages 17.
Archer turns at the top of his mark. He's in, and again he's attacking the ribcage, and he's caught Ashwin on the wrist this time, and poor old Ravi is getting a right old working over. Kohli looks on at the other end, some degree of sympathy, but I think that one stung, didn't it, Jack?
Is it worth Ashwin taking it? I mean, India maybe shouldn't be writing the game off already, but they are 6 down before lunch on day 5. They're probably their most valuable bowler in Indian conditions is getting a severe working over from a guy who can bowl 145 kilometres an hour. What's the point?
He looks like he's taken that on the sort of what's the prominent bone of the wrist?
I think it's the metatarsal, isn't it? Something like that.
Metatarsal.
Metatarsal. I don't know. I think
it's not the metatarsal. That's in your toe.
No, not the metatarsal. But it's very. I think it is. There is a bone there or a joint there that is very similar.
Metacarpal, maybe.
Oh, the metacarpal. Actually, the metacarpal. Yes, probably.
I'm sure somebody. Is anybody who's listening who
have carpal tunnel syndrome,
knows about?
Don't you?
You can. I've had carpal tunnel syndrome. It's quite irritating, actually. Yeah, no, I take the point what Jack's saying as well. The potential here is for Ashwin to be put out of a couple of Test matches if he's not careful. And with Jadeja missing, and the other spinners not really, pulling up weeds, as it were, that it would be a problem for them. And actually, if England then took a 1-0 lead and they were deprived of their 2 best spinners, then it makes it a completely different series.
I think we're putting up trees there.
Pulling up trees.
Although I like the idea of putting up weeds as well. I like that idea too.
Pulling up weeds.
You have to clear the weeds as well as the trees.
It's not really easy to pull up a tree. So I thought I'd just, stick with the weeds. I mean, pulling out a whole tree. It's pretty
he has had his hand, that arm strapped now, has Ashwin.
England aren't going to start pitching it up here, are they?
No, you wouldn't have thought so. You wouldn't have thought so.
Clear what his problem is.
And just for good measure, Virat Kohli wanted to give him a little punch on the glove, and he actually just punched him on the bandage. He's just had put on. Probably just testing. Is it? Did you feel that? Poor old Ravi. Ravi did, I would imagine. Remember, 420 the target. India set off chasing their 140 for 6. England have had some morning here. Well, we lost a little bit of time there as Ravi's been treated. Ashwin's going to be facing Jofra Archer again, who's short, and so short, in fact, that has. It's just an arm guard, apparently. Okay, thank you from the green room. But that was up and over Josh Butler, and it's 4 byes, I think. Certainly no bat on that, was there?
Well, it'd be leg byes, wouldn't it, if it's come off the.
Oh yes.
Come off the. Off the arm guard. Yeah, absolutely.
A brutal bounce of that one. Really climbed into Ashwin, who didn't look comfortable.
Well, no, it was short again, but goodness me, I mean, the lift in that. Oh, it took it. It came off the badge of his helmet. Almost that big round badge on his helmet. It was almost like a target. So now we're going to have another delay, quite rightly, as the Indian physios check out Ravi. He's asking him to look right and left, checking behind his head. And this is where Jack, Test cricket can be so brutal. I mean, the fact is, Jofra Archer he smells blood here in a sporting sense, and poor old Ravi is the hare being chased by the Archer hound, isn't he?
I mean, exactly. The way he's played the last 5 or 6 deliveries he's faced from this over and the one before, there's England don't really have the option but to keep bowling short at him, because he will, in a minute, punch one up in the air. In the meantime, though, he's at risk of getting quite seriously hurt here, if he hasn't hurt his fingers already. I mean, it's brutal is the word.
Well, he's only got 3 days between tests as well, if there is a problem, so it makes it very difficult. There's a bigger gap between the second and the third tests, but we're back here on Saturday for the second test.
Well, Jofra and Joe Root are in deep conversation. It seems to all end in smiles. Umpire Nitin Menon is keen to get on with things. There's 2 balls left. I suspect this might be the last over, because we've had 3 stoppages in it. So aggressive has this bowling been. Still just shorter, a bit fuller, but still short of a length. Ashwin got on top of it nicely. Tucked it down into the ground, and it bobbles to forward short leg, and there's no run.
Yeah, and he's also got the option of throwing in the Yorker as well, hasn't he? Now that he's pushed him that far back.
That's the one I was expecting, I have to say, at some point.
But without being nasty about it, I almost feel as if England would rather damage his fingers than get him out.
In comes Archer. That's actually a ball of full length, and Ashwin plays it very properly, very correctly, very solidly, and very well done him. Because it's not been pretty to watch, and his degree of courage and fortitude has kept him there. So well done, Ravi Ashwin.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant morning for England, hasn't it?
I
couldn't have believed that we were going to be talking of England walking in with 6 wickets down, and especially not 3 of them to Jimmy Anderson. You might have clarifying that. Mayank says Kohli needs to quickly get Ashwin out of the fast bowler's end when they come back after lunch, and he's the captain and he's able to deal with it. Yeah, good point. I read the term arm guard in a Wisden article exactly when you said arm guard. Spooky. Anna, what are you doing reading Wisdom when you can read our wonderful news articles? Leah says, I can smell a karmically satisfying stress factor in Jofra's immediate future. Perhaps indeed. And Daniel Foreman says, did India win all these tosses? This was talking about, I think this is a response to Ravi saying that whoever won the toss here was going to win the game. And going back, looking at, he sent a list of India's victories over the last 7 or 8 years at home. And well, India were very triumphant in that period. Salopian COYS, back first and win. It isn't guaranteed. It isn't a draw or even an India win because Root batted particularly well and because India mostly batted badly in the first innings. Fair point. Nakul Pandey says, just when the Indian head physio Nitin Patel thought he couldn't get any busier after the Australian tour. Whitey Sheeran says, we're just thinking about the length of Jimmy Anderson's career, and if his bowling run-up is around 4 seconds, that would mean that he has spent 38 hours just running into bowl his 34,044 balls. Thanks for that. I don't know how long that took you to work out. Hawkster says, from here it looks like Ashwin copped the blow onto the base of the ulna or the carpus between the ulna and hand. We've got some doctors out there, I think, something like that. Anindo says Joe Root appears to have given the same brief to Archer that the Aussie bowlers got. Injure the Indians. He's going after Ashwin, looks like. Be careful what you wish for. Remember Australia.
I quite like Gary's Anindaya though. I thought that was...
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Anindaya was quite good. We like that one.
Bhaskar Chakraborty says, and Busher has just done a warn, knock Ashwin off for the rest of the series, he said. That's on the feed that is being taken by Channel 4. He says, I guess Gandhi was right when he said that's a good idea on what he thought of Western civilization. Throw the moron out of commentary, says Anindo in response to that. What should have been done to warn. And morning chimp, says Adrian Lowe, finally to finish us off and allow us to go for some lunch or breakfast or whatever it is we have at this time of the day. Adrian Lowe says, morning chimps, have I missed anything? Not much. What have we got coming up for the lunch break then, Bear? Something I presume that you're ready to...
I thought now is the time. Anindo and Tony did have their chat before this test series, and why not have a listen after the basically what looks like, I don't want to say it's definitely going to happen, but England look like they're going to win. Let's see what was said before the test series started between Tony and Anindo. It's quite fiery between the pair of them. They're both holding their ground, and let's have a listen.
Fair enough. See you after lunch.
Put even Root to sleep. And then you've got Virat Kohli coming in after that. Then you've got Rahane. And then Hardik Pandya, in all likelihood. Once you're done with Hardik Pandya, you've got Rishabh Pant coming in.
Yep.
You look nervous.
Yet in Australia, no, not at all. I was thinking that in Australia, only Ajinkya Rahane made 100.
Yeah, Ajinkya Rahane does play well on other surfaces, and he's been someone who's played reasonably well abroad. Except that other than this 100, he honestly did nothing as far as his batting is concerned in Australia, and people tend to overlook it because of the unbelievable way he led the team at Melbourne with his century to win the match. And I was talking to Simon Toffel some time ago, just having a chat, and according to him, Melbourne was where Australia lost the series. It wasn't at Sydney, it wasn't at Brisbane. It was just they lost it there in all ways. So that's the batting lineup that you have, right? I'm not sure they're going to be overawed by any of the English bowlers, even before you get to spin.
I'm sure we'll come on to.
And you mentioned all the wins that England's had, the 3 wins that England's had. I don't think any of them were at Chennai.
No, yeah. Chennai is not the happiest of hunting grounds.
Exactly.
England.
Exactly. And you've got 2 test matches. Yeah.
Was Chennai.
You've got 2 test matches at Chennai. Chennai typically has been a happy hunting ground for India in the past. Not only, for great performances, but also the fact that typically Chennai tends to take spin towards the 4th and 5th days, even starting on the 3rd day maybe. And finally, coming to the point that you made about the English wicket, I don't even know what the guy's talking about.
You think it's BCCI-driven misinformation being thrown out there to confuse?
Completely possible, right? So even if you have a green wicket, let's go back to that. So then we went through the English attack. So now you've got the Indian bowlers. And do you particularly fancy the English batsman facing them on a green wicket? I don't think that's going to be any easier than the Indian batsman
facing sea. Will be one of the differences between India and Sri Lanka, and I completely understand. There is a different level of quality of opposition there. So Sri Lanka are in a transitionary stage, but for Sibley and Crawley, or Burns if they play a left-hander, facing seam, they will face more seam that they're more used to than they will. They won't be dealing with Embaldenia bowling the first ball unless India really do spring a surprise.
Absolutely. Let me throw some numbers at you. So Mohammad Shami, Ishant Sharma, Umesh Yadav, Bhuvneshwar Kumar. Not all of them are going to be, playing. Before 2001, before 2015, and post 2015, their averages respectively went from 36 to 24 for Shami, went from 36 to 26 for Ishant Sharma, went from 30 to 22 for Bhuvneshwar Kumar. Okay, just with Bumrah, started his career after that, so that's not a fair comparison. As of before the start of the Australia series, among the pace bowling attacks in the world, which we were talking about, the Indian pace bowling attack, they had played 24 matches, and they had taken 292 wickets at 21.
Wasn't part of that bullying South Africa and Bangladesh, though?
You bully whoever you get in front. This time it's going to be England.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's a bit like saying we're Manchester United and, we did really well at Crawley in the Cup,
Well, England is 7th.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they played more matches, taken more wickets, but at 27. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Australia is 4th for their brilliant pace attack. So I think there's something going on here which you cannot discount, and that has come from the investment that India's made in pace bowling over the past few years. Clearly, it's not happened overnight. You didn't have the 9th choice pace bowler and the 5th choice spinner go in and win a test match at the Gabba, just because a miracle was about to happen. They did that because they'd been growing into that over the past few years, and that's how the system's been working. And you can't discount that. I think that's the most important.
I certainly don't think we would discount that. And indeed, we've said a number of times together on air that I think there's a lot of English people lying awake in their beds listening to Brisbane, and never has India had so many fans. I don't think, certainly not from this
and guerrilla cricket. You can go on guerrilla cricket and listen to it all over again, right?
Well, that one you can't.
No, that one you can't, right? You didn't do the Brisbane. That's right.
Okay, so you want to talk about form? All right. England 5 consecutive Test wins away from home. That's the first time that has happened in over 100 years. And yes, we had a slightly transitional South Africa and definitely transitional Sri Lanka.
You didn't even manage that 70 years ago when you were sending 2 different teams to 2 different countries at the same time? And calling them MCC and whatever?
No. First time in 100 years, which is some achievement. England are unbeaten in the last 7. They've only lost 1 of their last 11 Test matches. That's some form, Anindo.
Fantastic, and that's about to change.
Well, is it now? Because India by contrast, since bullying South Africa and Bangladesh at home, you've won just 2 of their last 6 tests. I'm sure you're going to say, but look at where they were and the situations that they were won in. But there you are.
You said that for me.
Indeed.
You said that for me.
You did prior to that win 7 on the bounce in the West Indies and at home to South Africa, as I say.
I think I'd be impressed by that for sure. I mean, come on. I mean, we both know it's a very, very strong. Jokes aside, it's a very, very strong English team, right? And they've been doing extremely well. And I think even more than the bowling, I think what should give England hope is Joe Root finally coming back to form. I mean, we've spoken so much about it even in the summer, right? I mean, he was getting 40s and getting out for time and time again. And now finally he's again got that purple patch where he's able to make big centuries. And you know, there's something that I mentioned to you the other day, which I found intriguing, which is that England's never lost a test match when Joe Root scored a century.
That surprised me.
I was going back and looking at the numbers, and I think he's got 14 tons so far, and I couldn't find a single loss when he had scored any of those tons. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I remember.
That kind of brings us on to let's take Root as our stepping stone to talk about spin. I mean, he's coming up to some landmarks, isn't he, in India? Will it be his 200th, 300th? I should know. Remind me.
Well.
But anyway, it's a big.
You're asking the wrong person.
It's a huge. It's a big one. He plays spin magnificently. He was probably by far and away the best, batsman technically to deal with Embledenia, who caused everyone else quite a lot of problems. His sweep shots were just extraordinary. And he averages something like 300 playing the sweep shot recently, which is pretty amazing. Do we think he's back in the Fab Four? He kind of left it for a while. They'd sort of He was the Pete Best of the Fab Four, but he's back in surely.
Yeah, I think so for sure. I mean, there is no Fab Four without him. I think, and again, all batsmen go through bad patches, like we know. So it was a matter of time before Root came back. It was a reasonably long period that he's been on, but it's a matter of time before he came back. I think Alistair Cook went through the same thing, right? But and at least Joe Root is a much more entertaining batsman than Alistair Cook. Sorry, Cook could sometimes put me to sleep. Not as much as Tavare, but not too far from there.
Well, England have got Jonathan Trott advising here. So
exactly. So there's always that.
If you want
danger,
attritional grinding those those big innings over a long period of time, there's a man to do it for you.
Absolutely. But I think sweeping is it gives me nightmares of Matthew Hayden, and I've been talking about that recently with another friend as well. That whole series, Matthew Hayden swept his way, or swept Australia to a win, literally, and India could do nothing about it. Right? Will Joe Root manage to replicate that? Well, I think once bitten, twice shy. So India's, I think, sworn never to let another foreign batsman get away with that, and one learns, and I think a lot has changed since then as far as strategizing is concerned within teams, and how much they study other teams and things like that with video and strategy. So I don't think he's going to have quite that success in India, perhaps as he did in Sri Lanka, and India will find a way, if they haven't found one already, to contain that part of his game. But it's probably the part of his game that's going to hold him in best stead during this series.
Well, we'll come on to the spinners in a second. But I do have a question. Are India perhaps a little over-reliant on Ravi Ashwin? Because you've lost Jadeja. You lost Jadeja. That leaves Ashwin as being very much the senior, most experienced, certainly most experienced of the spin bowling options, doesn't it?
Okay, this might surprise you, but left to me, and of course no one's asking me, but other than you.
I'm sure they've read one of your books.
I'm sure.
Virat Kohli, even now, is probably sitting in bed reading, Wizards, just to get a few tips.
If he read books, he's been very forthright about the fact that he doesn't read. So
he's missing out. He's missing out in that case.
Yeah, but I wouldn't even have taken Jadeja in the team. I would have Kuldeep in the team if I wanted a spinner. I think Kuldeep is an unbelievable asset to the team in India and abroad, but for sure in India. He brings something so different. He brings wrist spin. He brings left arm wrist spin. And he is a good red ball bowler.
Just 6 tests though in India.
Yeah, but he does play first class cricket as well. So he is a good red ball bowler. Unlike Chahal, who doesn't play first class cricket, right? So you have no way of judging that. And Kuldeep is slower through the air. He flights the ball more. He's not afraid to do it. I mean, and he can bowl slightly longer spells, which I think is crucial for Test cricket. So if I was to take 2 spinners, and I don't know if they'll take 2 spinners, but if they do, I would anyway take Ashwin and Kuldeep. Also, the fact that you have Hardik Pandya come back into the team doesn't leave space for Jadeja, even if he was there. Right? Yeah. Because you have space for one all-rounder. And even if Hardik Pandya ends up bowling 10 overs in an innings, or nothing at all, in India, I think India can afford to take a chance of not having him there. Which in Australia they couldn't carry him through the tour, knowing he wouldn't be able to bowl at all.
I think Ashwin will definitely need strong support. Do you think India, that there wouldn't be a situation where India only played 1 spinner, surely?
I seriously doubt it, because also remember that in Australia, India played 1 spinner before Jadeja came, because Hanuma Vihari could theoretically bowl off spin. Vihari is not there now. Your only choice is asking Rohit Sharma to bowl off spin, which is ridiculous in a Test match, honestly. I mean, how many overs is he going to bowl? So yeah, I suspect it's going to be 3 pace bowlers, 2 spinners. And who did we say? So we said Rohit Sharma, Shubman Gill, Pujara, Kohli, Rahane, Pandya. That's 6. Then if you put Pant obviously at 7, you need a wicket keeper. So then that leaves 2 pace bowlers, 2 spinners, plus Pandya to bowl pace for whenever needed. So you might actually see India going in with that attack, or in Chennai, I would think they'd be very brave to go in with only 1 spinner. I would go in with 2.
Yeah, and it will turn after.
I think it will turn. I mean, regardless of the English
possibly 2, but it will turn. Ashwin, I mean, was 377 wickets, 74 tests against England, 56 wickets at 36.5 in 15.
How much
tests.
of that is at home?
I
because
don't have
Ashwin has the best record among all spinners in Indian cricketing history at home.
Okay.
Better than Prasanna, better than Bishan Bedi, better than Chandrasekhar, Venkatraghavan, in terms of being impactful.
Got it. I was just trying to have a quick look to see if I could do that. Give you that information. Let's see if I can find Ashwin at home. Is that who we're after?
Yeah. Against England.
Bear with me a second. I can't, while I'm recording, I can't look that up. So I'll have to let you do that. Sadly, you'll have to do that for us. But yeah, so, well, that's all right. Let's talk about the England spin attack then.
Yeah.
Because I suspect you're I'm sure Messrs. Kohli and Pujara are having sleepless nights. But there are a lot of things to be said for Leach and Bess if they play them. We'll come on and have a chat with about Moeen Ali as well. The things going in Jack Leach and Dom Bess's favour, they're in form.
Yep.
They've taken wickets, albeit somewhat fortuitously on the odd occasion in against a sort of rather some suicidal Sri Lankan batting.
Sorry, can I interrupt you with the number we were looking for?
Yes.
So Ashwin's taken 42 wickets against England at home, which is the fourth highest for an Indian after Chandra Kumble and Bishan Bedi. And he's on the last tour. I think he took 28 of them in the five tests at an average of 30. So he's been reasonably successful. Let's put it this way.
I think he managed to get Alistair Cook on a number of occasions when I looked at
including in England, a couple of times in England. Beautiful deliveries until he got injured. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay.
Back to
let's go back to the Somerset pairing. I don't care where they think Bess is going off to play. They will always be the Somerset pairing. Exactly. Doesn't sound right, does it? No. So Jack Leach, 44 wickets at 30.5, Bess 31 at 31. They're coming into this series on runner form, having had good recent experience on subcontinental wickets. Jack Leach has said he's been studying how both Panesar and Swan bowled in 2016, looking to get that little bit of extra speed through the air. Now that's not easier said than done.
No.
If you suddenly said to, I don't know,
but
Jimmy Anderson, I know you're averaging 85 kilometres an hour. Can you rattle it up to 88 for the next 3 overs? It's not that straightforward to
remember that Leach is also so different as a bowler from Panesar and Swan. He's much flatter. He doesn't quite have the loop that that the other two did, and so for me, he just reminds me so much more of Jadeja than any other spinner. Just because of the way he bowls. Of course, it's his accuracy as well, which makes me say that, right? I mean, he's on a little 50 penny coin, day in, day out. If you want him to do that, I just don't think he has. Maybe he'll prove me wrong, but I just don't think he has the skill yet to make that transition so quickly. Regardless of what he's studied, and be able to impart the drift, the flight that is needed to get those wickets, and the speed.
I think the one thing that they've got in their favour,
combination is very difficult. You realise?
I understand it's very difficult, but I think one thing, they've got some things going in their favour apart from that recent experience. I think they are very used to operating as a pair. And I think spinners operating in tandem that are used to each other can be judged as a unit as well as just as individual spinners. And I think they definitely have that very strongly in their favour. They stand out amongst, I have to say, not the richest crop of spinning talent in England at the moment, but they've honed their skills on the dust bowls of Hyderabad down in Somerset.
Yeah.
And they are the combination of right arm, left arm, which is always a challenge if it's well executed. So,
which is why I like Ashwin and Kuldeep or Ashwin and Jadeja. I mean, the same
precisely. And of all series, as a spin bowler in Test cricket, to go and prove your mettle, and there is undoubtedly questions about both. Where better to do it than in the lion's mouth in India? I have a feeling that they are not Swan and Panesar in their pomp, who we know in 2012 were what, 20 wickets, wasn't it, for Graham Swan at 24, Monty 17 wickets at 26, and they got the big wickets as well. They aren't that, but they have a unity between them. They have the experience on turning wickets. They can operate as a pair, and they come into it on form, and they both have points to prove. That's a pretty. It's a case to prove rather than a case proven. But boy, is that a things in their favour and an incentive to them to do well in this particular series.
I am a bigger fan of Bess than I am of Leach, and we've discussed this before, I think. The little part which I found disappointing in Bess in Sri Lanka was he wasn't getting the drift I've seen him get before, but I think that can be quickly corrected. And if he does get that drift, which is very necessary to succeed in India as an up spinner, I think they could be a good combination to have. But the one thing that I want you to remember is that we're in 2021. The last time England came there was 2016, when Panesar and Swanee played there. Was even a few years, but 4 years before that, and the wickets have substantially changed because India's bowling attacks changed. So I think anyone who believes that yes, it's important for spinners to go and prove themselves in India, but anyone who believes that they can come to India today and find the same kind of surfaces on which they need to prove themselves are operating in fool's paradise, because they're not going to get that. It's not in India's interest to have those pitches. And in 2016, 2017, India had those pitches and got very badly bruised by doing that.
Broad and Jimmy then.
Absolutely. I think the combination of pace and spin is what's going to do it. I don't think, regardless of how well Bess and Leach bowl, that they are going to be the decisive factor in anything here.
Well, I think England
in the way that Panesar and Swan were.
England certainly have strength in depth. We looked at those stats right at the beginning of the show, and even where they've lost, bar that 4-0 thumping, they've managed to draw quite a few, and they've come close. NASA nearly did it in 2001 with a pretty second-string side. I think we might see some attritional cricket, but I think what England have in their favour, unlike NASA's armoury back then, would be they're just more adaptable. I think the experience of the IPL, of playing in India, just the modern game, has made them be able to change gears quicker than even what I suppose best part of 20 years ago. It was 20 years ago, wasn't it? 2001. Sides could do then. Now I've got another couple of questions.
I think the batting's weaker though, Tony. I mean, I think we both should would agree on that you've got Root, you've got Jos Buttler, who I have a lot of time for, but I mean, you look at the rest of the England batting, and it's not really the strongest batting lineup in the world. The bowling's so much better.
I think
so.
You're doing a disservice to Ollie Pope, although again, perhaps as yet unproven, and comes in having had time.
I'm going by what we have proven right now, and maybe there have been so many English players. India's been the launch pad for their career. I mean, Mike Gatting for one, right? So why not?
I take your point, but I think if you look at Pope, Root, Folkes when he comes in, Jos Buttler with Indian experience and the ability to turn a game, I think even the openers, if I look at Sibley and Crawley, they didn't cover themselves in glory, bar the last wicket innings in Sri Lanka when Sibley came good, but they will get more seam to face up top than they ever got in Sri Lanka. So, and there's one big X factor that I was going to come on to. Who do you think is the best all-rounder on both sides?
If he's bowling, Hardik Pandya. I'm just kidding. Of course. I mean, I was avoiding talking about him, but of course you've got Ben.
Well, I wasn't going to let you get away with that, was I?
No. But Ben Stokes is an X factor. I mean, we all know that, right? I mean, when the going gets tough, he gets going, right? So he's a bit bottomish in that respect, right? There's something that needs to get him going. But if Butler, Root, and Stokes, I honestly don't know how Olipop's going to go, but if you've got Butler, Stokes, and Root get going in every innings or every test match, you're going to put on a lot of runs. But what I also wanted to point out at the same time was that even when Alistair Cook came with his team and England lost 4-0, it was not like you were not putting on runs. You were putting on a lot of runs. And
that of course was at Chennai. Didn't England make 430 something? And probably thought we're doing very nicely here until a certain
lose the
Karen Nair
toss
got
and
in
you
the game.
put on 400-500 runs. That's and then you lose the match. That's just outrageous, right? But so that can happen as well. But I just think that overall India's probably got a better balance. Whether they're going to I was being very brave when I told you that it's a 3-1 score line. It could well be, but I think India's going to have to play out of their skin to really win 3-1, and they need to do what, 2-0 or 3-1 to go to the final of the World Test Championship, something like that.
Yeah,
right?
which may or may not be at Lord's.
Oh, is that right?
Well, it depends on the state of our lockdowns and things, how far we are with vaccines.
But it's still going to be in England.
It is, and believe me, no disrespect to any of my Hampshire friends, but if you're sitting there, I can't imagine they're sitting there in the hotel rooms of Chennai or Mumbai, punching the air, going, "Yay, Southampton, a final!" Yep. It's a bit like saying, "Hey, Vicarage Road, the FA Cup final." It's it's not gonna.
If you don't have spectators anyway, there's a better way.
Well, we should see. So look, I've got another question for you.
Sure.
It was a horrible 36. Everyone's heart bled for India, and how they bounced back. Kohli, of course, was part of that. Then he went home for all the right reasons. Ajinkya Rahane stepped up to the plate magnificently. Mm-hmm. They coped with what people were calling their C team. Siraj, for example, came in, did fantastically. Washington Sundar came in, did fantastically. And yet, some of the big guns are now back. Those young guns have been pushed aside. Rahane has said, "You will always be my captain." Really? Are not some of those players just a little bit noses out of joint, given they had been so magnificent in Australia, to find themselves now sitting on the sidelines?
So the two things you're asking me here, right? One is about Kohli Rahane, as far as the captaincy is concerned, and the other is about the players who did well, what they would feel like staying out. I think the players who did well, who came in, Siraj, Saini, Natarajan, Sundar, these were not even in the original team, right? They were net bowlers. Siraj, except Siraj, even Siraj wasn't there in the beginning. He came in, I think, when Shami got injured. Mm-hmm. So these were all net bowlers who were retained after the one-day and T20 series to help the team practice. And in the unlikely event that there would be multiple injuries. Well, that unlikely Six Sigma event became a reality, and all of them ended up playing. I don't think the Indian cricket establishment is given to sentiments, and it should not be, because we're playing a professional game here. I think you have a team which has strived a lot to be a truly high-performing sports team. Sentiment has no place here. If you've got players who do not make the first 11, I don't care what they think. If they've done magnificently, they've done magnificently because they've got a chance through a chance event. If they were good enough to be in the first 11, they would have been in the first 11 to begin with. Okay, so that's my answer to that. I'm sympathetic to how they would feel, But I think they will be realistic because they are part of the process, the much longer process that's going on in Indian cricket. You've got Washington Sundar, who's 21. This is the first time when he bowled in Australia where he's actually bowled like a red ball bowler should be bowling, and he's obviously picked up a lot of things. Before that, you know, he was a slow bowler. That's how he was bowling. He's 21. And Ashwin's not going to play forever. So if he continues playing first-class cricket and he plays well, and you know, I don't care what he does in the IPL because that's irrelevant as far as Test cricket's concerned. In that case, maybe he takes over from Ashwin at some point in time, right? But he'll have to wait his turn.
I agree. It's interesting you say that. That's just a couple of things to sort of lead us to a close.
Sure.
The IPL is an interesting point to me.
Sorry?
The IPL is an interesting point. You say it's completely irrelevant, and it is in so many ways, 2020 being so different. But some of the adaptability and some of the ability to do things with a ball, even a white ball, in Indian conditions.
Oh, no.
I'm
not getting into
I think the IPL has been a positive benefit.
Oh, completely. It's had a huge positive benefits. I'm just saying that how Washington Sundar plays in the IPL is not relevant to him getting into that first 11.
Okay.
That was my only point. I'm a huge fan of what IPL's brought to Indian cricket. So you know, I won't even go there. Going to the Rahane Kohli question, this is Kohli's team. He's built this team over the past 5 years. If he had not...
And we're back after lunch. Hendo, are you going to take over? Jack's with us. Someone else is supposed to be here, and it's not supposed to be me, but hey-ho. Unless there's a changed thing, it should be Rob, Kat and Jack. I've got to let in Kat, that's why.
Oh, is Kat there? I did say Kat, if she didn't want to come on, she didn't have to, but she's obviously here, so that's good. So I'll go away again then.
Who's supposed to be on? Rob, Kat and Jack. So, yeah, they're both here.
Okay. I'll do the first ball. Jack Leach bowling around the wicket to Kohli. He defends on the front foot into the covers, and there is no run. There's Kat. Rob, has he arrived as well?
He's here somewhere.
Okay, I'll do one more ball until he's up and running. Slip in a gully. Leach in again. Nicely delivered ball, which is seeking out that little spot in front of middle stump, just on the stretch, that seems to take the ball leaping and turning with some degree of concern. Rob's here. Take over, Rob.
Hello. Here's Leach bowling to Kohli, drives back to the fielder at mid-on, and there's no run. Well, what a morning.
Yes, what a morning indeed. England totally rampant.
Absolutely amazing stuff, really, as Leach bowls to Kohli, comes forward, and there's no run to the next delivery. I definitely got a bit of a shock when my alarm went off at about 5 o'clock. Was not expecting that, as Kohli defends the next delivery, and there's no run.
5 o'clock, you'd have maybe just caught Anderson's magic over. I think that was just after drinks. Yeah.
Yes. As Leach bowls and Kohli goes back and across, and there's no run. So that's the end of the first over after lunch. 1-4-4 for 6, and I've just turned my volume down a tad. And 1-4-4 for 6 then. So, which one of you is doing the tweets? Is it you, Kat?
Yeah, that would be me. Nothing here just yet. I'm just having another search.
Okay, we'll get in touch at Gorilla Cricket as ever. As mentioned, I'm Rob Sutton. I'll be taking you to the next half hour ball by ball. And we've got Kat and Jack with us as well. And, England needing 4 wickets for a famous victory in this first Test match.
Yeah, set up pretty well by England's bowling this morning, which you've mentioned.
Absolutely, really outstanding stuff from James Anderson. I think the final figures were something like 5 overs, 3 for 6, or something ludicrous like that. and he is going to start up after lunch.
We've got a tweet here from Farong, says, will India cease to play cricket on the 9th of February? Last year, the young Tigers of Bangladesh won the ODI Under-19 World Cup by defeating India. Cheers from Dhaka. Cheers to you too, Farong.
As you can see, we've had our eye on you for some time now, Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Loose one down the leg side to start from Anderson after lunch, taken by the wicketkeeper. The on Hayden position, which we've seen quite a lot of in this Test match, has come out again for England after lunch. Ashwin was roughed up by Archer in that final session before the lunch break.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting you mentioned the fielders. I think that's one of the things England have done really well, not wasted a man.
Anderson bowls to Ashwin, defends this one back up the pitch, and it is Root in that position I was just mentioning who does the fielding.
I was calling that one the short non-striker.
Short non-striker, yes. So that's a good name for it.
That's just for people who don't know what on Hayden means, I guess. And it's early in the morning. People may not be up to speed with all of those things. Just, in fact, do you think anyone in England is sleeping through this? I hope not.
Anderson comes in, bowls, and Ashwin defends, and there's no run. Well, we've literally got nothing better to do here at the moment. There is nothing else to do. So the viewing figures have been pretty good, really, considering the time of day it's on. Obviously, with this being a Test match that has returned to free-to-air television, so I think there'll be plenty of people if they're not up. Well, actually, it's not the sort of thing you can sort of wake people up, start ringing people up to tell your mates to get up. There's Anderson bowls to Ashwin. That's a good ball. Another short one to Ashwin, and he sways out the way.
Ashwin
Is
really
this one
has
of the few advantages of lockdown, that people are not having to perhaps commute, so they've got time to watch the cricket through breakfast?
Definitely. That actually struck Ashwin on the shoulder, that one. He seems to be none the worse for it.
he played that better than some of the ones before lunch.
Yes, he did. It was almost a deflection from a corner, if you imagine a defender, as that one is beaten outside the off stump. That was a good ball from Anderson. Ashwin left his bat out there, and it's through to Butler, and there's no run. Yes, in answer to your question, Kat, I definitely think it is an advantage of lockdown. People don't have to go anywhere, and they can just sit and watch the cricket. The third game, which is the pink ball game, I think is going to be pretty big over here, because that's going to be on at very convenient times. I think it's a 9 o'clock start in the UK. As Anderson bowls, Ashwin guides this one past where sort of a fourth slip would have been, and it's going to run down to the vacant third man boundary for the first runs after the lunch break. Ashwin goes to 6, and it's 1-4-8 for 6 at the end of the over.
Slightly edgy, possibly. I mean, there's a chance that a second slip might have taken that, although you have to wonder whether Ashwin would have played the shot had there been an extra catcher in that area.
I think he knew what he was doing.
I'd probably agree with you. Although it was in the air. England won't mind. That's a shot that England definitely will not mind. A guide past first slip.
Definitely. We are
no more
have...
tweets here for you just yet, so people need to get their fingers out of their pockets and send us some messages.
Get involved. We're going to jingle up the batsman after this delivery from Leach as he starts in, and Kohli comes forward, and there's no run.
The Indian set signals that they'll knock us on her arse. The pitches are prepared without a sign of grass. The score is mounting quickly and they've got a talking lead. We don't mind the challenges of being we don't need.
Down the ground from Kohli, and that's a really nice shot from Virat Kohli. It's a typical Kohli swish down the ground, And the bear is certainly earning his money here in this over, as that has gone to the boundary for 4 as well. Kohli's up to 49, and that boundary took India past the 150 mark. England have got 2 close catches in there, with Stokes at slip, and Pope is in close as well.
Yeah, they've mixed that up since lunch. They had a short leg before lunch, and they've got like kind of a third slip gully, very short now.
As Leach bowls to Kohli, goes back and across, and there is no run. Yeah, it's often a field you see to Kohli, what England have got at the moment. They've got Archer on the sweep. As Leach bowls round the wicket, Kohli comes forward, and there's no run.
It's all been pretty serene for Virat Kohli in amongst the carnage at the other end.
Yeah, very much so. As Leach comes around the wicket, bowls to him, he lets this one go outside the off stump. There are times with Kohli and with other top batsmen where they just look like they're playing a completely different game to everybody else. And I think that's certainly been the case today.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a while since he's had a big score in international cricket. Obviously, there's a pandemic.
Yes. Leach bowls, Kohli turns his away to the leg side. He thinks about taking the single, but Archer does the fielding, and there is no run. That's the end of the over. 1-5-2 for 6. No, you're right. It has been a little while for him.
2019, I think, the last century.
Yes, I think that is right. Obviously, got that absolutely sensational century in the first test when India were here in 2018 at Edgbaston. That was a really special innings, even though India lost the test match.
Loads of socials here. We have Knuckle Pandey saying it's a bit gauche for us to be on the good ship Gorilla to slag off the BBC, but one lot who have just got off are the crew for their commentary replacement service show Test Match Social. They've only just got on air, so we're well ahead of them.
Amateurs.
Matt O'Donnell saying I have a rumour that Jack Leach had a way back conversation with Tommy Lasada, and they still see new ways for him with the Dodgers. R.I.P. Tommy Lasada. I may not be pronouncing that correctly.
I think you are. Baseball.
Back to you, back to Ashwin.
New over to Ashwin, who just plays his next one down the ground, and there is no run. Ashwin's one of those cricketers who bats down the order that wherever he comes to bat, everybody goes, oh, well, he's perfectly capable of getting a big score.
I think we were talking about this just before lunch. I think actually Ashwin's not as good as he used to be, and the raw numbers probably flatter him at this point in his career. He only averages 17 in the last 3 years. So.
Anderson bowls and Ashwin just defends this one into the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, I think there are often batsmen who bat down the order who can go through phases like that towards the end of their career.
Yeah, probably one of the weaker number 8s in the world, I would venture. Although that might be bold.
Well, I'm not sure his batting's going to fall off a cliff quite like Stuart Broad did, for obvious reasons, as we've discussed many times on here before. As Anderson comes into bowl to Ashwin, who flicks this away to leg. He'll get a couple of them. We'll certainly get one. He won't get two. Burns trots back from mid-wicket to do the fielding. And that means we'll have Anderson against Kohli for the first time since the lunch break. And Kohli very much the lone hand in this Indian second innings. Although not a huge amount the India batsmen could have done with the dismissals, certainly today.
Yeah, they've received some good balls. All the pitchers done something for most of the wickets. Pant maybe aside.
Silverwood looking on as Anderson bowls. Kohli leaves this one outside the off stump, and there's no run. I was a bit concerned watching some of the action yesterday that Chris Silverwood was going down the Mickey Arthur route in terms of short wearing. which once was enough, but Chris Silverwood seems to have taken Mickey Arthur's shorts from Sri Lanka and taken them with him to India.
Let's hope not, I think is all I've got to say to that, to be honest.
There's Anderson
I think
Bowles.
Silverwood's behind the modesty screen, though.
Yes, that is a relief. Kohli let that one go outside the off stump, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think they're the two options, aren't they? Either don't wear those shorts or put the modesty screen up to save the unfortunate viewer.
Yes, I was mentioning free-to-air coverage. Mickey Arthur's shorts, certainly not something for a Channel 4 audience, I don't think. As Anderson comes into bowl of Kohli, turns this away into the offside. There's no run to end the over, so Kohli will remain on 49, and India are 153 for 6 at the end of, I think it was 43. It's just flashed off the screen. I think, yes, 43 overs we've had in the India second innings. Do we have any more tweets?
Yes, we do. Gary Naylor's just reminding us that a couple of hours ago he suggested you always need a second slip, and sure enough, England have put a second slip in. So good prediction there from Gary.
Good captaincy from Gary as ever.
Yep, fantastic. Anna Forsyth joining us, talking of working from home. Tomorrow is my one day in the office per week, very badly planned as it's 11 p.m. my time now. And England need to get a shift on so I don't have to go to bed. Wow, hopefully they will for you, Anna.
It's going to be a new over from Leach. Bowls around the wicket. Ashwin takes a couple of strides down the pitch and turns this away into the leg side. Burns is after it. Sliding stop from the England opener. And Ashwin gets another single, so he goes to 8. Rory Burns looking like a 1980s footballer with his lockdown mullet.
I actually think that suits him. It was a topic
I
of
think it
conversation
suits
earlier.
him. Yeah, I agree. As Kohli comes forward and there's no run, the lockdown mullet has been quite a big thing in a few sports. So there was one of the England rugby team had it during the match against Scotland on Saturday, which looked a bit bizarre in a scrum cap. As Kohli faces up to Leach. Leach bowls, Kohli comes forward again, and there's no run. It's tough for how India play this, because you just feel if you keep defending, there's one with your name on it, but you don't particularly want to be out to a rash shot. As Kohli leaves this one outside the off stump and there's no run. It's that sort of pitch, really.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point they're maybe not quite in miracle territory, but they're certainly in long odds territory, and I think defending's really the only option they have.
Kohli goes back and across this next one from Leach, plays it away into the offside. I think that was Dan Lawrence who did the fielding, and there is no run. Yeah.
I mean, these two really are the last two that can bat as well. We've talked about Ashwin's slight decline.
Kohli defends. The last ball of Leach is over. That was a very steady over from the England left arm spinner, one from it, and not a lot of alarm for Virat in that over. 154 for 6.
And Paddy Davies is tweeting at us with a new friend's dilemma. England and India supporters living in New Zealand wanting A, their team to whitewash win, and also B, an outcome that keeps Australia out of the finals. Yeah, good goals there, Paddy. Definitely a dilemma. Leah says, it's squeaky bum time here in Hanover. Thank you very much. And back into the ears go the fingers. Are they some of the rituals that Leah applies to close contests, I think?
I'm not sure it's quite getting behind the sofa territory yet.
Not quite.
As Anderson bowls a short one, which Ashwin pulls, and they'll get 1 for this. Out to the man on the deep square leg boundary.
And there's a couple more tweets if I can squeeze them in.
Yep, go on.
Ravi Nair talking to us saying, Anderson's over this morning gave me a similar feeling to when KP went past 100 at the Oval in 2005. It's all right, it's coming home. Oh yeah, stirring feelings there. And Diana Patterson, sorry, nothing witty to say here at 23:51 p.m. with a wind chill of -33. Where is Diana? I'm trying to work out where she is, but I can't work it out.
Anderson defends this from Coley defends this next delivery from Anderson, and there is no run. Well, it's quite cold here in the UK at the moment, but it's certainly not -33.
Even with the wind chill.
Even with, absolutely, yeah. We're having the beast from the east part 2, but it's not -33.
Lots of tweets coming in now. Everyone's watching. The Crunch. Harris says, this shows that it's much easier to win when you're the backs against the wall underdogs rather than being under pressure when you're expected to win.
Anderson bowls. Coley defends this one outside the off stump, and there's no run. I certainly agree with that. You do often see a trend of that you know, when teams aren't expected to win, it can galvanise them, and you know, maybe the low expectations of this tour amongst England supporters has played to the team's advantage.
Yeah, I mean, I think batting first played to their advantage more than anything else.
Yes, it was a big toss. Yes.
But they had to score 550 to be in this position, so you have to say well done.
Anderson bowls. Coley turns his way to the leg side, and that is going to take him to his half century. It'll just be a single, and that is Coley's 50 from 74 balls.
50 runs, your 50 runs. Well done, well done, well done, well done. 50 runs, your 50 runs. The job is only just begun.
5 fours in that innings from Virat, and the score's now 156 for 6. As we were saying, he's looked very assured. Anderson bowls to Ashwin. Oh, that was a good delivery from Anderson. I'm not sure if it took the bat or the pad of Ashwin on its way through. Well, it wouldn't have been the back, so it went through to Butler. Nobody appealed. See that big puff of dust? Oh, it wasn't far away from the outside edge, and it did actually bounce before it got to Butler anyway. So there's just a hint of reverse swing there from Anderson.
It's just in that area where he picked up the wickets earlier. There's the pitch is falling apart a little bit there. Certainly the LBW shout to Rahane kept really low. So if he keeps it there, I think India are in trouble.
And here he is. He bowls to Ashwin, who defends this next delivery. It was a similar line to the one that beat him with the previous ball. Ashwin able to get bat on it this time, and there's no run. And that's the end of the over.
I have loads more tweets here. Thank you for sending messages to us. We have El Chopanos on Twitter saying it's cloudy in Chennai, just that we can't see it. Fact. Anna Forsyth, I liked your joke, Jack, even if no one else heard it. I don't know that I heard it, Jack, but congratulations, Anna heard it. It was for Anna.
Thank you, Anna.
And Josie Woy Palm says, when it comes to batting, Ashwin is the Indian Broad. Yeah?
Yes, I agree. I agree with that.
And Leah's a bit incredulous. Stop insinuating that Ashwin's career is at an end, Rob. He will do a Rangana. I know it. I just know it.
Well, we all know I have the capability of writing a player off on here before they go and strike a marvellous innings. I've done it plenty of times before, as the new over from Leach, and Coley comes down to ground. There's no run to the first delivery. Quickly back into position to come in again. Leach bowls Coley with a more classical defensive shot that time, and there's no run.
Leach is getting a little bit adrift here, which is encouraging from an England fan's perspective.
I think he's bowled very well in this second innings. It can't have been easy for him coming back after what happened in the first innings, as Coley drives his next delivery, and there's a diving stop in the covers, and there's no run. Although he won't be the last bowler to be taken apart by Rishabh Pant in Test cricket. But his figures are 2 for 61 at the moment as he bowls to Coley, who squirts this away into the offside. There's no run there either.
Yeah, I think it was very much a case of being the wrong man at the right time, if that makes sense.
Yes. Yeah. Leach bowls, Kohli pushes this into the offside, and they will jog through for a fairly comfortable single. Almost everybody on the field, including the England fielders, agreed that Kohli was going to take a single there, and he goes to 51. Yeah, it happens, especially as a spinner, when you've got an attacking batsman. There's not a lot you can do, and you've just got to say Pant played a very good innings in that first innings.
Yeah. I mean, if Pant only faced left-arm spinners, he'd be better than Bradman. I think the rough stats. So
yeah, Leach bowls and Ashwin cuts this one away. There's a diving stop by the man who's sort of at a deep point. Dominic Bess it was who did the fielding, and there's no run, and that concludes a swift over from Leach, just one from it.
We have an update from Diana Patterson. We think she's in Canada somewhere on the border up there. So
I see.
Yeah, no wonder it's so cold.
Yeah. Yes, I believe our wind chill is -6. So if you're in Canada, you'd probably be in shorts for those weather conditions.
Indeed. Knuckle again is telling us it's mildly remarkable how little Kohli has batted in the fourth innings in India. This is only his 9th such innings, and the last one was in Feb 2017 when Steve O'Keefe spun Australia to victory in Pune.
Really? Wow, that's
new experience for Kohli.
That is quite a stat. Good old Steve O'Keefe. Quite enjoy watching.
One hit wonder he was.
Yeah,
it's a good hit.
It was a very good hit. Anderson bowls to Kohli, who just defends this one out into the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, if you're going to have a hit, make it that one.
Definitely, yeah. Except the last time India lost at home was almost a decade ago now, or something like that.
Well, England, of course, had a pretty miserable tour, and particularly on this ground where they conceded over 700 on their last trip to India in 2016. Of course, they did win in 2012, and they're in an excellent position here to go 1-0 up in this series as Anderson runs into bowl to Ashwin. I think that might have jumped up a bit actually at Ashwin. Sorry, Kohli, not Ashwin, as it defended the leg side. Be interested to see that one again. And here it comes on the replay, and yeah, again, big puff of dust as it came off the pitch, and it just took the top of Kohli's bat before it got to the handle. One of those that you often get on an uneven bounce in the nets.
Yeah. Interestingly there, Anderson bowled that with a cross seam, so probably looking for a bit of uneven bounce, which he got.
Well, he bowls to Kohli again. This one is just turned to leg by the Indian skipper, and there's no run. We've had a lot of lingering shots of the trophy, which looks like if you play FIFA, it's one of those trophies that you use for a custom tournament, just a very generic trophy for this tournament, this series. But the host broadcaster has very much enjoyed a lingering wide shot of it, almost the equivalent of the Sri Lankan drone footage from the last series.
Like a pound shop FA Cup.
Yes, it is. As Kohli lets this one go outside the off stump, and there's no run. Yes, the cheaper alternative to the FA Cup, and slightly fatter. We were just having this discussion about Anderson's length, and it's just come up on the screen the fullness that he bowled in the spell before lunch. 30% of the balls he bowled, including, well, certainly 2 of the wickets, and the third one was almost full. And he bowls this one to Kohli, who punches this off the back foot. That's a nice shot from Kohli. There's a chase on here for Bess. It's not going to go for 4. Bess is going to chase it down, and they get 2 there, I think.
I think they may
yes.
Have,
Kohli to 53.
I think the ball stopped swinging, or stopped swinging as much anyway in the last half an hour since lunch. So it looks like Anderson's gone to plan B, as it were, which is making it hard for the Indian batsman, but is obviously less threatening than booming in-swingers.
Yep, indeed. As Anderson runs in again, bowls to Kohli, and just defended off the back foot by Kohli. Drops into the offside. There's no run there, and that ends the over. So it's 159.46. And I think we are going to have a change now. So Cat's going to take over ball by ball. And we've got Gary coming in as well, and I'll be back later on.
And
whoever's on the socials, we're up to Dan Diper's picture that I haven't talked about. So that's where we are up to.
I remember that Steve O'Keefe game. We covered that series, and it was quite unbelievable. We were all prepared to laugh at him, and then he got 8 wickets. He did bugger all for the rest of the series, if I remember right, as well, didn't he?
Bugger all for the rest of his career, I think.
Didn't the next game he go for like 150 or 160 for nothing, didn't he? I seem to remember. It was quite a funny series, that.
Yeah. And not many Australians watched it, I think. So, yeah. Steve O'Keefe, now famous for BBL, I think, is what he's most famous for.
Okay.
And Shield cricket. I'm slightly behind you in the vision here in Australia, but we have Ashwin, and he's facing Leach. Lets the ball go outside the off stump. Quite a lot of turn there.
Yeah, it's turning from good positions on the pitch as well.
Yeah. This next ball pitched in middle and defended out to short extra cover for another dot from Ashwin. How many balls is he going to have to negotiate this over? Usually we have Kohli on strike, don't we?
Well, yeah, and I think they really want to be able to. Oh, that's got to be close.
So let's just have a look at this one. Wrapped on the pads, big appeal from Leach, but it's trickled out into the onside. They scamper through for a single, and no movement from the umpire. Root is coming across, having a bit of a chat. Leach is keen. I didn't see how keen Butler was.
I think that was pretty close. He came right across his stumps, Ashwin. I mean, you could see his leg stump when it hit the pads. It's all going to depend. I don't think it was turning too much. It seemed to straighten, if anything. And it's all going to depend whether it's going to be going over the top and how far down the track he is. It's always difficult as an umpire.
I mean, your first opinion, Bear, was that it was very close. I'm not so keen. I don't know. It is straightening though, and then England have reviewed it, of course. So the third umpire, Shamshuddin, is now deliberating as we see the ball coming forwards, hitting him on the very edge of his pads. Actually, on the very edge of the left pad. Yeah,
but it looks different. It looked different from the shot that was directly behind the bowler's arm for the actual delivery. For the TV cut, you can see his leg stump behind his leg, you see, from that angle. It's hitting front and middle.
Getting ball tracking now. It's pitching in line. Impact is umpire's call. So missing the wickets. Not much happening there then.
No, not much going for it really. Having said all that, he was 3 metres down the track as well. So it's always difficult to give. It was going over the top of leg stump though. So it was on the right. It was definitely on the right line.
Anyway, India got a leg bye for that, and England have lost their review. Remind me, how many reviews have we used here?
That could be the last one. Or did they? No, because they
surely you wouldn't waste your last one on that terrible review.
Well, I don't know. Maybe they just want to get it over and done with. No, because Anderson kept the review that they used on him, but we lost one. Didn't Leach use? No, we lost one yesterday for. Or did they lose 2? Oh dear.
This is terrible radio as Kohli faces this next delivery from Leach, and he pops it up, but it doesn't really go too close to the bat pad and the slip, and they scamper through for another single. Kohli on strike on 55 now, and India is 162 for 6.
No, I was thinking of the 2 reviews they used against Sundar in the first.
Still got plenty of reviews left in their pocket, right? Anyway, we have Kohli on strike. He's on 55. He's facing Leach around the wicket. He goes, the left armour, and again another ball just defended, dropped into the onside for a dot.
Stokes really didn't get on top of that ball that went through his legs, did he?
Yeah, I guess that was it was a chance if he'd been a bit lower or a bit closer. So this next ball is cut away by Coley. It's gone to backward point, no run.
So we've got some tweets coming through. Messenger says, FFS, Jack. Never start talking about number 8s when Gary is in earshot. We'll get a 40-minute tirade delivered with hyperbolic conviction, driving us all from the room. Well, I have a tirade coming up, but I'll go through some tweets
I can guess what that's
for
about.
the moment. We've got El Chopernos, who says, unpopular opinion, Burns' hair is worse than Arthur's shorts. We've got
Never.
I kind of think it quite suits him. I've got to be honest.
Oxymoronica says, morning grillers. I have to admit, I was up at 4 a.m. to watch Jimmy's fantastic show on TV, a truly memorable over to savour. I've never seen such erratic spin bowling. Back in bed now, cuddling up with you on my laptop, dreaming of a famous victory. Lee, outside context problem, says the reason I'm not behind the sofa is that we opted to go for a double poeng option instead of the sofa. I think that refers to IKEA's rather esoteric naming options for furniture. Mog says, hey BBC TMS, you missed all the excitement. Guerrilla Cricket got there first again, which is true. El Chopernos says, Spofford tribute extraordinaire, referring to the demon. Chronic Maths Debater says, oh yes, I get that, very funny. Hopefully Jimmy can take 5 wickets. We're getting there with tweets.
And we have a change of bowling here. Ben Stokes will jingle him up in a minute, but he's bowling to Ashwin, pushing a ball into the covers, where it is sharply fielded, and again, no run.
Here we go with his jingle.
Ben? Ben Stokes.
Why has it been so long since we've seen Ben Stokes? He hasn't been bowling, has he?
No. I guess.
As in, he comes in again over the wicket and he's bowling to Ashwin, pushing a ball to precisely the same position in the covers and no run.
I guess everyone's been doing all right, so they haven't had to turn to him. You know, I'm sure if there was a stickier situation, and I'm sure there'll be 1 or 2 times in this series where he'll get quite a long spell and be quite inspirational, because that's just what Ben Stokes does these days. It's just he doesn't get used as much as they could use him, but he's often turned to when they need something to happen. So
Ashwin is on strike now. He's on 9. He's faced 35 deliveries as Stokes comes in, and Ashwin's pushing a ball to point for another dot.
Well, at least we have a second slip now for Ben Stokes. I mean, I found it literally unbelievable earlier on when Anderson was edged through vacant second slip by Ravichandran and Ashwin. I mean, England have a lead of 258, I think it is, or 257. Earlier, Virat Kohli just popped one up, which would have been a dolly for short leg. I mean, what's going on with the field? Attack with every man.
Attack! You're absolutely right, Gary. We have Ashwin on strike, and another ball. He shoulders arms, goes through to Butler for a dot.
Well, yeah, I know what you're saying, Gary, but I think it's also a little bit of a Luddite view. They've got masses and masses of analysis, and they'd have gone through, how do I want to get this person out? And they're going to bowl to a plan, and their plan requires their fielders in certain places. And obviously,
completely, utterly disagree.
Well,
anybody could see that there was going to be deliveries go through second slip.
Yeah, but we've taken 6. Yeah, but hold on, we've taken 6 wickets.
We've actually had one.
Stokes with his final delivery, again bowling back of a length to Ashwin, who defends a ball. He's looking like a batsman, is Ashwin. He's Pujara-esque, I think.
Well, he used to open, didn't he? He started as a kid as an opener. But we've had 6 wickets, Gary. And
yeah, we should have had 8.
No, we shouldn't.
This is a test match in India. You can't just turn down the chances.
Yeah, but they haven't. They've taken the chances. That's the point. That's why they've got 6 wickets.
Yeah, the point is they should have 8.
I don't think there's not 2 that have got. Well, the short leg possibly, but.
Stokes is back in. He's bowling to Ashwin on the pads, and he turns the ball around the corner, but no run.
I'm not asking for anything radical here. I'm asking for a second slip to a seam bowler where the ball is clearly carrying to second slip. I'm asking for a short leg to a spin bowler where the ball is stopping in the pitch for some deliveries, jumping
There's no
for
point
others.
putting Gary on tweets, is there, Bear?
Well, there is. I mean, I'm coming back to them now. I just wanted to make that point, which I have made. Anna Forsyth said it's always warm in the Anna Pavilion. Josie Oak, Roy Palm, we know him better as. Isn't Steve O'Keefe now famous for getting drunk and doing stupid things?
Yes, he is.
Is he? Oh, dear. None of us have ever done that, of course. Gorilla Cricket from Home said England lose their first review. It's hard to say waste because it wasn't an awful shout, and I tend to agree with that. Paddy Davies asks, how long to the new ball? The answer to that is 31 overs.
Yeah, and then we'll get that, good time to go before the end of the game if we need it.
At the moment, India 162 for 6, and it is Leach bowling to Kohli. He's whipping the ball into the onside. It's heading out to the cow corner boundary. Can it make it? It cannot, because Burns is out there, hair flowing in the breeze, and they run several. 2 or 3? 3. It was 3.
It was 3. I think his hair suits him, as I said.
Well, we're 80s men in some ways, Bear, and that reminds us of glory days. Moggs says, we've had Al versus Dave, now it's time for the Bear versus Gary. 2 men enter, 1 man leaves. And Mesnil Man says, gotta love a Bear versus Mouth debate. Nestle Boy says, we've taken 6 wickets.
Oh, has he only just got up, Nestlers?
It's exciting. Leach is coming around the wicket. He's bowling to Ashwin. He's on the back foot. Elegant little push into the covers for no run.
No set of gorillas have ever not had some factionalism between them. God, there was enough in the Spanish Civil War for that, so we can have a little debate.
And Ashwin is middling it. I don't want to curse him, but he's seeing the ball really well. There's a little bit of spin for Leach as this next ball is pushed into cover point. No run.
Just got to be a bit patient here. I think we got a little overexcited by the fact that we got 5 wickets in a session, and that was a wonderful over by Jimmy Anderson, but got to sit in for a bit now, possibly.
So Leach again coming in slowly. Another ball defended by Ashwin coming forward and offering a very straight bat. He moves to 42 balls faced. He's coming up for his half 50 of deliveries negotiated. India 165 for 6. Although the score doesn't really matter at the moment, they're just defending their way as another ball is defended out into the covers.
Yeah, you've got a long way to go to defend, haven't they? A lot of overs left in the day. Here's a question for either of you. For the next test after this ball.
So next ball from Leach. And again, a beautiful straight defensive bat offered by Ashwin. He's getting through this, is looking like a maiden, and that's the end of the over. 165 for 6.
If England win, it's still an if. Going into the next test, I think Root's got a little bit pissed off with Bess here because he doesn't offer him any control. Do you think, regardless of the result, do you think that he'll go back to Moeen for the next test? Even though he got 4 wickets in the first innings, he's got a valuable one here in the second. He just doesn't offer the control.
Go on, Kat.
You'd keep Leach. I would.
No, Leach. I think Leach is the one I would keep. He's much more consistent in line length. But I'm talking about Best. Do you think he seems to have lost?
So we have
faith in
Stokes now continuing, and England still need 4 wickets, but they're not going to get it with this particular delivery to Kohli. He's pushing the ball into the off. It's going out to the cover boundary, and that is 4 runs for Kohli.
Now my innings going. Great guns, I hit the ball. 4 runs, I hit the ball, and it went for 4 runs. Kohli's looking in touch here, isn't he? Got him early in the first innings, which was pretty handy, but he's going to be a tough one to knock over in this second innings.
And the partnership is 52 from 98 balls. Kohli is still on strike. There is a bit more of an attacking field. Just the one slip, though, and this is a wild ball from Stokes. Goes down leg, left alone by Kohli and through to the keeper.
You see, I feel that's completely wrong thinking from Joe Root, because Kohli cover drove that ball, and so Root took out the second slip that was there in the previous over, and has moved them somewhere defensive, where if the man is driving, that's when you need the second slip in, because that's when it's going to carry. It's the way of modern captains, but I think it's wrong.
Yeah. Another fuller ball from Stokes. It was actually a beautiful, almost an attempted Yorker, and Virat digs it out and negotiates his way to another dot ball.
I think England have got to be careful with Dom Bess here, because he's got a bit yippy with these full tosses, and so I think for public consumption there can be a bit of rotation, wanting to get Moeen in the game and stuff like this, but I think he has to be withdrawn because he's got to rebuild his action a little.
Yeah. Stokes coming in again over the wicket to the right-handed Kohli, who's defending the ball to cover point. No run.
I don't think he's got full-on yips. I think it just seems to be the beginning of his spell. But then that's what I was saying before this series when we were in Sri Lanka. I mean, the thing is, the spin bowlers, you really want to start off your first 2 overs. You might not be even looking to take wickets. You just want to get your rhythm going. And if you're going to hit for 12 or 8 off your first 2 or 3 or 4 balls every spell, I mean, you might get it 1 or 2 spells, but it seems every spell at the moment.
Stokes is in again to Kohli. It's on his pads and he's whipping it away through square leg. There's a man out there and it's fielded. Is that Anderson? And they've had a single taken. Nice management of the strike here by Kohli. He moves to 63.
Well, he had 3 full tosses in succession, I think, to Kohli just before lunch, and that to me is getting into yip territory. So I think they have to manage him very carefully. Mark suggests, some might suggest there are gorillas who prefer a great big mass debate. Am I right?
Stokes is coming in again. A back of a leg ball defended into the onside, and Ashwin has negotiated that one delivery. I think, is that the end of the over, or have we still got one more to come?
It is the end of the over, so we'll go with some more tweets. Well, I thought Pun Day was yesterday, but Mog is very much on the start. And Nestle Boy points out that no bear been up since the start, and Nestle Boy, there's no morning that's too early for Nestle Boy.
Well,
you're not dedicated enough if you're not getting up to watch this beautiful final day and a thrilling England win. Come on, guys, get out of bed.
Nestle Boy
say that yet.
tweets us a picture of Adam Ant, the dandy highwayman, who and he just says Rory Burns. So there he is, claiming that Surrey's opener is actually the 80s pop icon. Chris the Choir says, where's Hendo when Gary wants a good rant? The Goodison Gabbler versus the Wimbledon Wibbler is the main event. Well, Kent Walton will be proud of that on World of Sport at 4 p.m. on a Saturday afternoon.
So Kohli on 63. He's faced 94 balls, and it's Leach coming in and bowling to him. He pushes the ball. It just goes past the outstretched hands of the short, silly mid-off and silly point, and they scamper through for a single. Confident Kohli, leaving Ashwin to face some more deliveries.
I think he's happy probably to let him face the spinners. I think they'll be worrying when Jofra comes back on, digs it into the pitch again.
Well, he's got a flaw in his technique, Ashwin, facing pace.
Oh!
So this next ball is... Has he edged it through to the keeper? Has Leach got a wicket here? The finger goes up and Ashwin is on his way. He's feathered a ball through to Butler, and that is a wicket. Ashwin is out for 9 and India 7 down now.
All of the dreams that I dreamed were mine are gone.
It's also funny, isn't it? I mean, the whole of the Sri Lanka series was all the debate about whether Butler was any good at keeping. He's taken a couple of smart catches in this test of, deliveries that have bounced and turned, and he's I don't know if someone's been giving him coaching lessons on how to bend his knees and go with the ball, but he seems to be a little bit better this time around in the subcontinent than last time.
He's been excellent, and take it from someone who's never been short of criticism for Butler. He really has. He's done the job particularly well. He's done it with some style, and what that means particularly when you've got spinners like Leach and Bess, is that they can be confident in their keeper. He hasn't had stumpings to effect, but that's due to the Indians' technique. But a good keeper, the effect of that ripples right the way through the 11, and Butler has been tremendous in this match, and he was excellent in Sri Lanka as well.
Yeah, no, I've said
So
this.
do we have a jingle for Shahbaz Nadeem, who's making his way out to the middle?
We do indeed. It goes like this.
He's even better than fried chicken, Shahbaz Nadeem. A better spinner you've never seen. Shahbaz Nadeem. He's Shahbaz Nadeem.
He's Shahbaz Nadeem. What else do you need to know?
Martin Holmes.
I know
says,
virtually nothing about his form with the bat, but anyway, he must be.
Well, apparently he's got a ton.
Okay.
He's got a ton in Ranji Trophy, and something like 4 or 6 50s. But as we discussed, everyone's got triple century in the Ranji Trophy. So, you know.
I was going to say Martin Holmes says it's just another manic pun day, which we also had yesterday, but happy to bring that one out again. Woy Woy Palm hits nail on the head by saying Kohli may get left high and dry here.
Yeah, he may well do. He's made it look reasonably easy, it has to be said, compared to everyone else.
Well,
So Shahbaz apparently has an average of 14 in his first-class outings to date. He's got over 2,000 runs in first-class cricket. He's facing Leach at the moment, and a ball squirts off the edge. There is a short or a silly mid-off and a slip in place, and it goes into the off for no run.
Yeah, he's only averages 14, but he's so good that they can't afford to have a leg slip or a short leg to him.
Where are those fielders? What are they doing? Are they having a rest out on the boundary? As this next one, he comes a long way forward, a big stride forward, defends a ball into the onside.
I never mind an in-out field, man, as a spinner.
There's no way Nadeem is hitting Jack Leach for 6 here. Inconceivable, with Kohli at the other end. Inconceivable.
We need 6 men around the bat. There is not, but there is 3 now. We have 2 slips, and this next ball defended by Nadeem. So they're creeping closer, Gary. Does this make you happy?
It makes me less angry.
I mean, there's always an argument for a short leg on a track like this, I suppose, if you're a lefty. But there isn't much call for a leg slip as a lefty, unless you're bowling a bad ball, you know.
Anyway, he bowls another one, and Nadeem confidently lets this one go through to the keeper. That's the end of the over. 171 for 7 after 52 overs. Day 5, session 2. England only need 3 wickets to win, people.
Yeah, a leg slip encourages the left-arm spinner to bowl very much straight at the stumps, even at leg stump. Because if that ball pops, it takes the glove, and leg slip says, thank you very much.
I'm a left-arm spinner.
That's
I'm
not
a
one of the
left-arm
options
spinner,
that's available to him.
Yeah, but I'm a left-arm spinner. I would never want a leg slip. I don't, you know.
Next time you're bowling at Chennai, tell us what you want.
I wouldn't want a leg slip. That's what I'm saying. I might want a short leg, as you say, because they get the inside edge onto the pad, pops up that way, or the glove pops up square.
Well,
unless you bowl a bad ball, you shouldn't be turning it around the corner.
So we need a back pad, but we don't have a spinner at the moment. We have Stokes, and he's coming in bowling to Kohli, who's in form. He's pushing the ball out through point, does not even think about taking a single.
Over on YouTube, George McPherson says, hopefully this wicket will give the England bowlers more confidence in getting the remaining wickets. And Diana Craddock says it's a gripping last day of cricket. Well, if it does go gripping and we go deep into the post-tea session, it really will be. But I've got a feeling the wickets might come quite quickly now.
Yeah.
It would be exciting indeed. Stokes is bowling a bouncer. Kohli says thank you very much, and he sends it out through square leg for a 4.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
It'll be interesting. Did you read that article in Cricket Info about the man, the curator, which we've all been talking about, the pitch? The interesting thing I thought in that was that when they were in the interview, they said basically he prepared 2 pitches. One was pure red Chennai dirt, if you like, and
this next ball from Stokes is defended by Kohli.
And the other one was a mix of that with some hard clay or something. Do you think they'll want another?
And is that the one we're going to be playing on next?
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Well, he said he prepared 4 pitches. I guess 2 of each. But so there'll be one that they could use of that, and there'll be another one that will be the same as this. Will they want the same pitch as this and hope they win the toss? And
does Coley get to choose?
I don't know. Actually, that's an interesting thing. I have no idea.
I bet you he does. Anyway, Coley on strike again. He's forward, using his feet, dancing down the pitch, just defending a ball out to point, no run.
I mean, I guess if you go for this pitch, you say, you know, I want to win the toss, but you still got to put the runs on the board, as Jack said earlier, to make this count. And England, that's where England did it right, I suppose. And the difference is route.
If it's coming down to the final session or session 2, final session of day 5, it's a great pitch.
Yeah, I think
India
so.
may not see it from that perspective if England end up winning, if and when. As Stokes bowls over the wicket, again another short delivery. Coley lets it go through to the keeper.
Wow.
Well, I think this has been a splendid cricket wicket. There is an advantage in winning the toss, but only, as you say, if you bat well. Dom Sibley fought like tooth and nail to get through to 80 odd across an entire day's play. Joe Root's playing on another planet at the moment. He might end up as England's greatest batsman. He's in the greatest form of his life, and he cashed in. It wasn't win the toss, win the match by any means.
So we have again Coley on strike. Stokes is bowling way outside off stump. He saw Coley move across to his offside. He's pushed it into the covers, but that was an interesting delivery there, the last of the over. 175 for 7 after 53 overs.
Yeah, Roy Pond says last time England won in India, they had a right and left arm finger spinner. Same here. Yes, so they are the Monty and Swanee de nos jours, are Don Bess and Jack Leach. You need to give Leach plenty of praise here, because weaker men might have been hit out of the attack by Rishabh Pant, but he has bowled beautifully since recovering from that early assault, and that takes not just skill, but that takes guts too. Well done, Jack Leach.
You have to be quite pragmatic about that, I think, as a bowler. You know,
easier said than done, Bear. You do have to be pragmatic, but when you've got 1.2 billion Indians telling you can't bowl on social media because you've been hit around a bit, it's easier said than done, and immense credit to Jack Leach, I think.
I don't think he's looking at social media, hopefully not. He's bowled 23
exactly.
overs so far for this innings, and he's coming in again. It's a crowded field around the bat, as this ball's turning a lot through to the keeper. Nadeem does not get a run.
Yeah, well, I think there'll be some management going on with that, but it's a bit like in the old days when sports people would say, "Oh, I never read the papers." Guarantee you they did.
Another ball to Nadeem from Jack Leach. He watches it through to the keeper again for another dot.
Bowled one of them on top.
Mayank says, part of me really wants India to just sit there and defend their asses off, but the other part of me has this feeling this is going to end very quickly.
Nadeem looks confident so far, but he's yet to get off the mark as he defends another ball. It goes to silly mid-off, no run.
Just plodded his foot
Mayank
down.
says, I'm feeling now we'll see a pitch in the next test that is a completely rank Turner dust bowl, and it will be completed before tea on day 3.
Oh.
And this next one, it's squirted off the edge, just goes past the outstretched hand of the man there under the lid. Close infielder on the off. Who's that who's lying down?
That's Ollie Pope.
It went
quite
Don't
quick.
know if it was really a chance. We'll see from the replay. What do you think?
Well, it was a chance, but it's one of those ones that goes pretty quick off the face. If you manage to grab it, good on you.
Yeah, anyway, fielded with no damage to the score. And this next one again pushed past Pope's hand deliberately. It was like Nadeem was trying to hit it through his head. And no run, no wicket, no run.
Yeah, there's a catch coming here. I'm not sure this technique is one to last.
Is it this ball? Nadeem's negotiated 9 balls so far. There's another short catch that's been brought in as a backstop now to Pope. What position is that?
Well, they brought him in. They brought him in because obviously he's prodding at it. It's going too fast past Pope to react. So they're thinking, well, if it goes past him, at least the man behind catches it, because it's certainly going that far to
I think
carry.
you call that a not so silly mid-off.
Yeah,
anyway.
Not so silly mid-off. Joe Root is not afraid of following the ball, is he?
No,
Lee
that's true.
Context Problem says, keep talking up the English bowlers at Gary Naylor 999. Saving this test by a massive commentator's curse might not be the most glorious, but I'm sure Virat will take it. I'm sure he will. And Nestle Boy says, next match is on Philippe Chatrier at Roland Garros. So I think what he's alluding to there, and it's a very good point, Nestle Boy, that we might have an even redder, even more clay-like pitch for the second test at Chennai, because of course this is a series in pandemic days, which means there are 2 tests at Chennai before moving to Ahmedabad, to the new stadium for 2 more tests, one of which is pink ball.
Well, the interesting thing is they say that, but I mean, Ashwin got those wickets in the second innings. I mean, England were obviously going for runs, etc., etc., but a lot of wickets have fallen to seam. Reverse swing has definitely been in this game. I mean, Jimmy's blown their innings apart with that sort of 3 or 4 over spell. Jofra got a couple of, when the wicket was flat at the beginning, Jofra, removed the top 2 of India's innings with quite hostile, fast pace. It's not just as simple as create a red dust bowl and India will win, I don't think.
No, it isn't. The real joy of this pitch, and it's been one of the very best I can recall for Test cricket, is that every kind of player, batting or bowling, has had the opportunity to express their skills at some point on this wicket.
Hold that thought, Gary. It's going to be time for a change. I think Tony's coming on for ball by ball, Rob for socials, and Jack summarising.
I'll be back later.
Me too.
You will indeed. Leave it to you guys if you're all on the line.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Kat. Thank you, Bear. Yes, indeed. I'm with Rob Sutton and Jack Hope.
Morning,
Jack.
Tony.
Is there hope for India, Jack?
It seems unlikely, doesn't it? Google thinks they've still got a 5% chance of making it through to the end of the day for a draw. I think Google might be overestimating that slightly.
Yes. What's our friends at Winbiz saying? Have we had a look at that?
I think it would be basically the same.
I would imagine
process. It might be slightly different algorithm, but it's working along the same lines, isn't it?
I wouldn't be at all surprised. Leach coming to the party. Bess has come to the party, although he's had a few wobbles. Got that one to bounce though, did Leach, didn't he? That finally got rid of a stubborn Ashwin. Poor old Ravi Ashwin. I mean, Robbie, he had the kitchen sink and most of the utensils in the drawer and a couple of taps flung at him, didn't he? And he still somehow survived.
He's stuck
for a while at least.
It was a very battling innings from him. But I think we were saying in the stint after lunch that on this pitch there's always going to be one with your name on it, and unfortunately for Ashwin that happened just a short time ago. But England probably just needed that. That partnership was just beginning to get to the annoying status.
Well, and often the way, isn't it? He'd taken everything that Jofra Archer could fling, and then got himself out to one of the spinners. Ben Stokes, anyway, is going to continue outside of Kohli's off stump, and his royal Kohliness just slightly angles the bat and eases it down through third man for a gentle but effective one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Gorgeously played, wasn't it? Although the way his head turned afterwards, I'm not entirely. Oh no, he did mean it. He meant that 100% every day of the week. Steered it sort of down where third slip would have been. There wasn't a third man, and it was 3 wickets is what England need. India need a nominal 241. And Ben Stokes, we're looking to. Joe Root wants him to be the man. Not on that ball. Kohli again steers this away to cover, and it's Virat Kohli is a man alone, isn't he? He's like Marshal Will Kane in High Noon, facing was it the Clantons? I can't remember.
A contemporary reference.
Well, look at me. You don't get that. You don't get contemporary with me. Well, give me a good contemporary one then, Rob. A man alone facing possibly certain doom, but
I was trying to think of a sporting one. It was kind of like Liverpool's defence.
Stokes is in and he's taken Kohli's off stump out. I said, would Stokes be the man? That occasion he was. It kept a bit low. Joe Root's shaking his head. He's going, how did that happen? Virat Kohli's shaking his head, going, how did that happen? I can tell you, the ball kept low. It was quick. It was beat Kohli's bat, and it pinned. Well, it didn't just pin back the off stump. The off stump went flying, and Kohli's gone.
An alternative ending to Hyde.
An alternative as Marshall Mulcahy gets shot. Finished off. Well. Interestingly enough, Ben Stokes is doing the signal for a 6. Is there a reason behind that? Do we know?
No, he's taking the piss out of Kohli, isn't he? Isn't that
Oh,
what
is-
Kohli does when he gets a bit, he gets a bit hyper on a field? He starts pointing to the air. I think he was.
It did keep low. It did, didn't it, Rob? Did keep low.
It did. I'll rattle through some tweets. Here we go. Sudas says, if we do that, this is on the pitch debate for the next test. If we do that, as in creating a rank turner, India will lose by an innings. Remember, Indians can't play spin anymore, and most likely Ash won't be available for the next match.
Yep.
We already ruled him out after his hand injury.
Yep. Knuckles says it would be a huge mistake for India to produce a ranked turner that brings spinners disproportionately into the game and would negate a large part of what's made them so good in their dominant home run, which is the pace attack. I agree with that.
Yeah, it's an early lead in a long, well, it's a 4-match series, isn't it? 2 here, 2 at Ahmedabad. I'm sure England will be thrilled to take a 1-0 lead, but let's not let England fans get ahead of themselves. It is just that, a 1-0 lead with 3 to play.
Leah also making a point about that on the next test pitch, saying not really the way to go for India. And cousin Rossiter says, presumably this was before the previous delivery, who said that there's no way Kohli can farm the strike for the rest of the day.
Well, no, there isn't. 2 slips for Stokes now, and it's past the outside edge of the new man, who is the batting beast that is Ishant Sharma. Oh, what a ball! I did it a bit of a disservice, actually. It wasn't quite that low. I thought it had kept. Well, no, it did. It was fairly low. It's probably
about half the pitch came up.
About third the way up that off stump.
How in the world you gonna see? Netting against trundlers like me. Who in the hell do you think you are? A superstar? Well, right you are.
Right you are. Indeed. We're watching multiple replays of that delivery, as I'm sure Ben Stokes will be happy to do back in his bubble hotel this evening.
What's remarkable about this game, we're sort of on the last rights.
Well, Stokes in again, 2 Sharma, 2 slips. Possibly surprising. This is away into the offside. Would you not now, with Ishant Sharma, Nadeem, and then just Jasprit Bumrah to come, would you not be surrounding the bat a bit more, even for the quicker bowlers?
I mean, I think England have got it broadly right, so Gary will probably disagree with me, and if we get to the next commentary stint, he'll get his right to reply. But I don't think that catches behind the wicket is the way to go on this wicket. I think almost every single one of the catches, almost every single one of the chances has been in front of the wicket. It's slow, it's sticking, and I think if you want to be attacking, you want people basically in the ring, maybe slightly in from the ring. Extra slips, leg slips, even short leg, that does not necessarily equal a more attacking field.
You are getting a double thumbs up from the bear there, who's clearly in violent agreement with you. And he's probably right now messaging, looking at the angle of his body to let you know that. Anyway, it was the end of the over, so Nadeem will be back. So we have 2 batsmen, both yet to get off the mark. Ishant has faced 3, Nadeem has faced 10. 179 for 8. England just need 2 wickets to pull off what would be an upset, and we certainly have men around the bat for Jack Leach, but it's pushed away quite tidily into the offside by Nadeem. And is that young Ollie Pope under the lid again? Yes, it is. There was a point in the last over from the team where I just thought he was going to catch every ball. I was listening to Cat, and for about 3 consecutive balls he nearly pushed it there. And onto the back foot goes Nadeem. It's got an extraordinary offside field. I'll just wait for the camera to pan back out again so we can have another look as Jack Leach is about to bowl round the wicket to Nadeem. Yeah, he has a first slip, a second slip, a silly point and a silly mid-off. Edged, taken. Jack Leach has his man. No surprises that Nadeem has not survived long. India are 9 down. The fat lady is gargling and loosening her throat as far as India are concerned. I think everyone had a go at that, didn't they, Jack? I mean, it came.
They did. It's off Butler's knee.
Edge off Butler's knee.
I think Stokes had a swipe at it. Butler juggled and then caught it. I think
team patch.
The field Leach has bowled to, it really speaks to the control that he's found in the spell after lunch. Nothing on the leg side, and that means that you can set up with the 2 slips and the 2 short offside catches, and well, as we've seen, it's paid dividends.
Well, I don't know if you caught the preview I did with an Indo who was saying what a big admirer he was of Jack Leach. Oh no, hang on, no he wasn't. But nonetheless, Jack Leach, you're absolutely right. They've always said, haven't they, about Jack Leach, if they could roll up the Hyderabad wicket and he could take it with him, what a demon he would be. Well, I think they might have done.
Yeah, we'll be playing all our home tests at Taunton from next summer.
him and Beth.
7 Somerset tests.
The 7 Somerset Test series. Can you imagine? I don't think Annie would survive that. It's just the excitement she'd just keel over with just joy if they played every single match of a Test series at Taunton
on the same pitch as well.
On the yes. They wouldn't need the rake by the end.
They only need 7 days through the summer.
Anyway, we're going to jingle up the new man. It can, by a process of elimination, it can only be one, and it'll be this chap.
Hold on, I'm just doing something.
Oh Lord! Well, you were waving, and I thought, okay, that's the bear wave for "Let me do a jingle."
No, you said I was doing a jingle, then I started waving. I'll give you it after this.
Oh well, thanks. We'll chat in the meantime, shall we?
Yeah,
that'll be fine. 183 for 9, and the first ball for Bumrah gets him. Was that 4 byes in the end? Did it beat everybody and go through there? I got lost in the moment. I was more watching the bear and what he might be doing or not doing. And
Bumrah is on 4 runs. He must have hit.
Oh, no, he got 4 runs.
Point.
He got an edged away.
That
down
wasn't.
To the
that was byes, but there was an extra ball we've missed where he has hit a 4.
Oh, that's the bear was
Whether it was a good shot, we don't know.
It was. There's 3 men around the bat. In comes Leach and Bumrah's forward, a little bit inside edgy, but down onto his toes. And this time there is no run. Second session of the 5th day. 187 for 9 are India. The final pair are at the crease. It's Ishant Sharma and Jasprit Bumrah. And England have been quite superb, it must be said.
I'll rattle through a couple of tweets. Chris the Choir says that the Channel 4 subtitle suggests that these are now the last right, not allowing for Ishant fulfilling his prediction that India will go for the win. Well, I think they say it's a good game to win from here. Mog says, yeah, I reckon India might be fucked now. What else have we got? Mog also asks, what the hell is this 4-test series bull crap? Mayank, time for Sharma and Nadeem to shock everyone and bat out 48 overs. Well, I'm not sure how many overs they lasted. It's not 48 though. L. Chopanos says, are doomed tweets for non-England teams allowed? Asking for a me. Answer to that, yes.
In comes Jofra Archer. He's looking to see if he can finish these things off. He can't on this occasion. It's quite nicely played away into the offside by Ishant Sharma, and there's no run. We're going to have a jingle.
A well break your helmet, break your heart. Hotter than lava, cooler than Bogart. In your face, at your stumps, on your toes, on your mum.
And up onto his toes goes Ishant. Plays that very nicely as well, away to the lustrously coiffured Rory Burns at mid-wicket. Again, no run. So if they've got to survive 48 overs, that's just come down to 38 overs and 4 balls. Because Ishant Sharma's done quite a tidy job of those two from Jofra. Dare one say it rather better than poor Ravi Ashwin did, who got a right old working over.
Daniel Foreman asks, if we have 7 Somerset tests, would Annie still complain when James Hildreth wasn't picked?
Who knows? I don't think she'd be able to complain. She'd be in such a state of high excitement, even on day 47 at Taunton. Archer in, that's taken a top edge, but it's fallen short of the man at forward short leg. Ishant survives. There's no
avant-garde approach
again. An avant-garde approach, did you say?
To playing that short ball, I think.
Yes.
Kind of played it from point.
Avant-garde sounds interesting. The lack of control, or indeed any idea of what the shot was actually going to do, might be another one. But I take your point. Archer in full, looking for the Yorker, and somehow it stays out. And I don't think Ishant Sharma could tell you if you asked him how it did. Archer shakes his head. He can't believe it either. It was full, and he got that same movement that Jimmy was getting. Well, I'm doing to Sharma a massive discredit. He dug that out quite superbly.
That was very well played,
wasn't it? Just. And I don't know if Joe Root is applauding the ball or the bat in that instance. Probably both, because it was a lovely piece of cricket. In comes Archer again, shorter. And hello. Out. Well, the bail's off. I think he's gone.
Yeah.
He was looking to turn it round the corner, and I think the wicket has fallen. Well, no one's short, including the players now. Well, this would be a shame, wouldn't it?
I'm virtually
Bear thinks he hit wicket with his sock, which apparently seems to have a large hole in it. Is that what you're telling us?
Okay. So the ball drops down near leg stump, and while he's looking for it, I think Sharma back heels off stump.
So it's ultimately hit wicket.
I think so. There's probably technicalities in the rules.
We should see it here. So let's just hold on for a second and watch the replay. He's looking to turn it around the corner. The ball bounces down. 1, 2, 3, 4. The ball trickles back.
But the stump breaks itself.
But the stump seems to break itself without the aid of anything, including the batsman.
The bail seemed to fall before the ball was bowled. I think basically the stumps come loose. I'm not really sure how this has happened, but the stump appears to come loose.
The stump Pataldi or something.
The stump has decided that it's had enough. The stump wants to go home, I think.
If you think, as commentators, we've lost the plot and really should know what's going on here, I can only tell you
we've got no idea.
From 11 fielders, 2 umpires and 2 batsmen, literally no one has got a clue, and it's finally been given as not out. The bail apparently dropped off while the bowler was running in. What caused it to do that, though? Unless there's it is quite windy there, actually. I did notice the flags were furling and were ruffling quite dramatically, so perhaps it's the high wind. Anyway, we move on. Archer's in, and again it's a shorter one and turned around the corner down to deep backward square. And I think Nadeem will be quite happy. He won't need to be on strike, so some relief there for him. I beg your pardon. Jasprit Bumrah will be relieved. It all seems very good natured, doesn't it? Between the teams now, I suppose there's a degree of fatalism from the Indian perspective. It is a matter of time. Professionalism, however, suggests that these two will still believe they can do something special, because you have to go in believing that, or at least make a glorious attempt, even if you don't finally achieve it. 4 for Bumrah, 1 for Ishant Sharma, 188 for 9. And again we have
over bowled?
Delay? No, well, he's only bowled 5 balls.
Maybe they've got that wrong on the screen.
This is extraordinary. Now, there's a delay. The players are all walking around to have a...
Well, I wonder if the TV has called the one where the bail fell off as a dead ball, but the umpires have decided it was a ball.
Yeah, it's ticks over to 57 overs now.
Ah, there you are then. So I think Rob, you might be spot on in that instance. 1 run came off that last over anyway. It was all sorts of weird things happened, including a bail dropping off as Jofra Archer was in his delivery stride. That confused everyone. Jack Leach is going to be continuing from the Patibiraman end. He has 4 wickets to his name. Can he get a 5 to see England home in an away test in India? Wouldn't that be something after the trials and tribulations in the life of Jack Leach to be able to claim that? 3 men round the back. Leach is in, and it beats the forward thrust of Sharma and his... Well, it wasn't into the gloves of Josh Butler. It was rather messily mishandled by Josh Butler, but nonetheless, it did beat the bat. All we know is inside edge and bounce down. Leach in again. Pulled high over mid-wicket. It's going to go for one of these. The counter-attacking from Ishant Sharma. What's his best ever? His highest score, he got 57, didn't he, against the West Indies, Ishant Sharma? So let's not get ahead of ourselves. When did he do that? He did that 2019.
With the bat. He's not as bad as he used to be, batting-wise. Bumrah is quite possibly the worst batsman in the world.
Bumrah has a average of 2.53 and a high score of 10, admittedly not out. Jack Leach is coming around the wicket to the right-hander. It's well left by Ishant Sharma. That one is nicely taken by Joss Butler. 192 for 9.
I have a theory with Ishant Sharma's batting that once he got dismissed by Alistair Cook, he concluded that that's never going to happen again, and he's really worked on his batting since.
Yeah.
Interesting you say that, Rob, because that's the point at which his bowling got really good.
Leaching again.
You can split his career pre and post the dismissal to Alistair Cook bowling wise, and I think his average is 10 better. So his average is about 25 post being out to Cook, and 35 prior to that.
Well, that is right. Joe Root standing with his arms folded. Jack Leach is in. Sharma gets an outside edge. They don't run, it beats the man at slip, but fielded at short third man. We were just looking at the fact that Joe Root is 1 test win short of Michael Vaughan. So there's an incentive to want him to win it. 192 for 9. Those 3 men around the bat stand ready, but they'll have to wait further because Sharma got very nicely behind that, dropped the bat on it, and there was no run. That is the end of that over. Rob, who have you got? What have you got? What are they saying?
The Armchair Cricket Podcast says that the big-boned opera singer can be heard warming up in the background. A fantastic performance from England to outplay India in the first test. This will only make the series more spicier and heat up the race to the World Test Championship finals. A man with a word of caution for England supporters. The problem with some teams are they got overconfident after a good test match win in India. Australia got overconfident and lost the series. I hope England don't make the same mistake.
Wise counsel, I would say, in that case.
El Chapanaris wonders if Stephen Finn broke the stumps in his run-up with the bail.
I know he's got long legs. I don't think they're that long. He's sitting somewhere near Vicarage Road at the moment. That's taken the edge and gone. Bumrah's gone. Archer is the final wicket taker. Edge straight through to Joss Butler. England have done the job. 192. India have fallen 4, and England have won this test match by 227 runs. Nobody probably saw that coming on day 1, but there it is, and what a mighty performance by England.
Thoroughly deserved. I mean, as the Armchair Cricket Podcast said, England have outplayed India across all 5 days here. Every single day, you tally up to England, and a thumping win, 227 runs.
It absolutely was. We will, of course, take you through the scorecard in a very short while. I think what we will probably do is see if Messrs. Bear and Hendo would want to come and join us for just a final chat at the end of the day. Before we do that, why don't I just quickly take you through the scorecard, and then we'll ask Bear and Hendo for their points of view on the way things have gone. But the scorecard, well, my goodness, it bears a little bit of reading. I won't read, as I will. Sharma, bowled Leach for 12. Shubman Gill, he went for 50. Bowled Anderson, that big in-swinger that took his off-stump out. Pujara was caught Stokes, bowled Leach. Virat Kohli went for 72, bowled Stokes. Ajinkya Rahane lost his off-stump too to Jimmy Anderson. Rishabh Pant was caught in the covers by Joe Root off Jimmy Anderson again. Washington Sundar went for naught, caught behind off Dom Bess. Ravi Ashwin, having been roughed up by at one end by Archer, finally fell to Jack Leach, caught behind. Shabazz Nadeem seemed to give any number of, well, not necessarily chances, but struggled to play the spin, and was finally caught by Rory Burns. Ishant Sharma was the not-out batsman for 5. Jasprit Bumrah just got one comparatively streaky edge, but finally he was the last man to fall, caught behind off Chopra Archer. 4 for 76 for Jack Leach, 3 for 17 off 11 overs for Jimmy Anderson. 3 for 17 off 11 overs. It's worth saying twice. 1 for 50 for Dom Bess, 1 for 13 for Ben Stokes, and the man who took the final wicket, Jofra Archer, 1 for 23. Well, whilst I've been rattling through that, the Bear and Hendo have appeared. Hello, Hendo. What do you make of that?
It's quite extraordinary. I mean, the ruthlessness that England have shown is something that I can barely remember in watching England over all these years. I mean, there must have been times where, England have won and put their foot down, but I can't think of it in such a way. Today was full of potentialities, really, wasn't it? I mean, we could have seen India bat through. There was even the chance with the likes of Gill and Pant that they could take the game. I mean, nothing can be ruled out when you've seen West Indies win in Bangladesh, when you've seen an India that's missing half of their, or more than half of their bowling attack, win in Australia after being 1-0 down after being bowled out for 36. Cricket seems to have moved up a level in terms of its unpredictability in just the last month or 2 months, doesn't it? It's incredible stuff. I don't know what you think about it, Bear.
Well, I guess that's a little bit bubble life, but I think we all underestimated England, possibly. I mean, this is only the first game of the series. I'm sure India will come back hard. I mean, we did underestimate them a bit. Root is in a fine place in form, and if you look over the 2 innings, he's definitely the difference in the scores. He got 220 odd, which would have given us 350. They got 337. So it would have been pretty even on first innings. It would have been pretty even on second innings. It would have been a very tight game had Root got out for none. Put it that way with that scorecard. But I do think maybe we were underprepared. They certainly seem to have plans. That's why I was disagreeing with Gary so vehemently earlier. I think they've done the technical analysis, and I think Jack's right. They're not going to take. You might get people driving, but the majority of your wickets are going to be for the seam bowlers seem to be reverse swing, except for right at the beginning of on the first 2 days the pitch was a little bit harder and the new ball carried through a little bit. The rest of it was a lot of them. Even the Indian wickets were taken with reverse swing bowling full and into the pads. It was LBWs and bowls. The spinners aren't often going to get catches at slip. Certainly not second slip, first slip, absolutely. And the keeper and the rest are going to be mishits into the short fielders probably, and a bit of LBW. So I think they've done their research. They've analysed how they're going to take their wickets, which is the modern way, and it's paid off massively.
Anyway, let's talk about the captains maybe. If you have that been the difference? You could stack Kohli up in front of Root, and this game, you'd have to say there was there was no contest. But you take those two players out, as Bear alluded to, it might have looked rather different. Where do you think the differences have been there?
Yeah, I mean, I think you talk about plans, and maybe there were plans, but I think certainly today that Root got the rotation of his bowlers absolutely spot on. You can look back and say, well, you know, it was a rare occasion where, certainly against these opponents in these conditions, where England have put enough on the board to actually put some pressure on the Indian batting, and I mean, it's a very strong lineup, and so it shouldn't be underestimated what England have done here. But again, you can't get carried away. I don't think there's a massive difference between Root and Kohli. Kohli is the more demonstrative, isn't he, as a captain? And there was talk that the calmness of Rahane had been, you know, part of the X factor in Australia, and that Kohli was kind of following that in the first innings. But in the second innings, or the second England innings, we saw a bit more of the Kohli that you expect. There was a little bit more tension in him. There was the sense there might be an explosion at some point. It doesn't come naturally to him to keep that sort of
there was
calm
one cover
smile on his
drive
face.
off Ben Stokes, which, I mean, if you just pick one shot from the match and to watch time and again, that would probably be the one I'd choose to watch. I mean, it was quite superb.
You're talking about Kohli?
Yes, yeah.
No, he looked class there, didn't he? I mean,
I mean, I think that dismissal, he was done by the bounce of the ball, wasn't he? I mean, it didn't do a lot, but when you're bowling at that pace, if it does keep low as it did, and is always likely to do on a fifth day pitch, then you could be in trouble. So I mean, I'm not certainly not criticising Kohli as a batsman. I'm not even criticising him particularly as a skipper, but I think the way that England were dominating the game was shown in how his demeanour changed, or Kohli's demeanour changed when he was captaining in the second innings, I would say.
Yeah. Well, where do India go? I mean, do they stick where they are at and just hope that they win the toss and they can put the big runs on?
I think in a way they do. You know, who knows what the second pitch produced by the new groundsman is going to be like. Yeah, and of course, if I think if they batted first here, I mean, it might have been a real struggle for England. But if Bess and Leach were getting no turn whatsoever, then they could have been taken for a lot. So I don't think England need to get carried away. But I mean, it's extraordinary. I mean, I had predicted 4-0 to India all day long, really.
We know you, Hendo.
Yeah, we know really, but even allowing for my pessimism, I still think it was, you know, a realistic prospect. And so, you know, to see England dominate in the way that they have, apart from that little, well, I say that little period after tea yesterday where they didn't quite seem to know what they were doing, but maybe it was all part of the master plan. Who knows? And they stuck with it, and they've copped the criticism, but they've shown people in the end.
Yeah,
well, they have. And the pitch now, you know, we spent a couple of days being a little bit scathing of that pitch. Part-time groundsman or the accidental curator or whatever he was called. It seemed a bit lifeless, perhaps. But in the end of the day, it was full of runs, gave plenty to the batsmen, some hope to the bowlers, and in the end of the day produced a result well after lunch on day 5. I don't think you can actually knock that, can you?
No, I think that's dead on. You know, and Indo was moaning about the pitch after day 2, but that's because England got runs, and they did win the toss, yes, and you know, that's the toss is the lucky part of the game, but you know, as we pointed out endlessly throughout this test, you've got to make use of that. You've got to get those first innings runs, and then they're not guaranteed just because the pitch is flat. I mean, look at Sri Lanka on day 1 of the first test in Sri Lanka. They won the toss on what was the best batting day, and you know, proceeded to get themselves out for 136. It's not a given that you'll get those runs, and England applied themselves. And the one thing they did, and Hendo pointed out on day 1, was that, you know, Sibley only got 87, but he lasted the whole day for 87, and England batted the whole of the second day, and it was important to take as long as you could with that first innings to let the pitch deteriorate as much as it was going to in the time that you were out there, which then speeded the game up a little bit and gave England the edge in the end to be able to win the game.
Well, that brings me on to another thought. So as we look ahead, England are going to have to make changes, aren't they? Because we know.
Well, are they?
Well, Josh Butler's going home, isn't he?
Okay, they're going to
there's
make
one you
Josh
have to make.
Yeah. Okay, you do. You have to make that change. But I don't know. I think that Jimmy Anderson's given them a bit of a problem. Actually, I really do. I mean, you can't drop Archer because he has that extra bit of pace, and especially if you do get an easy-paced wicket, then he might be the difference.
Rory Burns, do you think he's done enough? Mind you, what are the choices if he hasn't?
Well, there isn't anything there.
There isn't. Zach Crawley's not going to make it, and he's not going to be ready until the third test anyway. So I don't think there is an alternative to Rory Burns, and you've got to give it. I mean, you know, he knows that he threw away probably that innings in the first England knock. Played, you know, he's trying to get on top of the spinners. I don't think it was the right thing to do at that point because they are good spinners, but especially Ravi Ashwin. But he made a mistake, probably a misjudgment, and then he got a first ball in the second innings. He's only the third opener in history to be bowled out by a spinner first ball of an innings. So that shows you how rarely that happens.
A feature you can read about, we might point out.
Indeed, you can.
And news section.
Yeah, well, absolutely, and there'll be some brilliant features tonight and news pieces tonight. I think. I don't want to sort of overdo it and blow our own trumpets, but I think the stuff that you'll see tonight. And over the next day or two, you'll absolutely love.
Well, I shall look forward to that. Dan Lawrence, not convincing, but you kind of feel we'll give him another go. I think.
Yeah, of course you do. I think. I mean, he is, you know, a player I think that's going to develop. He got out in similar manner. I mean, he'd only faced 5 balls. Anyone can get out to Jasprit Bumrah when he's bowling well, and he lasted 5 balls. I suppose there's a little bit of a worry that he was LBW on both occasions. You maybe think, is that old leg side Larry nickname coming back to haunt him? Is he just playing across the line a little bit to those balls that are full and angled in at the stumps? But I think you've got to give him another chance. I mean, it would be counterproductive to get rid of him now.
They're your specialist subjects on spin. Where would you rate the performance of the spinners on both sides, really?
Well, I think Leach has proved that he's a better spinner than Bess. He offers. I honestly do. I think I was saying that in the last session. I think that Root lost a little bit of trust in Bess there towards the end of that game. He kept throwing up pies, and Root wanted control, and Leach was offering that. I think Leach would have played the whole series anyway, because you need one that turns away and one that turns in, and we got 2 off spinners and 1 left armour. So Leach gets the whole series probably anyway. And the question will be: do you retain Bess? I mean, this is the thing. It's all about the bowling options. There isn't much scope to change much in the batting order apart from
Moeen Ali is your.
Well, Moeen's the obvious choice to take over from Bess. You've just gone halfway down the screen, Hendo. You're slouching.
Oh, yes.
You know, so do you switch out Moeen for Bess? I would be tempted on that performance. It might be a bit harsh on Bess, and someone might want to cajole him. He's only 23 and keep him on the good side. But then you're a professional sports outfit, and you've got to win games.
The other thing you'd say on that one, which I think is probably quite interesting, is that had it been Leach that had a shocker and Bess that had been brilliant, you might still be persuaded to retain Jack Leach because of that you've got the left arm orthodox option that he brings with a right arm off spinner.
Yeah, but that's never.
Moeen Ali, of course, is a right arm off spinner, so it's an easier potentially switch to make.
Whilst it's an easier swap, I mean, you just look at them over these 2 series, and Leach is the more consistent bowler, and he's the guy who sticks it more often than not on the line and the length. And that's what you've got to be doing. You want to be bowling dot balls, maidens, and keeping the pressure on the batsman. The only way you do that is by stopping scoring runs, and that's getting yourself in a rhythm and hitting the right lines and lengths. And Leach offers you more of that more consistently than Bess does, and that's been proven over this series and the last series. So I think
wouldn't you throw against that as well to a certain extent? You know, we've laughed about it a bit. It talks about being not Leach, Dom Bess being occasionally lucky but effective. And isn't there something in the familiarity that they have with each other, their ability to bowl as a unit, the experience bowling together at Taunton. I actually think that counts for quite a lot.
It counts.
Well, I think you would go away from this test, and if you hadn't seen those last couple of overs from Dominic Best in this innings, you'd be quite happy with going with those two spinners into the next test. There may be a little doubt because of the way that Best bowled those last couple of overs. You also got to remember he's bowled wicket-taking balls in this match. He's got a wicket-taking ball to get rid of Virat Kohli in the first innings. Wicket-taking balls to get rid of Washington Sundar, a dangerous, player, even though he's only playing his second test. Dangerous player who's proved he can, bat at the highest level. So I think it would be very harsh to leave Best out, and I don't even think, while we're speculating about it, I don't think that the England management will be even considering that.
No,
I would say, as I said before to people, my gut instinct was to go for Moeen before the start of this test.
Mine was
simply,
too.
I suppose, the fact that he'd taken wickets here before, even though they're quite a high cost, but also, for his batting prowess. I mean, Best is a good solid batsman, but you don't feel he's going to get 100 at test level, which Moeen Ali has done and could still do.
Yeah.
So it's a very difficult one, but Moeen Ali has played so little cricket. Do you take a chance on him? He might easily. I mean, Best has offered up 3 pies in a row.
Moeen could do it,
and Moeen Ali has been known to do that too.
Yeah.
Ball slips a little bit for him, and high full toss. So I think, I think that Best and Leach will certainly get another chance in the second test.
So let's come on then to the $64,000 question, probably from an England perspective, before we talk about India. We think, apart from the enforced change, which we assume brings folks in for Buttler, probably we're just erring toward Bear. I think he's considering Mo. You would probably stick with Best, but then that still leaves this big question. Is they had a stated intent to rotate their senior quicker bowlers. By those, of course, we're talking about Jimmy and Stuart Broad. Jimmy has just bowled one of the spells of his life. Taken the wickets that have got England to this, have helped England to this win because of the timing of when those wickets were taken. Your Silverwood, Hendo, what do you do?
It's a very difficult one. How many overs has Jimmy bowled in this match in the end? Would it?
Not that many. I mean, he bowled, let me see, 11 overs in the second innings, and he bowled 16, so 26, 17. So I suppose he's bowled 27, 16, 17, 20, about 28.
28 overs.
That's only equivalent of 9 a day. No, not even that. 7 a day for 4 days.
Yeah, that's a very good point. He hasn't had to bat really, has he? So, there's not. He's going to be fit enough to do it if he's given the nod. But this England team has shown signs that even in such circumstances, they will continue to rotate. In the whole, the notion of leaving Johnny Bairstow, who people are saying is a really good player of spin, leaving him out for these first 2 tests. Sending him home, sending Mark Wood home, sending Sam Curran home for a couple of games, not deviating on this idea of sending Jos Buttler back after this game. So I think they probably will rotate, but oh my goodness me, I don't know. It's a really hard decision to make. It absolutely, unless you lost a spinner, perhaps.
Yeah,
and then do you play 3 placement for the spinner, for one of the spinners? I think that would be a risk too, wouldn't it?
You would be a brave man to do that, I think, Hendo.
Well, you possibly could say that, but you have to say that a lot of wickets have fallen to pace here, and Jack Leach has taken all the spinners' wickets bar 1 in the second. I don't know. It is a tricky call. But I do think they'll trust Broad to come in and do a job. I mean, that's exactly what happened in Sri Lanka. Again, they swapped them. We had this conversation after the first test, didn't we? Broad bowled so well in that first test. Hardly went for any runs. Got 4 or 5 wickets in the total in the test. We were like, well, they're going to swap out Broad and bring in Anderson. And Anderson did the same in the second test. Proved his worth. Anderson's done it in the first test here. We're all saying the same thing. I think if Broad steps in, these two are the highest wicket-taking seam bowlers in the world. They've bowled everywhere around the world now. They're very, very experienced. I imagine there's a little bit of competition between them two as well. I imagine Anderson's back at the hotel going, you see that? You see that, Broadie?
Can you do that? Although, if you look at Broad's record in India, it's not very good at all. But he is a different bowler now. He's, both of them have got so much nous on them.
Yeah, that's the thing.
But that said, even with nous, I'm not sure that Jimmy would have burst through with three of those wickets that he got today with nous alone. What he got was significant reverse swing. I mean, it was like the normal swing that he gets on a cloudy day in England. He was getting the ball to do that much. It was extraordinary.
I've
not seen anything like that from a swing bowler. In India. That said,
go on then. Sorry.
But that said, both Ishant Sharma and Jasprit Bumrah also got a lot of reverse swings. So I don't know how they're getting it or why they're getting it. Whether it's anything to do with this new ball that we were talking about.
Well, yeah.
It could be. But if that's going to be a factor, then it's not out of the equation or not out of the question that you could go in with an extra paceman. But would that be a waste when you've got Ben Stokes who can do a bit of a job as well?
Well, possibly. I mean, Broad is an excellent exponent of the reverse swing as well, isn't he, as well? So maybe like for like. Well, not quite like for like, but as you say, they've both got such nous. You could swap them out. You are going to keep Archer because you want that extra.
So can I push you both for a decision, as it were? Bear, if you've got to make a choice. What do you do?
I'd consider swapping out Mo for Bess, and if my plan was to swap Anderson for Broad, I think, and if that discussion had been had before we even went there and said you're playing the first and you're playing the second, I would also stick with that and everyone, because everyone's in the know then and everyone believes what they're in for.
Fair enough. So I think that's super clear. What about you, Hendo?
Yeah, I'm not quite on the same page with Bear. I actually think that Anderson has bowled so well here that you don't want to take it away from him, take the ball away from him. We could end up with a completely different pitch and nothing happens at all. Different ball, who knows? If it hasn't been agreed and if there is any room for manoeuvre, my feeling would be now that they say to Jimmy, you've got these 2 tests, then you bugger off home. Broadie, you've got 2 tests in Ahmedabad. But then you have to take into the account that we think there'll be swing at Ahmedabad in the day-night test. It is. I do think it is actually one of the most difficult decisions a coach has had to make in recent years.
So you're not prepared to make a final call? The bear put his money, he put his cards on the table. He said, "Here's what I do." Are you going to do that? Or do you want to reserve your judgment?
It's not. I don't think my judgment will change. It'll just be one that's confused and doesn't really know the answer.
Fair enough.
I don't know. A little bit more freshness from Broad. He'll be champing at the bit, won't he?
Yeah.
Maybe you do. Maybe you swap him in.
Okay, so you would. Any other changes?
No, I don't bring Moeen in. I don't think there's an alternative to Rory Burns at the top, and it would be unfair after one, poor test that he's had this winter. He hasn't had the chance to do anything in Sri Lanka, although that was self-imposed in one sense. So no, I don't see any other changes at all, really, apart from obviously Ben Foakes coming in for Butler.
I think I'd be the same, except I would retain. I would keep Jimmy now, and I would. I would keep Jimmy, and I would keep the Taunton twins.
The Taunton Terrors.
The Taunton Terrors. I would keep the Taunton Terrors, and I would definitely keep Jimmy. And the only change I would make to a winning team would be the enforced one of Foakes for Butler. So we quickly talk about India. I mean, clearly a huge disappointment for them. Bear, is there at all an element of riding on such a high from Australia? Was the foot just a fraction off the pedal because of that?
Well, I think might have been a little bit. I think, the pre-talk was that, oh Christ, India have just done what they've done in thingy. It was like, okay, yeah, we did what we did in Sri Lanka, but it was Sri Lanka. We got hammered last time, won the toss 4 times, lost, blah, 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 blah. England are a good outfit, but they won't probably do it in India. And maybe India came in a little bit overconfident. I thought we'd probably roll, and they'd score big enough runs after the last time at Chennai, and it kind of played into our hands a bit. This is why I expect them to come back bloody strong in the next game.
Yeah, I would think so. And maybe some changes. I mean, I'm just looking back through the tweets that have been coming in while we've been chatting away, and Knuckle says a bit early, but predicted changes for the next test. Obviously, folks for Butler, and he suggests saving Broad for the pink ball test. On India's front, he says Kuldeep for Nadeem, and if Ashwin's not fit, then another paceman in Siraj, of course, who's coming off that brilliant debut that he had in Australia, those 3 tests that he played. So it's well, I don't think I'd say that I think that there might have also been a not complacency. I suspect though that in a sense, having won in Australia with such a diminished team, and with having Virat Kohli coming back to add to that victorious team, and then having also Bumrah and Ashwin coming back, I would have thought in their own minds they didn't see a way that they could lose, and I don't think it's really complacency, but I think they were in such a confident state of mind that they were probably knocked by how many runs England got in the first innings, even though England did win the toss. Yeah,
I also think that they made a mistake picking 3 spinners. I don't think that was necessary. They should have had. Hardik Pandya can't bowl apparently, so they can't pick him. But they possibly needed a more balance of 3 seamers and 2 spinners, because you only needed 2 spinners. Spinners should be able to bowl long spells. I mean, that's what your idea of being a spin bowler is when you're a spin bowler. The trouble is though, of course, is that they've got 1 spinner who can bat and 1 spinner who can't bat in that team at the moment, and one bowls okay, and the other one, Sundar, he didn't bowl very well. He didn't bowl very well. He didn't bowl very terribly, but he didn't bowl well. Whereas Nadeem picked up a few wickets, and he has got that thing of taking the ball away from the right-handed batsman. So it's a difficult sort of balance for them to get, isn't it?
I think Indo would be happy with Kuldeep, because that was his requirement, what he wanted right from the off, rather than Nadeem. I think we'd go with him on that. Some high spots. I think Rishabh Pant's batting be one.
Oh wow!
Sundar would be another.
Yeah, they're fantastic cricket. I mean, I think that. That session between lunch and tea on day 3 is one of the best one of the best, I suppose, promotional videos for Test cricket that you'll ever see. It's a stunning session, really, where England were on top. The 2 of their best batsmen being got out by a spinner coming into only his 13th Test and not necessarily rated that highly. And then you've got the turnaround by Rishabh Pant. Not just that he did it in this game, but to be able to do that in 3 successive tests, pretty much, which is what he's now done for England. That's what's so extraordinary about it. He failed today, and in the same manner, Root will fail at some point in this series. Yeah, and I think India might hang on to that as a thing that makes them feel a little bit more.
We said that about Steve Smith in the last Ashes.
Yeah, I know. Well, but he hadn't already, hit 228 and 186 in a Test match warm up in Sri Lanka. So, I in some respects, I'd prefer that Root got 220, 186, and 218 in the first 3 tests.
Well, that 218, having won the toss, clearly set the game up from an England perspective in the most perfect way, didn't it? Win the toss and bat. I think the toss, that's an interesting one. Let's just quickly talk about that. Let's assume that we know what England would do if they win the toss. Do you think the toss then in this is going to make a huge difference. Let's say India win it. Is it going to make it that much harder for England, Bear?
Absolutely.
For the second game.
I mean, there's no doubt about it. You win the toss, you bat first. It's India. You know, we all know this. The pitch breaks up, and it's a massive advantage. Oh look, it's snowing quite heavily down here. But you know, as we said all the way through, you still got to make advantage of winning that toss and get the big score. I mean, if you get 350 in India, then the team batting second is still in the game, right? You get 550, you're still in the game effectively because you haven't batted yet. But an awful lot of scoreboard pressure just to get past the follow-on. You've got to get 350, and then if you fall for 450, you're 100 behind. And as we've seen, the wickets fall apart. The 2 second innings scores, England going for it, 150 odd. India not necessarily going for it, but got out through good bowling and the fact that the wicket is being really sadistic. And they're all out for 197 in their second innings. So first innings runs are really, really, really important. So if you win the toss, you've got to put the pressure on by getting those runs in the first innings when you're batting first. If you don't get an adequate score, you can be overhauled, and then things become difficult for you. So winning the toss isn't guaranteed. No. But whoever wins the toss is going to bat. Let's be honest. You know, there's no question about that. You know.
Do we think there's? I mean, I don't know the wicket well enough. What could they possibly do, Hendo, between now and Friday? Is it going to be a wicket of similar character, or might they already have been thinking about, you know, how you might vary the wicket to give perhaps India just a tad more help?
They might be thinking about that. There may be some pressure being put on a groundsman. I'm not sure what they can do in 3 days, and what they can do in 3 days that will change the basic underlying character of the pitch. I'm not knowledgeable enough about the groundsman's art to really say that. I think it's probably going to be quite a similar pitch, and I do think that winning the toss and batting first will be an enormous advantage. What that means, of course, and you know, this is despite England's great performance here, and such a team performance as well in many ways, I do think that India will win the next test. I do think they will win I think they will unquestionably win if they bat first, if they get the chance to bat first. I think they will still win if they bat second, probably. But that also makes the whole thing even more mouth-watering in a way, because if we go to Ahmedabad and the day-night test, the third test of the series, with it tied at 1-1, and that was being seen before the series as England's best chance of a win, I mean, it's just set it up absolutely magically.
It does, doesn't it? Because then
if England win that day-night test and it becomes 2-1 there, then it makes for an absolutely incredible series.
Well, exactly, because we've got to get 3-1. We'd have to win the last test of the last chance to get into the World Test Championship supposed final that might take place if it ever
Forgot
does.
About that as well. Yeah. Absolutely, yes, exactly. So I mean, it's there are many possibilities, and
I think what you both seem to be saying is that I must still have been smoking something when I suggested 1-1, because neither of you seem to be thinking very hard about draws.
No, I don't think I don't think there will be many draws. There's going to be no rain affection, probably, is there? I mean, draws do happen in India, but teams seem to be less resilient at batting these days, and there's certainly more art in the bowling, much more technical analysis, batsmen much more prepared to play shots, which kind of leads to wickets in its own way. And maybe there won't be a draw. I mean, I said it would be 3-1. What did I say to India? I said 2-1 to India, so I'm assuming a draw as well, because we always kind of somewhere we always assume there'll be a draw, you know. Yeah. But there might not necessarily be one, so you know.
Okay, we should probably tidy up some housekeeping, shouldn't we, as well, and perhaps just talk about what we are going to be looking forward to from the new Guerrilla news pages, which have been prolific so far, but let's just talk about the GPL. Where did we end up on that?
We didn't have any entries today. I don't know why, but
people so focused on the match result and the stage of the game, probably.
Exactly. But we should talk about, I hope you, anyone listening still, I hope you've really enjoyed what we do. All those new listeners that we've found and all that, and our stalwarts, of course. We love you all. We are self-funded. So you can help us out in many ways. If you're a hot micer, you can tip us on there. You can donate via PayPal, which is always handy. Patrons, if you become a patron, if you get $10 patron, you can get on our glory roll, which is on the home page and on the video streams. And if you become a $10 patron at the moment, we're giving you some leftover World Cup T-shirts. There you go. There's a bonus. I'll send it out.
I want to play our friends then. Are they up on that glory roll now?
The What a Player people are up on our stream. They got added the other day. And of course, there's plenty of merch. Redbubble. We're on Redbubble now. We've got rid of clothes to order because I only did clothes. But Redbubble, they do bloody everything. You can get bath mats, duvet covers. You can get bloody shower screens, mugs, and of course, T-shirts. You can get
like a door-to-door salesman, Hendo.
Absolutely. You can get.
Can I interest you in some brushes?
We've got 6 designs up there.
Didn't the Bear do a bit of door-to-door sale?
I did. I sold encyclopedias.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Encyclopedias.
He's a natural, isn't he? He's a natural.
So you can get all that merch.
Well, let me just say, tonight we have got for your enjoyment. We got a piece by Jack. Jack has written a piece. Jack, who was just on, I think, making his test debut for us. Earlier today. He's written a really nice piece about Alex Hales, which I think you'll enjoy. I have nearly finished a piece about Channel 4, which and the repercussions and various things about that. Gary is writing a piece as we speak about Rishabh Pant, a particular element of Rishabh Pant's character, which I think you'll find interesting. So those are 3 things to be going on with, and there'll probably be a little bit more
after I've had a kip.
Oh yeah, you got.
What are you writing, Bear? I forgot you were writing.
No, I'm not writing, but I end up having to put it all up, don't I? You know. Got to do my little
Tony,
bit.
are you writing anything?
No. I don't know. You're the commissioning editor. You'll let me know.
That's true. I'll send you something. All right.
I will
send
if you
an
send me
idea.
something.
I will do. Okay.
Okay. I'm going to leave the final words with you, Hendo, to talk us out. And,
I think actually, funnily enough, that actually, I'll just read the last tweet from Messi Jez, who says, "Colour me surprised that Hendo's decided that India are going to win the next test, or England will lose the next test." That's probably more apt to say. He was a bit annoyed that he forgot to put his GPL picks on because he had it was 153 runs today, and as we know, Messi Jez loves the threes. He's all about the threes. But I wanted to read a tweet, if I can find it, to sum up the day. Of course, when you're looking for a tweet, you can no longer find it, can you? It's sod's law. But here it is. It was Knuckle from earlier who said, that is right up there in all-time great away test performances. We've seen some stunning one-off innings and comeback wins, but England have put together a team performance for the ages with sparkling standouts from Root and Anderson. And on that note, we should say our goodbyes. Keep looking at our website for daily news and feature stories and the odd opinion here and there. Join us again on Saturday morning for the mouth-watering second test, all the way from Chennai again.
Yep.
Is it Saturday? I thought it was Friday.
Get used to this. No, it's Saturday. For goodness sake, if you arrive here on Friday morning, you'll be on your own.
Yeah,
I know I've been early.
Not that early. Be very early indeed. On that note, we should say our farewells for now. We'll have lots of your favourite gorillas back in place Saturday morning. Please join us then. It'll be at about 3:50 a.m. GMT, and hopefully we'll be raring to go. Until then, it's good night from all of us at Gorilla Cricket. Good night.
Goodbye.
Guerrilla cricket.